Hi guys, in this video we will be looking at some clips from the PCS7 playoffs that were played last week. And the first one is actually from Pug Ali. He clutches a 1v3 against Fixu and Miraco and the Rustamar. I guess Michael died earlier, I'm not surprised. Anyways, he is very patient with this, which is really important in 1v3s. He throws in a flash, immediately peeks after it, knocks Rustamar. Huge win there, huge win. 1v2 now. He throws in the Molotov so they can't push from that side. Flushes. Gonna pick Tixer here. Ooh, dude, how do people shoot shots between those little things? I don't understand. That was a really nice knock though. Tixer goes down. He's trying to get a first hit off here and playing a ring around Rosie with Miracle. Oh, now he's probably gonna get it off here. It's such a beautiful play. I don't understand how does one not fail under pressure like this. Oh my god, and he vaults the window and he kills him. Come on, that was sick. Ali just clutched that straight up. That was wow. I mean, come on, sign this guy. Hello? Okay, for the next clip, I have picked out this one. I feel like as a PUBG player, literally everybody has been in a situation like this where your team barely makes it into the circle and you all try to squish in a shack, and then some random guy comes in, starts tossing his whole inventory at you, 10 grenades, 10 Molotov, and your whole team is just so far. Oh no,
This is fine.
there's literally nothing they can do. Oh my god, they got 2 knocks. Oh, they're all dead. That's sad days for the team, win or die. For this clip, I don't really have any other reason except that it's just really funny. Okay, so we have the Sheila Cronin getting Marbo. Okay. Oh, they're coming in, they're coming in. Ents is about to crash him. He doesn't know what to do and...
Oh my god!
I just love how the casters also just laugh, say nothing else. A lot of casual players can have this misconception of pro players that they only use boring guns like ARs, DMRs, right? But it's actually not true. They will pick up a shotgun at any given opportunity as well. No, but actually though, this is such a nice clutch. First, we have Hobbit and knocking Spyro, ooh, clean, and then perfect. Balls on the roof. Bang! First bang! Oh my god, and then bang! Let's go! That was so good. Oh my god, he's so happy. Look at him. Securing that chicken dinner for the team. Mwah. The best part is that shotguns are actually a recurring pattern in these games. In this clip, we have Navi Alia with a shotgun versus Vasco, who also has a shotgun. He jumps down from the roof. Oh, missed shot. And another missed shot, and Alia hits the shot and gets the chicken dinner. Oh my god, I love it. For real though, this is all Fastpace's fault. I feel like I just have to include this next clip because it's like the average PUBG pro experience. Getting stunned over and over again without being able to do anything.
Was a Molotov or a frag grenade. Silas. Oh my god. White screen. Send it back to the manufacturer. RMA that monitor.
Oh my god, poor Silas, dude, he's just laying there. Okay guys, that was the last clip. Thank you so much for watching the video, and if you want to catch the official broadcast on Twitch, make sure you head out to PUBG_Battlegrounds, I think the channel is called, and the grand finals are going to be played on 30th September, so you don't want to miss that. And we're out.
The first time that a new player plays Moonbreaker, I hope they see the magic of tabletop gaming fully digital.
This will be over real quick.
This game from the very first moment was designed to constantly reveal itself and expand, and it's just an entirely different design mindset from the very beginning.
At its core, it's a game that aims to reproduce that feeling of playing a tabletop game against friends in a more simplified and approachable way.
For justice!
Players will see Moonbreaker as a tabletop digital minis experience. We take a turn-based strategy game and show it to them in a totally brand new way.
Ready? Okay!
Let us keep this civilized.
Welcome to the party.
We wanted Moonbreaker to be better than tabletop, so we stripped out a lot of the complex mechanics of being around a tabletop. There are no measurements or grids, and instead there's a simple point-and-click control scheme that you can use, from everything to moving your units, deploying them, and using your abilities.
Smells like breakfast!
With us, you choose your roster, and it's a very easy choice. It's 10 units plus a captain.
It is a turn-based affair where you have the equivalent of command points called Cinder, and you use those to execute actions at every turn.
That coupled with the ship assists and randomized map, you basically never know fully what you're going to go into every round, and that's what keeps it exciting.
The power!
In the game, I really hope that players experience the thrill of discovering new synergies between their units, finding just crazy combinations, and also having chances to take really big risks that pay off in satisfying ways.
We knew if we wanted to bring that tabletop experience to digital, we knew that we had to have basically the world's best lore.
Our game is set in the Reaches, and it is a whole new universe that we have crafted alongside Brandon Sanderson, so there's a lot to discover about it.
Brandon is known for his magic systems, so he needed to weave the mechanics into the story as well.
The Reaches is made up of clusters of moons orbiting a giant sun. At the center of those moons is something called Cinder. Cinder is what keeps them in orbit. It is the most powerful resource in our entire universe, and people really, really want to get hold of it.
At the minute, we have these 3 different cultures in that are all very visually unique from each other. The Methodori culture are very militaristic, and they live on a very stark planet, so all their buildings reflect that. You know, they're very angular, but it still looks very grand as well.
Cholek are a sun-worshipping culture who are really focused on agriculture.
The Cholek are this really interesting meld between mechanical and natural.
The smugglers faction in our game, they're like the pirates of our universe. They kind of cobble stuff together out of old spaceship parts, and they have like a shanty town where they're building stuff out of old scrap metal.
Deliciously devious!
We've laid this amazing foundation as a start to the story that we think just has so many various ways that it can kind of evolve. The possibilities are really endless.
Incoming!
It's been really cool having the chance to work on this painting tool that we have in the game. We really want the best of both worlds, from the miniature experience and the digital video game experience. So it has a lot of the conveniences of digital painting, but we've also brought in a lot of the techniques that people use in miniature paintings.
That's something we want all the fans to know, is all of the default paint jobs for every character in the game is created in our own tool. And we actually hired real-world professional mini painters to do it in our tool. So hopefully that gives them some inspiration, but we fully expect the fans will far exceed anything that we can come up with, and we'll create the most incredible paint jobs possible.
Our focus in early access is to make sure that players love the game. Part of open development isn't about coming up with a roadmap and hoping players love it, but instead giving the players tools to give us the feedback we need to make the game as good as it can possibly be.
Gonna be wild.
Our commitment to our fans is we will never give a watered-down experience to them. We're going to give you something deep and something you can really sink your teeth into that you need your whole mind to experience.
All hands on deck.
Brace yourself!
We genuinely want to evolve the game with their participation. Come try the game. We know it's imperfect today, but I hope you can see the possibilities that we can, and let's do it together.
This is the beginning of a decades-long adventure. I hope you join us for all of it.
Well, it's been a blast.
Welcome to the party.
Let there be fire!
Hello everyone, it's Saga here, and I'm so excited to welcome you to the PCS7 Fantasy League. First things first, let's go over all the rules so you know exactly what you need to do to join in all the fun. Are you ready? Then let's go. In the PCS7 Fantasy League, you can create your own dream team of pros by picking 4 players who are participating in PCS7. You'll have a total bank pool of $100,000 to spend on creating your ideal roster. Each player comes with their own price, which is based on their previous performance and experiences. And from there, it's all really in your hands. You can go with a very balanced roster of players who cost a similar amount, or you can look for some high-impact, more expensive options and round out your roster with some lower-budget picks. Keep in mind the players' prices evolve as the tournament progresses, so keep an eye on your roster between game weeks. You might want to make some changes before week 2 begins. Each player on your team will gain points throughout the event for their in-game performances and actions. By the end, one participant with the most points will walk away as the winner of the Fantasy League. So where do you go to pick your roster and look for the stats and information to help you out? Just head straight over to twire.gg. Thanks to twire.gg, we're able to track our players' performances using the following point system. For each kill, a player will receive 2 points. For every 100 damage they deal in a game, 1 point. And every time they survive until the end of a winner-winner chicken dinner, 5 additional points are assigned to each player. Every time one of your players dies before the 10-minute mark in a game, 3 points will be deducted from your team. In the PCS7 Fantasy League, you won't be participating alone. Our official PUBG broadcast experts, myself included, will be making our own picks as well. The English desk. the Turkish desk, and the German desk. Once you've built your own PCS7 Europe Fantasy League roster, let us know who made the cut by tweeting out using hashtag PCS7. And remember to tune in and watch the live streams where our analysts will bring you all the latest stats, the best highlights, and the leading teams. Best of luck, my friends, and remember, the best way to enjoy PCS is by playing the PCS7 Fantasy League.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for PCS7 Europe, and of course, the timer is slowly running out for your opportunity to qualify to PGC, as all of these teams vie for the opportunity to do so. A warm welcome to the desk. My name's Kyle Lars. I am your host throughout the next couple of days, and joining me to my left-hand side to break everything down here as time goes on, I have Saga as well as Avenger to talk to about these fantastic games that are about to unfold. Avenger, we're here in a studio. We can't let the North Americans have all of the fun because they're useless. Nah, they're all right. Avenger, it's going to be good to get into these games.
Super happy to be here. Excited to be here in the studio with you guys, of course, and also super excited to see the games unfold soon.
Absolutely. Saga, excited to have you here as well. My stunt double himself here, ready to go. How you feeling, mate?
It's honestly been a great experience so far, even just being in a studio like this, my first time, and well, there's plenty of great teams that I know all about are going to be bringing all the heat.
No, absolutely. With how we've been able to get here, of course, it's been a little bit of a long road, I think is fair to say, Avenger, with many stages to try and get here, but we've whittled it down, and all importantly, even some of our teams that have usually been invited didn't actually make it here, so there is an opportunity for some of these other teams to strike out at the top.
Yeah, it's very interesting because obviously we have some teams that are already qualified to PGC that are not playing here, and some that are trying to stay in the top 8 that could be pushed out. So that's really interesting. We're going to be following that.
Yeah, definitely so, definitely. Well, gentlemen, before we actually break down all the nitty-gritty of what is going on here so far, let's take a look back at the group stage and see how everything shaped up moving on to this.
I didn't want to play Last Chance because it's only 6 games in one day, and we have to play 6 games. But they were crazy, actually.
Yeah, it's a huge relief that you can qualify at the first stage, because you don't need to stress about the elimination stage or the last dance. So you can just watch the games and look the other team suffer in the game. So it's a big relief.
I guess we're happy because we were watching with the whole team, the whole elimination stage and the last chance, and we felt like 24 teams. It was much harder to qualify when there is so much teams, and also only 6 games in last chance. So yeah, I think we are happy.
I think the last chance is just like way too stressful, and it's a lot nicer to just go through straight away and to just like have it done and just be straight in the finals.
Of course, even more since we have been playing since the open qualifiers. So like the first qualifiers, and made it that far means a lot.
It's always nice to qualify from first stage.
I don't think there was any specific special moment, but we just played like well as a team. We communicated well, and things just went well for us.
I think the first game in Erangel, it was a big factor. It was the game that ended on the south of Yasnaya. We had good rotations. We won 2 fights. We got the good momentum for the whole tournament. So I think that was the big factor why we were so successful in the first stage. It was a game on Erangel. It was like game which we throw against NLT on the school. We finished second in this game, but we like get a lot of points from this game and just like boost our confidence for the last games.
We won the group stage because of our hype and communication. It went really well and clear in the group stage.
Just killed everyone and I just tried to help them.
I was actually so happy. I think they might have it from like the face cam in the comps, but we instantly refocused on our game because even though we qualified, we still managed to get a good game, and we could have, so we just focused instantly and got second place from that game. So
it was just exciting. I just want the finals to start so we can play already.
It was a long and difficult path, so we were really proud of ourselves and happy to make it to the finals.
We have problems with English, with Squeezy, I guess, because we're Russians, and it's the first time we're playing this in European roster. And but of course, it was happiness.
When we realized that we qualified for finals, we just were playing the same game because we had a lot of stuff to learn, to test, and yeah, that was just test games for us, and that's all.
Great to get some of the thoughts of the teams here moving on in from the group stage. And I think what's fair to say is there were quite a few, I guess, surprises to a degree. I guess one of the middle degree surprises is Ents coming in with a new roster, Saga, and looking pretty good on the qualification process.
It's a trial by fire for the new players, absolutely. And it's a long-standing team, but the roster very much is new and up to date for PCS7 after the exit of Diggory to join FaZe by PCS6, and now it's a whole new look. It's only Squeaky who's still got that veteran presence, but it's a very important qualification slot for them in the finals, given their position in the PGC standings. We'll take a closer look later.
Yeah, definitely. And for Northern Lights here, especially Martin, their one potential hurdle isn't here. Entropic did not qualify. Is this Northern Lights to take?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it could very well be them just to close everything down here. We've been looking very good. I'm looking at Entropic and thinking here, they should have been here. It was down to a few last games, but they already qualified. They can sit back and relax, but then again, you would want to have played here in the Grand Finals. Now LNT, they're going to have that extra practice going into PGC.
And of course, when you look at some of the bigger surprises, I guess, from the group stage, you've got teams like Austrian Force, Ascend, the Wu being able to make it through here as well, Saga. It's going to be exciting to see them at this stage being able to perform against these teams, because we know that there's so many components of those teams that are veterans. We know that they're capable of hanging with these kinds of players. What do you think for these teams?
I think it's very useful for them that it was relatively short form qualification slots. We know that a lot of these teams can have high peaks and pretty low troughs in their performances. And so when it comes to this longer form event in the finals, it's going to be about consistency. They found that peak in the 12-game series to qualify in the group stage, but now they've got to do it over a longer term, over both weeks.
Avenger, your thoughts?
Well, I really love that we saw so many teams that we didn't expect to go through to the group stage. First of all, loved how this setup was. You had multiple chances. You saw some teams that potentially didn't think go through the group stage, go fast through. We also heard from Bestelage himself say, we didn't want to play the last chance. We didn't want to play in the elimination stages, so we just went through for the group stage. They had hurdles too, and the more time they get to play here in the longer format, we could see them do quite well too.
All right, thanks very much, boys. Time to move on now, as we had multiple stages to actually go through. So let's take a look back at the elimination stage as well.
I mean, obviously, it would be better to qualify from group stage, from the first stage, basically. But we made too many mistakes. We were really scared when we played the first week. That was like a, cold bucket of water on our heads where we needed to rethink everything.
We qualified in the elimination stage. I think that's a good spot because you get more games and more practice time.
Evet, ilk elemede biraz zorlanmış olsak da ikinci elemede daha rahat bir şekilde finale çıktık. Onun için mutluyuz. LCQ'ya düşmeden çıktığımız için mutluyuz.
I mean, of course, we would have liked to qualify before that for the first stage, but like it was fine to get some extra games in and some extra practice, so we're pretty happy overall.
Last Chance aşamasına kalmadığımız için mutluyuz tabii ki. Bir önceki elemeden çıktığımız için çok daha şanslıyız. Çünkü Last Chance'te PUBG biraz RNG bir oyun olduğu için bu altı olması birçok takım için bence bir problemdi. Tek güne dayalı olduğu için biraz daha RNG'nin daha içerisinde olduğu bir 6 maçlık bir serüvende. O yüzden orada bir tık da PUBG'de şansa ihtiyacımız olduğu için orada şanslı olmamız gerekiyordu. O yüzden o taraftan kalıp oradan çıkmadığımız için mutluyum açıkçası. Daha öncesinde derin bir nefes alarak Last Chance'e kalmadığımız için daha mutluyduk yani. Last Chance'te biz izlemeyi daha çok istiyorduk. İzleyerek de geçirdik.
Of course, I'm happy. Yes, we have qualified from the first place, so I'm very grateful that I have such team as I have.
Of course, we expected to qualify from the first stage, but we didn't qualify from the first stage because I think we played a little bit too scared, and we ran into like a lot of weird problems.
Every chance to qualify in the first day for the finals. We just messed up quite a bit because we're quite a new team. We could qualify on either elimination or group stage. I would never expect us to get the last chance. I think we're a lot better than that.
We expected to qualify from the elimination stage because in the group stage we had quite a decent lobby. So yeah, we expected to qualify from the elimination stage, and we were quite confident about it.
Aslında yine çıktığımız aşama, ikinci aşamadan çıkmayı bekliyorduk çünkü daha yeni bir takımız. İlk aşama bizim için antrenman gibi oldu. Onun için beklediğimiz şekilde ikinci aşamadan çıktık.
2 slots in 6 games, so I feel like we already knew that we have to qualify from stage 1 or 2. It didn't really matter from which one we would qualify.
We understood that we are qualifying for the PCS7 after first day because we had 93 points. We were quite confident after, I guess, the third game of the first day because we had quite decent games. So I felt really happy because I have such a great team and I feel amazing.
We have been playing in every PCS, but like we also been invited directly to the final. So this time we had to qualify ourselves. But yeah, we expected to qualify, so it was like, of course we got a little bit happy, but now it's like it was just all focused on the final now.
I think it was a lot of relief. Me and Miraku haven't played in the finals for quite a long time, so it's nice to be back. But it was.
I mean, it was a great feeling. Everyone was happy. We were counting the points till the end. We had 5 people counting.
That's right, Marcel. Polish power. We know that they're going to do it. Everyone here is behind them. Well, maybe just me, I'm not sure. But beyond all of that, the elimination stage as a whole provided some great games, provided some surprising results as well, I think is fair to say. We're Not Die, for example, here, Saga, coming in, hearing from them as well. They put up a blinder of an elimination stage.
I don't think there's many people who you could have asked before the elimination stage began that would have pointed at them as the team who would completely dominate in the fashion that they did. Obviously, there is some long-standing talent on that roster with Leosh and Gushara having made appearances in previous PCSs, but that's been a while. The previous event was Leosh under Mutiny in PCS4. That was quite some time ago, so it's great to see them finding some form here as well.
No, definitely. And, well, actually, from my other nation, let's go to fellas here, Avenger, because finally, Michael, back at the top with the boys, looking good.
Yeah, just after a fantastic performance at Nations Cup, obviously Michael and Miraku back at it. I love them being joined by Rustanma and Tiksu. They are some of the guys with most experience in the scene. They've played through many years, and we're looking forward to seeing them here. But they need to have a fantastic performance to make it to PGC.
Yeah, it's a long road for some of those teams, right, Saga? I mean, for a lot of these teams, they effectively have to win the damn thing. That can be difficult.
Yeah, it's the most direct route to Dubai, but for practically all of the teams who eliminated, who qualified through the elimination phase, with a couple of exceptions, are coming in completely fresh with no PGC points from previous PCS, from G-Loot events.
Yeah.
And so they really have to aim for, what, top 3, even potentially beyond that, to have a chance of making it to PGC.
Yeah, very difficult. For one of the teams, of course, that qualified through the elimination stage in FaZe, they're pretty much guaranteed to be going to PGC Avenger. High hopes for them. You heard from Gustav here as he was talking. Fearful almost in that first stage, which is a little bit of a surprise to me, I suppose.
Yeah, I think it caught a lot of players off guard how the first group stage was and how the teams played, and talked to some of the players obviously. And you know, there's some stages where you come in and the teams that have very little experience, they're doing very unexpected things.
Yeah, yeah.
And the big teams that are playing in usual lobbies where they know kind of how they play, you know, back to PL 2019, 96 games in some of the phases against the same 16 teams. It's not the same anymore, and that can kind of catch some of these teams off guard. And playing with respect, I would say, is a good way that FaZe did it. But they made it through here quite easily, and as you said, they're pretty much guaranteed to PGC. Something crazy has to happen.
Insane,
you know,
yeah.
It has to be one of the teams with 50 points max PGC, winning the thing, pushing all of them down, and some other teams in the top 3. It's very unlikely that they don't make it.
Yeah. And from there, we had 2 more spots remaining as we kind of continue on our journey here through how we got to this point. So let's take a look back at the last chance stage.
Ну, вообще собирались пройти с первого, но у нас игра не пошла, потом настроились на второй этап. На втором этапе, в принципе, тоже игра не пошла первый же день. Доиграли второй день, нам, в принципе, там не хватило не особо много, одна победная игра, и мы прошли тоже. И мы полностью собрались уже на третий день, поменяли капитана, получается, я стал командовать. И прошли вот третий день. Хорошие зоны были, выиграли первую игру, вторую топ-2 и там уже на последней доиграли.
Dörtlerin çıktığı grupta kazanmayı bekliyordum. Ancak işimiz last şansa kaldı. Bu da beni memnun etti.
Потому что мы не играли праки, у нас был бан на праках на месяц, и мы не играли праки там больше 2 недель. То есть особо там не коммуницировали с командой, потеряли турнирный дух, что ли, я не знаю, и не могли собраться поначалу.
Şöyle söyleyebilirim o konuda. Elemelerde oynadığımız oyun biraz adapte olamayışımızdan kaynaklı olarak biraz hüsranla sonuç buldu. Ama sonradan açılmaya başladık. Takım arkadaşlarımla birlikte çok güzel bir oyun stili sergiledik. Çok hızlı bir değişiklik yaptık ve bu değişikliğin verimliliğini aldık. Hızlı bir analiz güzel sonuçlar verdi.
Мы наконец-то почувствовали, что у нас вернулась уверенность после того, как начали выигрывать. Появилась мораль, радость. Особенно, когда в последней катке мы прошли, там очень рады все были, все кричали, там, и все было очень позитивно, в общем.
Ya, öncelikle çıldırdık diyebiliriz yani hani gerçekten bayağı bir ses koptu ortalıkta, bağırdık, çağırdık yani güzel bir heyecan, güzel bir anıydı. Gerçekten mutlu oldum.
A brutal and cutthroat last stage, I think, is fair to say, as we have those 2 teams advancing on in Exalt as well as Stardust. Exalt, up until the final game, was in absolute jeopardy, Saga, but they managed to pull it out with a 3rd place, but 15 kills off the back of it.
It was a lot of points to pick up from a 3rd place game, and it was exactly what they needed. And well, you heard it in the interviews, they were feeling a little bit of that lack of motivation starting to creep in, but that was the kickstart that they needed to get into good form and good momentum coming into this final series.
It was the absolute perfect game for them, Avenger. They were on the high ground above El Azahar and blasting everything.
And on top of that, you know, it's only 6 games. You have to have these outstanding games.
Yeah.
You can't just have just a little bit of consistency. You have to have these games with an insane amount of kills. Otherwise, you're not going to make it through. Nailed that all the way to the end. Also, Bystanders doing well, but it wasn't enough.
No, definitely. And likewise, Stardust also being able to make it. I think for both of these teams in general, Saga, this is arguably one of the biggest results of their career,
Yeah.
to be able to get to this stage, to play on this stage as a whole. I'm not saying that they haven't been able to get there before, but the fact that they were able to do it in the fashion that they did, as well as get alongside all of these teams for this one chance at PGC, is massive.
Definitely on an individual basis, we know a lot of the players are capable of competing at this level and have done in the past, but Stardust in particular is a team that formed less than 3 months ago, and to see those adaptations that came through quickly, as Apocalypse was talking about in the video before, that was really the key factor, because they were invisible in the first couple of stages, but as we got further onto the tournament, they started to look pretty solid, pretty dominant towards the end of things. So maybe in a longer form series, that could benefit them overall.
And a very nice shack inside of the middle of Miramar.
Perfect.
Helped out quite considerably as well. But anyway, let's take a look at the schedule for all of the proceedings for today, because we have 5 games coming at you. We will have 3 Erangel to start things off, and then 2 Miramar little later on here, Avenger. So 5 games to get things going. I think we played 6 games online, correct? Per day?
Yeah, I mean, with last chance was 6 games, and some of the stages were 6 games. Yeah, but yeah, total of 30 games, 5 a day. And here to the rules, of course, is the same old 10 points for the win.
Wow.
And 1 point per kill.
Wow. Yeah, exciting stuff. Back to good old Super, doing what we can here, is fair to say, and all of these teams going to be looking for all of those kills to be able to boost it on up, is fair to say. But again, when you're in this kind of lobby with these 16 teams, it can be difficult. Here are the participating teams overall. The top 8 are from our group stage, and then the bottom 8 are from our eliminations and last chance. It's a great roster. It's a great lineup. Not necessarily, as we kind of mentioned, Saga, the entire roster of teams that you expect. We have some invited teams, not here, not able to qualify, which is all important.
Undeniably, there is notable exceptions to the team and the lobby that we're going to be playing over the next couple of weekends, but all in all, it's a very solid roster of teams that we have set up for the next set of games, and certainly some top-level contenders who may have been on and off form recently, but now is the time to really prove it when the stakes are as high as they are.
I mean, I pose the question to you, Avenger, you know, does Northern Lights have any kind of competition beyond Zentropic not being here? But I think Na'Vi is definitely one of those names that you have to bring up, considering their current form, considering their current power. That's a scary, scary roster.
Yeah, for sure. And also, if NLT, again, they are qualified already, guaranteed for PGC. So if they want to try things, if they want to mix things out or test things, as we heard from Batulins before, it's the time to do it still. The practice is here. If you want to run around maybe some new strategies, still, again, time chance to do it before PGC.
Yeah, I mean, it's an opportunity, I suppose, because this is technically the best kind of practice, aside from the fact that there's, you know, $60,000 on the line for first place, which is pretty good. Like, this is the best opportunity to try something in an extremely competitive lobby.
Yeah. There's no real better stress test than what we're going to be seeing over the next couple of weekends.
Absolutely. For PGC, that is all important. And here are the stipulations for those point distributions. For this tournament specifically, if you get number 1, you are qualified directly to PGC, which will be happening in a few weeks' time in Dubai. Avenger, excited for that, but there's a lot of points on the line and a lot of implications that come with those points for these teams.
Yeah, obviously the last tournament of the year gives them most points and the direct spot to PGC here for PCS7. I just want to see a team that is not already guaranteed to go to PGC to get that spot. It would be fantastic. And also, obviously, here, the teams that are playing, and some teams, as you see in the top 8, that are not here are, 1, guaranteed in Tropic, and some teams are biting the nails with BBL and Heroic.
And of course, those top 4, as you say, are kind of all but surely done. That's kind of pretty much solidified here. So talk to me about some of these stipulations, Saga, because obviously teams like BBL, Heroic, as Martin's saying, scary times for them. There is an opportunity where they get knocked out here.
Yeah, and BBL in particular, as that MEA best team seed, is the most vulnerable potentially, given that, well, other than Heroic, that's the elephant in the room, is that Ents coming in, looking on form, as we talked about, a fresh new roster, looking solid. Heroic is teetering on a knife's edge, but also BBL, you've got a couple of teams, the likes of Stardust, the likes of Howl, who do have some PGC points already on the board, and a good placement here could very well see them stealing away that slot at the last second.
Yeah, top 3 for them. For Howl, Stardust, that would mean it would be taken away. Top 8 for Ents would take the spot away from Heroic. So I would, at this point, probably already write Heroic off.
Unless something absolutely insane happens throughout this tournament.
Question mark as well. Top 5 for them would also take that spot away. So I think it's pretty safe to say that Heroic will be watching this, biting every single nail they can find on the body.
They'll have nothing left, mate. It will. Because right now they did so well at last PGC.
Yeah,
you know,
they did.
anyway, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Let's see how well people are going to do at home as well, because Twire.gg is going to be providing us the Fantasy League once again, as brought to you by Saga just before when we were talking about things. And here is our talent leaderboard as a whole. Of course, I'm kind of just focusing on the English talent for all of this. So it'll be interesting to see how things go, Avenger, of course. You guys at home, of course, kind of have played along as well. Is those rosters locked now by chance?
I think by the time game 1 starts, maybe?
Probably,
yeah,
yes, probably. So maybe
go
there's a little
fast.
bit of time. But beyond all of that, it's an exciting time to be involved in it because it really gets you invested in the games. Here's my team, Avenger. Give me a vet. What do you think of my team?
Well, I think your team's great.
Thank you.
Yeah. 2 of the players I think are so great. I might have picked them for my own team as well. The other ones are, just coming off Nations Cup winner. I'll quickly pivot over to my own team. 2 better players with a better smile on Silas, the best and biggest smile
that is
in Europe. And of course, Vex, the Welsh Dreirach.
That's him smiling, actually. That's Vex smiling.
Yeah, this is a smile.
Yeah. Saga, your team. Bit of a wild card to some degree.
Hey, I back an underdog story. No, I back an underdog story.
Yeah.
I do really like what we saw from both Win or Die and from Howl in the elimination stages. I think that they have a lot to prove coming into the finals.
I'll say this as well. I think Ruin did an amazing
Absolutely.
tournament throughout PCS6 as well. We've seen him in general, and also here, some of the other teams.
Hypox team coming on in. Again, in terms of the names that we see from this team, you got a really good team, to be fair. Iro and Brexco, they're not exactly constantly at these PCSs that we see so far, but these are 2 names we're very familiar with.
Have to take the opportunity to pick them while you have the chance, but it is a long-standing roster of players as well.
Toby's team coming in. And again, annoyingly, quite a good team.
Yeah, definitely. I like Melman's in there. That's a safety pick from Toby. He's done it again and again.
Too.
Diggory, I mean, he was the MVP of, was it the elimination stage?
Oh, he was huge for FaZe.
Yeah, very, very important. Diggory's been such a good addition to FaZe as a whole, I think it's fair to say, ever since he came in.
Amazing signing, yeah, for sure. Throughout the year so far, been top fragging, been top damage multiple times here. It's good to see him how well he's been able to do. He's going to continue to do so. Yeah. I think he's going to have a good one here.
Excellent, excellent. So beyond all of that, of course, we do also have merchandise that you guys could potentially get your hands on as well, because there's tons of PUBG merchandise everywhere, I think is fair to say, and you guys can check some out at PUBG.com. Is that PUBG.com?
EMEA.merch.
My eyes are so bad, holy moly. EMEA.merch.pubg.com. I did it! Yes!
Those glasses aren't just to make you a pretty face.
No, well, I don't know why I wear glasses if I can't read that out from this distance, but there we go. That's how that rolls down. Did you like those shirts there, Avenger?
Yeah, I was hoping to maybe bring one on and wear one here for the show, but yeah.
But they didn't arrive.
They didn't arrive in time.
Damn. Oh, well. Not a worry, not a worry. Beyond all of that, though, Saga, who are your eyes really on coming into the tournament? We've broken everything down and stuff like that, but nobody's really talked about, aside from NLT and stuff like that.
Of course.
Kind of a big favourites. Who are you looking at?
I think for me, it's the return of Overpeakers coming in and the form that they've seemingly found after what was somewhat a little bit of a slump recently. Now they're coming back. They completely dominated in their own side of the group stages. They looked completely rejuvenated.
Yeah, definitely so. Overpeakers, of course, the previous Team Liquid here, Avenger, and the last games of the group stage, especially that we saw them play, constant third places, constant podium finishes, are first in there to boot. They looked fantastic.
Yeah, they're looking really good. And also the motivation, coming in from this year, they're coming in with no orc to back them into PGC. They're looking to be going quite easily through this. They don't need that much of performance compared to everything else. Top 12, top 10 could potentially do it easily compared to some of the other, unless we see a team, take a spot away.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Now time to head over to our commentator team that have already been revealed. It was a secret, but, they're here already. We've got ourselves Toby and Hypoc ready to go for game number 1. Toby, you excited, man?
Incredibly excited. Not really liking the safety pick call-out from Martin on my team, but I'll go with it. Of course, they're joined with Hypoc. Super excited to get PCS7 EU Grand Finals underway.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really interesting to see some of the interviews of how people view their qualification process, right? The different mental aspects. Actually, some teams that hold themselves in much higher regard than, their course here through to the grand finals. So I've definitely got my eye on that. I have my own opinions about, the ability to have more practice games, get a little better feel for the lobby once things get going. But we're almost carte blanche here. Complete reset here. and actually we start fresh.
Couldn't have said it any better myself. These guys are all at 0 with a spot for PGC to fight for multiple, be it. But that first place spot, regardless of your PGC points, it is your seed to Dubai should you finish first in this one.
Actually, fairly vanilla plane.
Yeah.
First thing here, obviously, in game one is to see if there is any overlap. Because like we said, obviously with the lobby being reset here, some teams maybe not actually having a good grasp of maybe their proximity early on in the drop spot, but this one leaning slightly towards the east. We're not actually going to see any contention here for any of the hard spawns.
It should be pretty straightforward. As you say, I mean, again, these teams, had it been, regardless of it being now the first map, the first game where things could potentially get a little dicey with teams landing on top of one another, there is, at this point, enough material to go by, enough VODs to rush on these teams, playing against a lot of these teams that you know where teams will drop, what will they contest. I would hate to see anyone attempt a hot drop early on in this tournament.
VODs only take you so far, though, right? So teams that have come through the last chance and the elimination, again, we've got the momentum factor. Some of the teams that have come through had the ability to sit back and watch this. They've got to keep their heads on a swivel, especially if some of these teams come in feeling themselves a little bit, you know, heating up towards the end of their qualification. That's the sort of thing I've got my eye on.
Also because, I mean, coming out vanilla plane followed by very vanilla circle too. I feel like last time we casted one of those, it was one of those most hectic games either of us had ever broadcasted. So we'll see what this one brings. But I like what you're going at, because some of these teams did go out or straight into the grand finals extremely early on. But I like to think that the way the group stages went down, when we go back to the latter stages, it was teams that did not perform at all. The desk went a little bit over starters as well, that then popped up late. If you haven't sat and watched those games when you're through, they could come and surprise you.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of these teams that will always put under the umbrella of the wild cards, right? And then again, we see them every single event. They crop up and, you know, put up really good numbers. You know, optimistic from there with the Vector, but again, it's those sort of teams that if they want to make a push for, and actually coming back to Vard's interview, the way he's talking about it, they view it as stressful. It's a stressful scenario trying to get through at the last hurdle and actually feel a little more comfortable about being able to sit back and watch the games, maybe analyze some of these wildcard teams, some of these, you know, catalysts that do come across to the grand final and look to really make a push, whether that's for a drop spot, whether that's for, you know, a hard spawn and an early vehicle advantage, anything like that. See Overpeakers here in Pachinki set up nice and comfortably.
Yeah, it did. It doesn't get more back to basics than seeing James and company in Pachinki getting looted on up. A team that, again, I mean, they're looking good so far. They look great through the group stages, and we want to see them continue to deliver all the way through to the latter stage of the grand finals.
I mean, the pedigree on that roster is, you got to argue, probably one of the strongest in the lobby, right? Especially with the tenure as well, the accolades under these individual players. So it's no surprise really seeing, but all three of them, I think, making their way into the top 5. I think James was the only one that sat out of that statistically in terms of their path here.
It's been a joy to watch all the way through. Navi as well, incredible performances. I mean, you thought, how can this roster ever do anything more than what they have already? You add Uber onto the team and go, oh well, wait, there was another level. There was another level. Now they found it. They've been playing phenomenal PUBG as of late. Looking forward to see them perform really well here in the grand finals too.
A relatively slow start, and
liking it.
With the plane path, you got to look towards some of the teams that maybe are leaning back on that audible drop, maybe towards the east side of the map, but luckily, no overlap just yet. And I mean, the interesting thing that, like I said, not just game one, but day one, we'll be looking for anybody, you know, vying for early position. So lots of space around to the north, actually, with a couple of teams still positioned outside. Ents have great access through to the north side of Rozhok, but and a little further afield, it's where we start getting a little more worried.
I feel like it's always so interesting. When we get the first day of group stage, the first day of elimination, there's always that one or two teams that go, oh, we got to go extra aggressive today because we'll catch people off guard. Now we're in the grand finals. Everyone's been through the, oh, we know there's someone who's going to go aggressive. And I feel like first day of grand finals, first game especially of grand finals, it's always going to be the everyone, like no one dares to be that one team that over-aggresses.
Well, it's this total kind of reset in terms of the rhythm, right?
Too much
Especially
on the
these teams
line.
that come through have to absolutely scrap it out to finally qualify in the last few games that then have to take a breather. But it's then your more experienced teams within the lobby, right? Those are the ones that are the ones we definitely keep our eyes on because, you know, they have to condition these teams early on that they can't get away with murder in the early game.
And that's the danger of this, right? Because, I mean, if you are one of those up-and-coming teams who have had maybe the pleasure of going under the radar in terms of how much VOD can a team watch on you, I like to think that the later into a tournament we go, not only do some of the, I mean, not as good teams get eliminated, but the teams that didn't have info on you early have it now. So the advantage that some open qualifier teams can sometimes come in with a little bit of a question mark over their head, that is completely gone at this point. And they're playing 30 games now too.
Well, you talk about VOD review. These almost become the most valuable VODs to review,
Yes.
right? Once we get day one out of the way. And if there are any changes in tendency as phase one just about towards the end of its cycle now. Start closing in again. Lots of teams already made their way comfortably inside. Maybe we're looking at what, maybe 3-4 teams that's still outside. Ascend down to the south side. Luckily, actually, XL pulling away from that west bridge. FaZe pulling away from the eastern bridge as well. But got my eyes towards George Bowl. Again, with Crunio showing presence early on with that Vector, whether or not that's going to be noted here, and actually whether or not it's going to impact any of these rotations coming in from the west.
Believe me, this is probably not going to be our last Eastern plane out of the 15 in total we'll get on the Wrangle. And Fellas and Polish Power, I mean, they're going to be running side by side towards Georgia Bowl. They'll be, like, if any teams on a Wrangle are going to be running into each other, that would be them fighting for spawns, fighting for things, should the plane path not favor their drop.
It's the age-old, right, for North and South Georgia Bowl, especially with the choke points coming east out of that area. So that's definitely something I have to keep aware of. Ents actually sending out a couple of warning shots. Nothing actually landing to note just yet, but this is the point here where the circle coming through, some of these teams rotating in. People are going to be showing their presence, making themselves known.
If you ever doubted that this was a new Ents roster, just consider the fact that these boys are shooting at the 6-minute 30 seconds mark, and think to yourself, when has Ents ever done that before?
Well, they haven't. Spoiler alert, they haven't. It's not so. And again, this is the sort of thing that they're coming into this. We talk about, you know, teams having a different approach. And it's actually, in that regard, you know, almost would have an advantage, right? If you talk about kind of the mental aspect coming into this, and especially if you can kind of become that slippery entity, right? Something they can definitely lean on, because there's a lot of experience on that roster. We talked about, obviously, the change with Diggory slotting out of this, but they're still here. They're still present. So, obviously, they're showing they can still go toe-to-toe.
For sure. The team's getting set up shop in inside the circle again. I mean, not a few shots here and there, but nothing too much. Still a pretty clear sign that this was indeed an eastern plane path. Plenty of space down towards the south and the southwest side. Obviously, Pochinki and Pochinki Fields taking up quite a bit of the western chunk of the map, but still a big concentration of teams out towards the east.
Yeah, it's just clustered towards Potato that obviously we keep our eye on. Overpeakers making their way up there nice and early. And doesn't really look like, I mean, Na'Vi would be the main contenders really to come up from the south side. It's notoriously difficult to hold on to that area, especially early on, but hasn't been an awful lot of traffic through there with the plane pass favoring towards east. So some of these teams that are over towards the west side have already probably done their time in terms of rotation, getting themselves vehicles, and actually it'll be Fellas to be the last ones to come into the circle.
We'll see Paints now. They know they have company down in the compound below. Not wanting to go there early, not wanting to take shots too early, having said that he's at 27 in the chamber, so shots clearly have been fired. Is he aware that it's starters that are sitting just below them? We're seeing out there in a 2-2 split right now with Shelter and Museum, or Hall of Fame, whatever you want to call it, out in the fields. And I'm actually liking the fact that he's not going too aggressive on this, because it's a difficult position to kind of collapse upon.
It is, yeah. And like I said, at this point, what do you really gain on it? There's
exactly.
Nothing really worth pinning a circle one, either rotation or a crash on. That's why we see so many teams just resorting towards scouting. So Fellas have a lot of space to come in here, but actually eyes go towards where Northern Lights are positioned. They've got a massive split on. See here, 2 positioned down towards Hacker Compound and 2 just off northeast of Mini Pochinki as well.
Polish Power Up getting to wrap all the way in from the west side. They wrap through Fellas, or north of them, I should say. Now they actually surpassed them in their rotation. So should this go east, Fellas, they've heard the vehicles for sure. I mean, they know they have to push through them somehow.
Well, the concern I'm talking about is whether or not actually Polish Power look to progress any further east, right? If they can find out any information, Northern Lights have a clear run across the north side of Potato, but certainly not comfortable, especially this early on in the game.
And as vanilla as we set this circle is, as plain and simple as it is, we do have Potato straight in the middle of things. So any hard shift, any team that is on the wrong side of that will have had 0 chance to scout anything, because your vision is completely blocked by the mountain in the middle. So it could cause, like, as simple as this first start of the game has been, phase 2 popping could be disaster for half the teams.
Indeed, we'll see it in just a few seconds now. And actually, with that point, eyes go back towards Na'Vi, right, on the south side of this, obviously occupying the Fury Road. And actually, it's going to be an interesting one. Pulls all the way back towards the west, just a little gap separating over on that side. So fellas have themselves great access towards Pachinki now. Polish Power in a very, very dominant position. Look towards Lou and Spyro. That was the other half of that split that I did mention. They're kind of shadowing James right now in rotation. James is solo, so he's no way he's going to be putting up anything there. But Silas, first one to get knocked here.
This was the split coming out from Austrian Force. They saw that they had starters caught in the compound below. Then they wrap out. Then Silas goes, I can start rotating now, but there comes Wu over the top. Just unfortunate timing on that one. Not too much you can do about it.
There's still a little bit of a scramble here. I was seeing. Sorry, eyes go towards the map here because Overpeakers did come down onto double barn just outside Pachinki, but there was a little bit of an engagement. Seems that they've got themselves comfortably set up now with James split once again. FaZe over on the south side here were just poking towards Ascend. Just crossing paths slightly in rotation, but no notable damage at least.
We're shifting out of so much hard cover in this. The entire east half now is one compound, and then you have Potato Hill. You have Pachinki, and that's that's essentially half the compounds you're going to get in all of the remaining map now.
We've seen as well, Exalt have kind of bounced back and forth. They were the ones initially to try and contest towards Overpeakers in double barns, but seemingly now, I don't know if they've just tucked their tails between their legs and opted back to where they came from, it looks like.
Exactly, and I was just going to say, I don't like the disengage in this. Yes, they went for it. Yes, they missed it, but they can go back to exactly where they came from. Maybe had they had a McLaren, they would have gotten there a little bit faster. You, of course, can get yourself a McLaren in the game as well, so make sure to hop on in and net yourself a fast car you can convert from the coupe.
It definitely would help with the rotation time.
You would think so, right?
If you want to dive anything, it would be in a McLaren,
McLaren's on
right?
grass, I'm not sure, but still, I'd like to imagine that would have speeded things up a little bit.
Now, a couple of these teams, let's say repositioning now, and again, this information gets relayed very quickly because this is the one that ultimately most of these teams want to be in a position to capitalize on that Circle 3 posting. So a few teams will be sending out some warning shots, but again, it's only really Silas to have fallen here. Over to the north side, we do have, for Esports, actually trailing behind on Yasnaya. They're going to have really good information here, depending actually on where question mark pull up or whether or not they're even going to swivel their head back towards the north there. Have to keep our eyes on that as Win or Die still sending out some shots here, Toby.
They were the backfill on the already eastern-focused zone, and they go western hard shift. Yeah, we're going to play this one slow. Leosh, as we see, trying to see what he can find. Stardust fully commits to this. I like the play. Would I have loved to see it be done a little later, though? Because if we shift out of apartments now and they have to leave...
Well, exactly. Coming out of there with no vehicles, if they can hold on to their vehicles, different story altogether.
Play, yeah.
But, I mean, actually, with a lot of this congestion moving away from Potato, there's a chance... Actually, whether or not the south side of Win or Die's split will be able to punish those vehicles. We'll have to keep our eye on that, but you're absolutely right. Coming away from there with no vehicles, you better bank on a lot of utilities to make that crossing.
And you already have isolated playing Apocalypse who can't get down towards you, so I don't know whether you're hoping for the three-man stack or if the circle should head out of there again. One thing's for sure, Win or Die will be looking in that direction. New circle, moments away from Pub, and we'll see where that one takes us. Again, it's been a quiet game so far, only one player down as the new circle presents itself. We are headed straight in between Apartments and Pachinki.
So all these teams, actually Overpeakers still with decent access, they're not going to know that Potato is unoccupied now, but now we look back towards Na'Vi. They were the ones with the best access from the south side, and there's going to be nobody overpeaking that ridge. A couple of teams they need to get ahead of. Exalt, whether or not they settle for what they got, but let's go back towards Ascend here. Is actually, Wu pulling up. Quizzy going to get punished here by Extans.
I think this is the right read from Wu. They don't they've been scouting this for a while now. They've been looking over from Garden in this direction. They know that it's not a full team sitting in here looking around. If they can execute on this fast enough, they might get the compound despite the fact that Quizzy is down just now. You see Leios, you see Gedrox. They have no way of coming down and assisting them right now. Extens and Gushao have to play the backside of this. They're letting them in.
And actually some pressure coming across from Apps as well as Extens looks for a second, but only a little bit of damage. Ibby and Nixie now need to counteract this.
Yes.
Need to force Extans a little deeper. Gushiara actually not in a position yet. Extans is going to pull off this. He knows he hasn't got the support to close this out.
It looked dicey when you run straight into the gunfire from the opposing team, but they read it. They read that it was just two players in this position. And the smart player calling, yes, Quizzy goes down, but they apply the suppressive fire, and now they're back to 4 alive. And there you go, Goose will have to leave.
I mean, that's ballsy, to say the least. Just hopping in here, a couple of smokes to cover. Nixie might just catch a glimpse on the way out. He's found the knock.
actually manages to take him down. Goose now in trouble, down to no speed, has to accelerate again. Northern Lights in from the west, try to see what they can find, but there's no way in hell they're getting Extends back on his feet. Misa now down as well. It's found by Tixu. Finnish players fighting for the west side of Pachinki here.
Actually, I think Fella putting a lot of damage out in all directions. They're actually engaged with the Overpeakers and FaZe at the same time. Stream Force coming through here. Obviously, Sila's the first to fall, but through here get themselves decent access and actually a little bit of space to work with.
And this could not have played out any better for Stardust. This is the perfect scenario. And they even get a free vehicle to get out and get back Apocalypse as well. That is perfect. He was the one called in the open. He was the one that was getting shot at by Win or Die. They're forced to look elsewhere for a second. He punishes them forward. Great play. And Melman now, oof, that's unfortunate.
A nice little pick down to the compound here. Na'Vi spread a little thin, but should be able to recover nonetheless. You can see the vehicle making its way back towards the compound here. Example, the one to pick up Melman. Actually losing another member. I don't know if that happened in the fray. That actually was that earlier on, yeah?
Vasco pushing forward. I was just going to say there's no way he's predicting Ali on the rock, and no, he did not. This is what I like to see from Ali. Always the off angle, always the element of surprise, where even if you get one down early, he will counter that. He will find one in return, and he did so right here as well.
Talking about the spread, it pays dividends here with Aliyah holding down the fort, making sure this comes through.
I like how Howl is pushing down in this position too. They're hearing the action. They know if we clear the southeast, if we clear the southeast here, we have a perfect position to play from. Had it not been because the circles shifted away from them, you don't see it on the minimap. That goes to show how far away it is as well. Soka though finds the first one, headshot onto one, goes down to Melman in return.
Actually, the trade-off of damage, just not enough to close that out. But actually, the second knock comes through onto Melman. Aliyah, the last man standing now, as Exalt finally show their hand from the compound to the south. Aliyah desperately trying to get some smokes down. Actually, he's cut the engine. I don't know if Pains is coming back onto this, but he has no idea where Aliyah is.
4 nades to work with as well. Pains lops one forward. Again, has no clue where Aliyah is. This example will go down, so no res available for Aliyah. Spots him over the top, down to just 1 HP. Gets up again, but finally able to take him down. It's not the greatest start for Na'Vi here, but points now being salvaged in what could have been a 0-point game.
A little behind the curve, honestly. We're talking about how good access they had back up towards Potato. Obviously, with that early engagement, maybe Exalt showing a little bit of presence as I say that. Fate making his way down towards Aliyah, trying to close that out, but I think Aliyah will be able to get away. We already talked about how backfilling that. They knew all of this fighting going down. They had advantageous numbers on both teams with that kill feed information, but elsewhere it's kicking off, Toby.
Oh, look at this. Foot Esports, the one to pull up in the position of Wu, but it's actually Northern Lights doing the majority of the damage from behind. Such a tricky position when there are players coming in on both sides when you're in that dip. Nothing you can do. They try to peek, they try to execute quickly. They get down 2, but it's not enough. Wu out in 15th.
Aliyah, luckily, you see here, this is where Fate had pushed up to try and clean up what he could. Aliyah's just going to try and ride this out. Plenty of meds to at least slow things down, but he's got a lot of ground to cover. And there's a lot of teams separating him from safety.
And he's going to be able to backfill this fight too, depending on how things go down here. Does phase 4, of course, have to conserve your health, I would say, as well. Trying to stay alive as long as possible. Exalt reading this, spotting Howl up above, and now trying to cut further south. I like this play.
I like it. If Ascend weren't lurking down to the south side, they've been hugging the edge the entire time. And actually hopping into vehicles at exactly the same time. Exalt and Ascend might cross paths here. Problem being, phases off to the north. Overpeak is still occupying down towards the double barns.
Yeah, Exalt just went from escaping a 4v4 to now potentially going into a 4v8.
Yeah.
They're still driving, though. Where are we going on this one? Aren't the one in front trying to find somewhere to call down? They're going straight into base. And Molotov able to find one. Gustav finds one and returns to 1-for-1 so far. Fex finds one. We saw him get himself a Grocer early on. Exalt will be out, but damage is coming from the side, and here comes Ascent.
Ascent pulling up. They want to capitalize on these knocks, Toby.
They sure do. They sure do. Ascent peeking on over. They're spotting knock players all over. They want us to find the ones on their feet. They want to see what they can confirm. Now Kilyakai down. Fellas down below, shooting them in the back. Ascent have to commit to this. They got to push forward. Nailcup in the meantime spotting Howl. They want to third party this, but they're getting third party themselves. There's so many teams fighting for what is remaining of Potato Hill right now.
Look at the minimap right now. Everybody looking to try and pick up some kill points. Overpeak is even pushing out up this direction. They know the best route they have has actually come through. 80 going to find one inside the smoke here, but again, so much blood has been drawn. It's Chris trying to pop out a flash here, but actually just swing through. 80, the one to clean up. Ascend fall in 13th place. The stars almost aligned for them there, Toby. The timing of getting in a victory. What is this?
He didn't see him. He even looked in this direction. He can't get the heal up.
No
Man
way.
has to push forward.
He's firing What? I thought the Mad was on his team. How has he been allowed to survive?
I think he thought too. He must have thought, what the hell just happened? And look at them, I mean, just off of one team being forced to make an aggressive play. 6 teams are forced to take a fight. 80 now finds one, can't spot the second metabay. Great use of the ridge line there. Able to stay alive. Face out in 12th.
Alia's still alive as well. I've just seen him on the minimap coming down. Just about making his way towards the edge here. Stardust need to get back up on his feet here, but a couple of shots coming in from afar. Nothing looks like it's landing. Alia, though, could be the thorn in the side. Another 3 first aids to work with.
It is a 4-man Stardust, though, so even if the knock comes through, you're in trouble.
That's
Matt, though, able to help out. Finds one. Do you go for the flush for the 1 point confirmed?
Alia's got nades.
Does indeed. Nail go up, able to get the flush. Well, there's going to be someone sitting very still and resting in just a second. He's going to get the double headshot confirmed. Goes for the knock on the other. Such a smart play. Find the knock to get yourself a confirm, and then get the flush on the other to steal the point away from the mat. Great play from Alia. Again, salvage situation, but guaranteed 2.
Looking actually to take this fight. Celtic actually dancing with death here, eating a ton of damage. Alia's got another one.
This has to be blue, right? Yeah, Scav headshots from the distance. That's him down to blue, but look at the amount of damage done. He can't get the rest of hand time now either. Crunio over the top. They get pushed on by Foot Esports. We heard the cards coming in. Polish Power, though, seemingly not ready for this.
Foot Esports taking a ton of damage here, but Cappy actually finally. Nice. Cappy gets one with the nade, the second with the M4. 2 will fall here.
Great.
Well, actually, this is even recoverable here for Iroh. A little bit of a equipment advantage here, but again, the third-party damage coming in might even bail him out here, Toby.
For sure. Northern Lights, where are you? I need you right now, is what Iroh's saying. If they peek over that ridge, I need you to shoot for me.
He's going for it.
I need you to give me the info, Iroh. But unfortunately now, Batulans is looking the other direction.
It's unfortunate. Actually, Stardust, I mean, think they ended up leaving one here, but Blue to find the knock, and actually, yeah, Stardust out in 9th now. For Esports fall at exactly the same time. Polish Power cleaning that one up. For Esports out in 8th.
1 second later, equals 1 point worth of placements.
Hey, what a crazy circle close that was.
That was hectic. We lost essentially half the server in just a matter of a couple of minutes. Crazy things go down, and again, I mean, this playing perfectly into the favor of Northern Lights. They were just waiting for Chaos to go down. Now they can push up, they can backfill on the hillside, and they have all the view in the world.
Actually, Overbeakers resetting back towards their position, and look at that. Like a magnet, it comes back towards them and pretty much cuts everything out. I mean, there's no structure within. Maybe the wall on the very northeastern tip of Pachinki. Obviously, that broken down truck just outside as well, but this is a fantastic circle here for fellas and Overbeakers. You got to say, the advantage heavily lying with Overbeakers, though.
It's a rare one, no doubt about it. Team's going to be forced into the field. We're just exactly shifting out the entirety of Pachinki. They have the truck to play with, they have the rich line to play with, but they know that they have ends behind. Question mark, how do you get out of here? Doozy already up front. They have to account for ends playing Garage still.
You should do. Again, they have been tussling back and forth. All the nice.
But I like that they commit to it fast, though.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Actually, the next question becomes, how late does Batulans and Perfectix wait here? Masterlek obviously knocked. Will eventually expire, but curious to see here if Batulans is going to look to backfill Polish Power. I mean, Norcus now making moves. Cappy, the one that's isolated now, almost showing his hand a little earlier than...
Does he cross?
I'm curious here to see if what Norcus is next. You got to go for the kills or cross to the circle here. Ents are now coming out to the north. They're getting punished heavily, though.
If he can sheeper Polish Power into Ents, that is, I mean, essentially them dealing by the west side without having to do anything in order to do so. And now Ents, I mean, again, there's only so much room you can maneuver without cover there. They will go down. Norcus crisscrossing across the road, makes his way over. Safe, but for how long?
The problem being now, Northern Lights do have an issue. They have to clear this side. Obviously, no knowledge of the snake in the grass to the south, but you see question mark looking to immediately collapse on this with utility.
Yeah, that should be a down and out in the second half. HP already. Down he goes. Don't think Happy has anything to do with this. Could potentially find one, but I'm pretty convinced that before Northern Lights see that they're all eliminated, they'll be looking towards the west here.
Well, they spotted Cappy very early on as well. You can see Batulans and Lou fixated on his position.
How much? I mean, should he find one, potentially even two? It's unlikely, but should it happen, how much does question mark commit to try and finish the fight in the north? Because they know they're the further south team. They've been alone in Pachinki for a while. You still have Dante down on the southern side, kind of playing backfill, trying to make sure that no one's coming in from behind that position should that happen. It's curious to see how they're going to play off of this.
The Northern Lights have to deal with Cappy. I mean, that's the one obstacle they have here. At least pressuring towards a Cappy, you're going to be able to escape that, but he's a mile away from where the edge will lie. Question mark pushing up here. I'm curious to see how Northern Lights approaches this fight if they decide to sweep west.
They do. They wrap around. They smoke off towards the west side too. Philfist will be the first one to fall. Perfectix lobs one over. First they block the vision, then they lob the nades forward. They know there was only so much space for question mark to maneuver with, and now Cappy peeks out. Fortunately for question mark, it's Northern Lights there to save them, but for how long?
They're coming through now, being forced so far back. Batulin's actually catching himself with a vehicle here, but Northern Lights looking to at least apply more pressure. They can still get this res.
Now it goes from aggression to defending. They have to make sure they don't make a play back, but Hobbits returns the favor. Takes down two! No way that just happened. I don't know if that was a molly being exploded mid-air, or if that was just an unfortunate throw, maybe a misplay with the smoke in hand that he thought where you had. Oh, that is not the way you want to go down here.
As an 8 goes, Steve Aduzi going to find one of the knocks on the way back through, but Perfectix will find another confirm here. Aduzi got it all to do now. Does have himself a 1v2 opportunity. Can he punish it? He's actually found another knock. It's a 1v1 now.
Gets the first 2 knock players on the ground, trying to fetch info for him. Luke wanting to back off. There is still one rest possible, but he's not going for it. Finding Nates instead. I like the play here. Commit to the utility. Perfectix. There should be no way he gets back on up. Spiro might be restable here. Now finally, the teams towards the east have to leave at least one of the compounds. Overpeak is pushing forward.
There's not been an awful lot of pressure on this side. Michael is the first to be knocked though. Overpeak is looking to spread along the underside of this hill. Try and make use of this utility as best they can. Michael was a little disconnected here. You can see on the X-ray. Now the concern being fellas are kind of huddled into this building.
Trying to wrap off to the side. The issue is, the issue for them is here, they know they had to take this fight before Northern Lights gets the ridge to play on. Rustenman now in the middle of the open, back exposed, I should say, to Northern Lights, who will, I think, get back up to 3 alive.
We'll slow down now. James was confirmed.
There you
Clib
go.
did a ton of damage here. Batulin's finally opening up. Rustenmart downed and confirmed. Should be the green light now, and yeah, Clib going to open things up onto Miraku.
Yeah, trying to push on forward. That compound is only, that house is only going to grant you so much cover. 1 or 2 good nades, and you're pretty much guaranteed to have taken out the person inside. Tixu, no helmet, no nade, 1 molly to work with. It's really all he's got here now. Building starting to light on fire too. I think its days are counted.
That bathroom's getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah. Suboptimal position to be in. Maybe he can grind himself 1 placement point. Gedrox has been chilling on the north side for a while now. He might find 1 or potentially even 2 from Northern Lights, depending on when he peeks on overhead. It's 2 solos on each of the side.
Aduzi somehow managed to get round to the south side and get himself an angle here. Now feeling the pressure from Spyro and Luke. This fella's finally falling 5th here, but Vard did get knocked. And don't expect anybody to be making moves off that, but Gedrox was the snake in the grass, and he still is. Whether or not you can play spoiler here, there should be relatively comfortable kill feed knowledge here with how late these fights have gone on, Toby.
Petulance is the master of killing snakes in the grass, but this one slipped past him. At no point has he looked towards the north trying to clear any of those bushes up there. They were playing that entire area for so long, I don't think they had any clue that he's there. But keep in mind, he's been there ever since phase 2 when the circle went down towards Pachinko, so can't fault them for not checking a player who's been in that exact same position for the better part of the last 20 minutes.
Just seeing here Lou getting closer and closer, but I think it's actually Mexi to find a line of sight onto him. A ton of damage comes onto Lou. Doozy reads it well, but still finds the kill. How did he even spot that? You can see the frustration on the player cam.
Yeah.
Lou somehow gets away with murder there.
10 kills for Northern Lights, making it look easy too. Even when Batulins knocks himself as the entry to a battle, they still manage to come out victorious, only taking 1 casualty.
Slow approach here from Overpeakers now. Nobody up on the rooftop. I think Clib's trying to get up there now, yeah. Trying to get an angle here. Might even spot out Batuni's got to be so careful. Whether or not actually Gedrox is going to be the one that's spotted out here. Clib looking for another angle onto Loot. I think if they can isolate these 1 by 1, should be a relatively easy cleanup here. Actually, the nade going to remove the Haybell. Perfect synergy here. Clib rewarded with the knock.
Bye-bye cover. No way Luke gets back up alive. No smokes for Petulance either, so once he's spotted in the grass, it's Well, yeah, there you go. There's a bush for cover. That's all you're going to be working with. 1 nade, 1 molly. We'll see what he can make of it. Getrock's trying to crawl his way on forward as well here. These players have been keeping track of the kill feed. Spyro does find one. Clip goes down, but you'd have to imagine they can rest off it. Having said that, Batoon's is pushing on it.
They absolutely need to. This is the one opportunity they have. The nade goes through. Only a little bit of damage though. Mexi opens up. Batulin's down.
Hero save from Mexi. I think accidentally or coincidentally shoots the molly outside the window in that spray as well. Somehow prevents it from spraying inside. Mexi spots one, and now it's just Getrock's left alive. 0 kills. Finds one though. It's a 1v2. Not gonna happen. Credit where credit's due. Great placement points coming through for win or die. But what a game. What a fight on Potato there.
What an open up. It actually with Overpeakers the ones that come through from Pachinki. Again, over-rotating on the first. As soon as that second one came back, they are actually fending off a couple of the teams looking to contest that area. So absolutely rewarded early on with that early progress.
Insane finish to a great first game. Let's throw it back to the desk and see what they have to say after that one.
Yes, an excellent victory here from Overpeak as the previous team, Liquid, showing once again here that they are coming to play, considering what they did at the end of the group stage, now getting themselves a win in not exactly the easiest situation here, Avenger, able to mosey on through.
Yeah, I really love what they did. A little bit of a misplay from Fellas. They should have fended them off. They knew that they had the double bounce down there. They knew they had to move in there. I would like to see some offensive smokes from Fellas try to go out and clear that angle while the NLT question mark fight was going on. Really love to see that. Unfortunately, once they get so close that they can start throwing utility into the house, it's pretty much done.
Absolutely. Saga?
Yeah, and particularly the fact that we were just constantly getting those hard shifts back and forth, and particularly the way that it just directly went straight towards the field, it cut out so much of the playable space that was available to so many of the teams, and that forced chaotic engagements not only on the hilltop towards the eastern side of the zone, but round towards the western side as well, where there was multiple teams going for just that one singular ridge.
That's crazy. We saw so many west shifts, so many southern shifts as well, and again 5-6 teams fighting for basically one playable area for one team on the eastern side, trying to survive. Absolute mayhem.
Hard shift to the video game. That was any circle not a hard shift? I can't believe it. It's rough to play.
I mean, considering the fact that at the start of the game, our casters were saying, oh, it's a basic zone, it's a standard flight path, it's bland, but no, it was anything but towards the end.
No, indeed. So let's take a look back and see exactly how Overpeakers was able to do this. Not much damage coming in for them, but wait,
that's no way.
There's no way.
There's missing a number. Maybe it's 2,236 damage?
Yeah, probably. I feel like Mexi would have done 236 damage in the attack against Batulins and the guys as they came up. But that's it. Overpeakers with plenty of points coming in from that one. So very, very well done by them. Of course, Northern Lights, an ever-present threat, experimenting to a degree at the beginning of that game, we would think.
Yeah, with the huge 2-2 split, and we've already seen that they were talking about, taking these games as potentially testing new strategies. It's an immediate notice if you had the map screen open. The 2-2 split they were holding gave them ample opportunity wherever the zone went, and they made the most of it.
When doesn't someone like Perfectix put up these numbers? It's terrifying.
Fantastic. Also, I have to see Nail Cup there. Stardust 4, quite respectable, and also Polish Power. They were a bit of a presence. I was hoping to see them a bit more well coordinated than they were when they were trying to approach onto foot, but they did manage to end it.
How did Clip do 3 times the amount of damage of? No, I'm just.
I'm
messing around. All right, I'm just joking. But yeah, really, really impressive in terms of Overpeakers being able to pull this off. From considering the fact that fellas could have tried to hold them out, a doozy with plenty of damage coming in as well. I feel like maybe question mark Avenger got the short end of the stick in this one, because it was really unfortunate for them in that fight against NLT.
Yeah, there's so many situations where you're really hoping to see them kind of have a big fight against each other, but it ended up just being a really huge utility fight with a lot of soft cover from the smokes. Some Molotovs going off due to grenades, some grenades not coming far enough, and some vehicle explosions that kind of stopped the crusade that we saw from NLT.
That was a big one. The incident in the smoke with but the downfall of Batulins potentially hitting the vehicle with the grenade, pushing it onto him, but they were able to pick up the pieces and grab the revives, but it was an absolute bombardment to start off the battle on the west.
Yeah, proper crazy stuff. You can see here just a slither of terrain for them to try and work with whilst that was coming out. Perfectix was able to take the lion's share of what was going on there overall, but again, once they finished that scenario here at Adventure and have to start playing the fields, there's almost no way they're going to make this work.
Also because they used all this utility to win this fight against Christiansmark, right? So you were hoping to have something like 10, 15 smokes to try to proceed onto the fields. And if you don't have that, you're simply not getting that far.
That and all the solos that were lurking around in the field, not only towards the end with Gedrox taking the position for win or die at the very end. He'd been there for such a long time after losing the vast majority of his team, but up on the hilltop towards the eastern side, we saw the very same thing. Alia coming in, the Mad of the Howl coming in and doing a lot of damage onto Stardust, who did some really great cleanup duty on the eastern side until they forgot about the solos in the blue.
Yeah, some cheeky blue plays, some cheeky solo plays. 80 likewise for FaZe here. Avenger being able to get some nice little peaks here and there.
Yeah, big clutch there. Barrel, close range. You basically cannot win against it if you don't have a barrel as well, or if you have utility against it. I want to say the win or die. They got second place, no kills for them, but that was a huge salvage game from them, considering where they came from, where they had to kind of flee all the way. So him being able to survive the second place, quite impressive. Unfortunately, it wasn't the existence that managed to get some more points, but he did get a lot of damage in the fight against the Vu.
True.
Yeah, there was no -3s this
no.
time.
Yeah,
Nobody died by
FaZe
FaZe
was. I thought maybe it was before 10 minutes. I'm sorry.
No one's on the negative points in fantasy so far, but some of us are lacking somewhat.
Yeah. I couldn't even keep track of this game, to be perfectly honest with you, so I'll have to check in with my points a little later on. How do you think yours fared, Avenger?
Decent, not crazily good. Like, if you don't have Perfectus at this point with 800 damage and 7 kills, then you're going to be pretty far behind.
Actually, I think I've missed a trick. I don't have an LT player, right?
That is
What am I doing?
Yeah, a glaring mishap.
Every single time we've ever done this, all of us have an NLT player on, and for some reason I haven't picked one this time. I'm doomed.
Yeah, maybe, unless, yeah. It could be a time where NLT doesn't win a PCS event, but it's very unlikely though, yeah.
Okay, yeah, good joke, Avenger.
Training weights.
We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we return, we have game number 2 on the way. It's Erangel for PCS7.
Hello PUBG Esports fans. The first week of PCS7 Grand Finals has just started and the battlegrounds are about to be set on fire.
In this trailing time, do you want to know what me, Nailap and Battle think about our opponents? Come on, let's rank them.
I would take Navi first and rank them in S tier because I think that they're very cracked individually, and for example is one of the best players in solo clutching in Europe. So yeah, the first one is Navi.
Next team who should I put in S tier is NLT. There is not specific player who is really good. They're all really good at that. Power pickers, I would put them in A tier. About solo clutching is probably Ward, who is like really good at that, and when it comes to late game, he's just one of the best players. Fellas is a team who I expect to do kinda good in this event. So about solo clutching, they have like Rustanmar, who has been insane like past like I don't know many years, and he's been like one of the top performing players in Europe for a long time.
Polish power in B tier. I think that my best Polish friend Marcelek is the greatest solo clutcher in in his country, and yeah, I think that this team is still very good, and they had their moments in previous events this year. So yeah, let's put them in B tier. I think the last team in B tier gonna be win or die. I know that they can show very good results in solo clutching, but we're gonna see if they can show it in PCS7.
Ascend in C tier. They didn't qualify for any events like earlier this year, but I mean they would probably put them in B tier, but since they didn't show that much lately, I need to put them in C, and probably who is really good at solo clutching is Kiliakai.
Exalt in D tier. I have never seen them clutching because they didn't really play a lot of tournaments, but we'll see. We'll see if they're gonna show something new for us.
Jeez Louise, don't hold back, Batulins, I guess. You know, Pinky's out, God save the king and all that. We are back. Welcome to PCS7 as we continue on. We've got Saga as well as Avenger here to go. And, I mean, I guess we'll talk about that for a moment. No chill from Batulins, I think is fair to say.
No, also, I mean, happy to see these two guys here, some of the best players in Europe, also the world. You know, Naylor, one of the best clutchers probably in Europe. Happy to see them, you know, slay a little bit amongst their opponents. I've never seen them clutching. Yeah, that's a bit of a rough one. But then again, yeah, maybe he's always the one clutching against them, right? So
maybe.
Yeah.
You know what? I would never disagree with the great Batulins, but I'm going to disagree with them. I feel like the last game of the last chance stage was a bit of a clutch.
Yeah, but they weren't there, right? So they were clutching only because Batulins wasn't there.
Was it a solo clutch or was it just the whole team popping off?
Yeah.
The whole team. I'm going to say the whole team. All right, that's cool. That's cool. So actually really cool, interesting thoughts getting from Naylor as well as Batulins through all of that. Of course, Naylor, I think, sits in the fact that he is moving on into the PGC anyway.
Without playing here.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, it's chill time off, I suppose. But they're going to be working hard to gear up for PGC.
Yeah, we've already spoken about the importance of VOD reviewing and how maybe this VODs from today, this set of 5 games that we're playing here, could be the most important VODs for any of these teams to watch. And no doubt that'll be the same even if it's the team not playing, but is very likely to be facing a large majority of this set of teams that we have playing today in a short form in Dubai.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with Northern Lights doing some cheeky little experiments maybe here or there, but that's how that goes. So let's talk about Overpeakers, though. Of course, they come in with the first victory here of the day, Avenger. That's a great opportunity for them to start striking out for those top points. They are not safe when it comes to PGC, so this is a great start for them.
Yeah, they need to have a above mediocre performance, but we just saw them play extremely well. 5 third places, 2 wins in the group stage. It's quite impressive performance for them. Again, motivation must be an all-time high for a long time for them, obviously. So they want to secure a spot for them. And also, you know, potential negotiations going forward. If you have a PGC spot, that could be looking very good. So very excited for them here, for them to start here as well. Obviously, it was a home turf circle. It was, you know, a couple of 100 meters within where they are, but they had to fight their way in. They had some offensive smokes, and they played towards Fellas and their small house that they had defending there.
Well, let's take a listen in with Overpeakers, of course, as they get themselves the victory.
There's one outside on the right. They're moving cars. They're reacting.
One's on the roof. On the roof.
Knock the guy on the car.
Stop again. On the roof. On the back roof.
Yeah, heard.
He's still on the small little roof on the right side.
That's a good nail, I think.
You smokes.
I'm proning.
I'll go field angle.
I'm smoking up them now.
Bro, he's on the small roof, right? Throw smoke in front of me, please, before my smoke fades.
Smoking.
Okay, you do.
Yeah, smoke. That's way too far now.
Roof knock me. One of you, the knock is in your right smoke ward.
Okay.
Play slow.
I'm getting a bit
What's
closer.
outside field side?
They're gonna get shot from field soon if they stay on the roof, by the way. They will get shot
I think
soon.
he dropped.
Can we get the flash at least?
No, he's trying to crawl. He's trying
I'm
to
out of
crawl in.
smokes now.
Rooster knocked. Might be the roof guy.
Yeah.
Nading inside now. Use my nade inside.
I'm also needing as well.
Knock inside.
One active. What? Knock is in your smoke still. Maybe resting in your smoke.
Flush.
Literally in your smokes. Could be resting.
I'm playing the close house now. Playing the wall.
He re-smoked in the house, right? Or was that you?
Also smoke. He re-smoked smoke, I think.
Okay.
I think he's
Gotcha.
inside the bathroom or closet inside. I think he's closet. Could be
Do you have
smoke
a
though.
card to get
Flush
through?
to fade.
One nade.
Flush.
Flush.
Should be in the house then.
This is one active.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is inside, switch him. Inside left, back left.
People
South
flank.
field.
Push this, just push this. Come, follow. We can.
I'm 1 HP, but
Okay,
I'm
I'm waiting now.
I'm in.
Waiting.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Proning on your left, Vard. On your left, Vard. Proning.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, manages to spot him out during all of that. A really cool insight into their
Yeah.
comms, considering that they're pushing up against a building which you would think fellas have the advantage, but what are your thoughts here, Avenger?
Yeah, so first of all, Michael went out to try to take this kind of defensive position I was talking about, trying to make sure Volpigas didn't get away. He didn't use any smokes. He got out with a car and got knocked. So the one anchor, the one off position that you wanted to see Michael have, he got knocked because they didn't have any or didn't want to use any smokes there. And then again, you had Ruslan on the roof, the little half roof we were talking about, trying to defend from that, but then again, got shot from LT. So multiple angles, it's just super hard compound to hold or house to hold here. I would have loved to seen a little bit more utility usage there from them there. They've been sitting there for some time. They should have quite a lot. But again, super clean comms from Volpigas. I really love it to hear how they approach this.
Yeah, this communication is a key thing, and you heard James calling for smokes of himself. He didn't get them. Michael didn't get the smokes that he needed in his position, but you did see that when the smokes were going out into that post-knock coming through, how focused Clib still was on that smoke behind them. They didn't want to rule out any possibilities that there could have been a player snuck out and grabbing the res and shooting them in the back as they were making that push, and that's the sort of diligence that you expect from a team of their caliber.
So many things to consider, but that is that for now. We're going over to game number 2. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head over to Toby and Hypoc once again. Over Peekers on the road, Toby. Is it their time?
I hope so. I hope so. How are you? It was a pretty quiet start. Pachinki, double barns. Then the push comes in the end.
It was, yeah. I think it's probably the usual suspects we would have expected to see in that late game, right? Aside from the names, but also that early positioning we were references towards the end of that cast. It was interesting to see just a little bit of hesitation over on the west side. Again, towards that, I think Circle 7, just as that fight was cleaning up between Question Mark and Northern Lights. But decisive from Northern Lights. They were immediately, the green light was there and they pushed on through. They wanted to clean things up. Again, a little sloppy though, which is something that we don't typically, kind of associate with when we see Northern Lights pushing aggressively in late game.
One of the things that I kind of noted was, despite Batulin's running himself over, despite things going, we have a plan.
That's always going to happen.
I don't know, but despite that, where you go, we have a plan, let's execute on it. Things don't go their way, they still instantly, boom, reset. Great, something went wrong that we didn't account for. Now what do we do?
Well, that's the thing. The hesitation was on the side of Question Mark.
Exactly.
Northern Lights, again, they barely broke it, barely even, paused for thought when Batulin's got knocked there. They were happy to push their way through and try and clean things up.
I'm not going to lie. If I accidentally lit my entire team on fire, I'd probably be a little hesitant too.
Yeah. I was maybe talking about just leading the events preceding that event,
yes,
but,
yes, you're
yeah,
right.
the molly definitely didn't help things out at all.
Not
because they were like I said, they were being very proactive. Question Mark came out, they dealt with the secondary threat. They were talking about actually Northern Lights being the ones ultimately to be put into a pretty tough position there. And without that opening knock, that push from Northern Lights is so difficult.
Yes.
To just wrap around that side of the ridge, obviously around that side of Pachinki Field. So credit where credit's due. The fact that they capitalize on that situation perfectly is a testament to just how talented that roster is.
For sure. Not only the fact that they accidentally lose one early, but the fact that they managed to do so and still keep 3 alive on the back end of that whole engagement is pretty impressive. Circle. Well, you couldn't really have gone anywhere else that would have included fewer teams. Only 4.5 in right now. I guess 5-esque if we keep Fate in the mix here as well, but pretty clear to see here what's going to happen. A lot, Hypuck, a lot of Northern rotations coming over, maybe even over Yesnaya on this one.
Yeah, definitely expect a lot more movement this time around for Circle 1 at least. Lots of space to be taken advantage of, whether or not FaZe, again, traditionally, well, they do like to mix things up on circles like this. This is still technically, I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but still a 50-50. There's still a chance.
I'm looking at Millie right now.
Exactly.
That's
There's still a chance, so we'll have to see how they play this out, whether or not they're going to get themselves set up with vehicles. Should have a decent amount of time being, I guess, off the plane a little earlier than some of these other teams that have masses of ground to cover on the outside towards the west and the north.
I'm liking, I mean, now while we're watching Luke at his drive on through Garden here, I'm liking the Austrian force split. It's wide and it's scary, but again, I mean, last game I was a little worried because they had Polish power coming through. They had Phyllis driving their way through towards the west, but now they know both these teams landed there. Both these teams will be taking their time to loot. Let's spread out. Let's take control. Maybe we hear Ensroy fly. Maybe we can, even from where soccer is, hear when Win or Die start their rotations. They can get so much info on their first rotation.
They can, and actually the benefit now of this being so far down to the south and the east, maybe actually they sit outside the circle a little bit. If they can gather this early information, not necessarily just off the drop spots, Sila's in a power position. We talk about that being the choke point for both Georgia Pole teams. Actually, Zoka to kind of play a little disconnected from that. So looking toward Pains and Vascu to come up, at least get there as early as possible, just in case that opportunity presents itself.
Also, it's a situation where Austrian Force, they're far enough away that they don't have to hurry to the circle.
I mean, they're almost committing to playing late, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at Cube right now. I'm thinking, fellas, if this is the day where you up to rotate north around, you might be in trouble for doing so.
This is also something we talked about at the start of Game 1, right? Day 1 is the one where actually, if you're going to throw a curveball out and you want to condition another team pretty early on that, hey, this might be something we want to do on, eastern circles, southern circles, then this is the time to do it, right? You can only really benefit off those plays once or twice. You don't really tend to catch some of these teams off guard more often than once.
Exactly. Silas, though, as we speak of him, is opting to leave. Again, I respect the fact he doesn't fight. He was the first player to die last game. You don't want to be the first player to potentially die twice, you know? I mean, he...
No, it's me. If I die first, I want to get somewhere and get a kill immediately in the second game.
I'm hiding. I'm pulling a Getrox and just chilling in a bush for 20 minutes. That's what I'm going to be doing. No, it's all fair games here as Na'Vi make the rotation on forward. As sent out towards the east they go. Not full on committing to making the rotation on over. They're making their way down and kind of solidifying their spot inside or around Novo here. It's despite this circle potentially being somewhat juicy, Hypuck, I'm feeling like we're getting a pretty quiet start here too.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to be diving to cross the bridge just now. I mean, knowing full well that there's going to be potentially two, maybe even a third. I mean, unconfirmed as of yet, but Stardust looking to at least get themselves set up on the bridge. FaZe Clan will have heard Na'Vi's rotation, which was relatively early.
Yeah.
Well, it's just an early scout to get some access towards the coast. At least Fex and 8C, I think, the ones to show presence here from distance. There's a crate over here, whether or not FaZe are going to be the ones to pick that up. But,
it's on the beach, though.
I mean, the problem being, look at the congestion to the north already on that Milta Highway. Northern Lights have already got themselves split once again at a 2-2. This time a little more condensed, just kind of banking on one side of the road or the other. But this is semi-commitment here from a number of teams to the north side of Milta. Overpeak is actually coming in from the west side as well, backfilling Na'Vi's drop spot.
Stardust doing the exact same thing. 80 will have heard Stardust wrapping over the bridge now too, so facing a not wide two-way split, but it's some pretty prio spots. They're splitting in. Fex opting to go for the crate. Ballsy move here, but able to, I believe, get the crate and get back safely.
Ballsy, yes, but this is such an early collapse from a number of different teams that I think this is a little ahead of the tempo in terms of expectations for FaZe. They pretty much are surrounded by 4 teams. And again, yes, there's distance in between, but you think about a hard north shrink, or actually anything towards the west, is going to be really problematic for FaZe.
What I'm worried about is the regroup, pretty much regardless of where the next circle goes, because Northern Lights is in a position where now they could potentially get some lines of sight. Na'Vi having the same thing, Stardust as well. I mean, could be FaZe losing players on transition come next circle, but we'll have to wait and see, of course, how that goes down. Boo, in the meantime, making the rotation. They as well, I mean, I feel like they thought they were in a great position to kind of counteract the west side. Then you have Foot Esports wrapping in full speed from the west side, and then Northern Lights from behind. They just got collapsed on and died within, well, I don't know, 5 seconds.
So, other than, sure, actually, if where Gusyara is positioned outside, I think that's Petulins and Spyro over on the east side of this Northern Lights split, but still ahead of the 7-minute mark right now. And lots of teams have made early moves. This isn't necessarily a circle you want to gamble on late. Question mark probably going to be the latest arrival, but they have the benefit, at least in circle 1 here, that they get themselves towards the bridge. They kind of have that space on the south side of the island.
You know what I think is the reason for teams slowing things down here? Is because now that fantasy is becoming such more a hype thing, nobody wants to be the minus 3-point player. No one wants to die before the 10-minute mark. So just wait. Once we hit double digits in minutes, everything pops off.
Wait,
That's where the teams go wild.
Silas was before 10 minutes, right?
I think so.
I'm
looking towards the analyst desk over there with a minus 3-point player.
It's got to be Martins.
Oh, did he die right as circle 2 popped? It was right as it's like 10 minutes and 12 seconds maybe.
That's probably why he's not in the room.
Yeah, that's right.
He's got to console
Nailgrub
himself.
playing the silent position with the most silent gun in the game. VSS mode activated. Sitting tight in the gas station, trying to stay put. Polish power again. I mean, here, these teams have had no chance to scout anything. They've been in their cars, well, ever since they stopped looting, and they're now only getting, kind of making landfall towards the south here. So we'll see what they find while driving.
I mean, even you would say this is usually a good time, at least to pull up to circle 1, but with this congestion already starting to formulate. So actually, yeah, over on the west side, question mark, actually, as I said, we're going to be the last to come in. Actually crossing paths with fellas who have come all the way from South Georgia. I think, actually, you know, alluding to the fact there might be space on the South Island to at least position for this circle 1. I mean, it's relatively safe, right? You've got to assume that there aren't going to be the majority of teams banking on this. The problem being, if it does come back, what do? Do you wrap west? You then have the problems all along, scattered along the southern coast.
I mean, fellas are essentially the last team to come anywhere near the circle, and they've been gifted with if it goes south, well, we've got a bridge to cover. If it goes north, well, we're already here. Like, they have one of the two most important spots in that regard.
If this centers, right, what are you driving into? You're driving into death. Blind death, basically.
A platter of destruction.
I mean, unless they do bank on this south side and hope that, you know, for Esports make early moves, ascend a position to just pressure that bridge, basically. They've almost hedged their bets on it being a southern shrink. Whether or not they do have access. I'm going to assume that Mika at least has a boat to work with. Yeah, he's down in the water now, so...
I'm a little surprised they all cross here now. They did see. I think they actually pretty much crossed paths with one another, them and question mark, rightfully, like straight up side by side, but no one was shooting.
Lyron, though, he's headed for the crate.
He went for the crate, and they saw the crate from the other
fella's
side.
bank left here?
Oh, that's dangerous. I think you don't know what you're running into.
They're still kind of in scout mode here. They're not full sending it just yet, but Lyron's got to be careful here because it's a big gap between him and Iro.
Just prone. You're invisible.
Well, now he is, yeah.
Now he's running back.
Now he's safe.
Running back to the crate. He forgot something. This might actually be
Forgot
why he
the MK.
dies. This might
No
actually
way.
be why he dies.
No way.
Because they're coming now. Had he would have been on the other side of the ridge had it not been because he ran back for the MK.
The timing could be absolutely
Tixu
dreadful
spots
for him. Did he get over the top?
The tree. The tree.
No way.
The tree. I'm trying to be quiet on behalf of Lyron here.
Oh, he shoots! He's opened up!
He shoots! And that's the 1-for-1. That's exactly how they want it. In the meantime, though, fights brewing on the other side. New circle pops over Pegas. Full speed sends it towards Faceland again. Caught in a two-way split. Good molly to isolate. Gustav forced outside the building. Takeaway spots one. Finds one more and over Pegas. Just like that. Annihilated by FaZe.
And this is interesting as well because FaZe was spread so thin on this vertical split. Northern Knights actually looking to backfill this. At least get themselves onto one of the buildings on the outside of this compound. But FaZe able to collapse quick enough to deal with overpeakers. I mean, Gustav must have bought so much time for that rotation to come through. AC now trying to put a little bit of damage onto Perfectix, but nothing really to write home about. But Northern Knights, the benefactors here of FaZe having to deal with overpeakers.
I mean, yes, this is a better position than their two-way split was on the east side, but...
Oh, definitely. On the south side of Farm here, for sure.
Yeah. It's I'm just trying to math my way around how this could not have been the right play, but there's way more scenarios where this is the correct play to make than not. So good call on their part. Also, I like the fact that they don't hard pull up on the compound because there was only one down, and they didn't know the exact whereabouts of the players. So because the fight was over before they got in, they opted to go for the other compound. I think had there still been players alive from both teams, they would have pulled up on the fight itself.
Interesting to see, though, because nobody's really made moves towards the crossroads here. I mean, Gedrog's positioned here, he should have decent information, especially
Yeah.
if nobody's really looking to punish from there, whether or not anybody else from Win or Die is going to head that way. Stardust still positioned towards the gas station. I think we can almost guarantee now with the next couple of shifts, we're going to be centering up just south of Farm, potentially. Maybe towards Milter as well. There's a decent land mass over towards the northeast side.
Win or Die still playing scout mode here, trying to see what they can get. And with every compound they look, and they're going, wait, this one is empty too? Guess we'll take that one as well. Do they not know they have Foot Esports right over the hilltop?
Don't think they do. I'm not sure what fellas really thought with Lyran opening up when he did. Maybe assuming that there was going to be a rotation trap. Well, that's the thing. It's bold of them to be... Ooh, actually,
one shot.
Not a headshot, but caught the initial deterrent there. And actually, second member of Foot Esports looking to put a little bit of pressure. Fellas heading all the way back outside the zone. I think they probably are reading this as Lyran was the rotation trap, right? And they were set up to camp anybody coming onto Sosnovka, but Foot Esports now have more problems because Ascend have got ahead of them and onto the bridge.
I mean, they had the bridge, they scouted Stardust on the other side, and they go, yep, nope, we don't like this. Let's go the other way around. In the meantime, Marcelik, great position to shoot from. Can't quite find the targets. So as I say that, Silas down to half HP. Tires popped as well, but somehow else...
Squeaky got him.
Not alive. Squeaky, last bullet in the chamber. Gets the knock onto Silas. This guy is just not having a good start to the day.
There's Marcelik, actually, to finish Silas off.
It's only fair.
Right, it's the second time now. Martin probably going to be kicking himself.
You'd imagine. You'd have to imagine. New circle, just 5 seconds away from pub, and we'll see where we're going with this one. Gustav, let's take a look at this one. He gets 3 from overpeakers. This finds the first one, runs around the backside. One molly already. Pub gets clipped with a second molly around, and then the third one molly as well. It's a double molly kill from Gustav off of just 2 pieces of utility. That is, as you said, buying time. Perfect execution to isolate.
Absolutely. And running it down, the importance being that Northern Lights were ready to pounce on that, right? I think with the information they had on audio alone. So it's crucial that Gustav, at least, you know, in terms of damage limitation, right? Not giving up another knock or creating another opportunity for Northern Lights to punish even further. You noted potentially an opportunity for them to pull up mid-fight. So credit to Gustav there in the way he's able to handle that.
For sure. I mean, some people would have been over-aggressive. Some people would have taken the fight down there early, but they know that in a white two-way split, you have to wait for that cavalry to arrive, and perfect execution on the hold-off.
For Esports, thankfully, I think got themselves a boat down by Grandma's house, so actually nobody in shark fin, so relatively safe. It's a ballsy send in the boat, but they will be rewarded for it if they commit.
I mean, they're hearing shots being fired on the bridge going 2 ways right now, so if there's a time to cross, now would be it, right? But you still have the road, or you still have the beach to run up when you make landfall on the other side.
I was going to say, hopefully not on the west side, though. Are they pulling back towards the compound? Now, really, it's a big indicator that nobody's opening up on a boat, right? So they should be able to get this relatively easy. I don't think Question Mark going to have open sight lines. A doozy, the one split to the south, but he's now got other problems with fellas finally making their way into the circle on the west side.
I mean, Foot Esports here is saved by the fact that we've added more, added the harbor.
Yes,
because there would have been fellas with a perfect line of sight on the boat, but because they're down between the buildings and the ridge lines there, they don't spot them.
This is a very early time of the game to be committing to that. Question Mark have to tuck themselves in here and hope for the best, because it's going to be so difficult to hold onto vehicles here. Again, the cross actually towards the double stack towards their east here. Stardust kind of running the gauntlet here. I'm surprised there's not more damage coming through, but another position where it almost feels like they're going to have to settle for this. Zocker's coming out, though. You see Austrian Force want to pressure this. That could be good.
Just be! Oh my lord, a second off there. Not even. Closer than that. Second one comes through, bounces a bit farther as well. Close, but no cigar, unfortunately, for Austrian Force. The thing is, they can't push down. There's no way they can make a peek on over there. They got to play it safe. 2 players alive. This is suboptimal, but I mean, honestly, credit to Pains and Soccer for applying so much pressure to teams coming. You see Norcus trying to make a run across, instantly denied.
I think it was Norcus considering getting himself towards the checkpoint and now just kind of probing his way just to check if he can get himself into a position to maybe pressure the backside of Pains and Zocker. But Stardust will be allowed to coexist for the time being. See now actually with things settling down, what the move's going to be for a couple of these other teams. Northern Lights obviously still fending off FaZe Clan to the north here. And actually, Circle pulling right up to center here.
That is as farm as can be.
Yeah. Yep.
In the center we go. Still corner compounds available, but so many teams out now who have to make aggressive plays forward, because you have, I mean, less than a handful of open spots you can play from here, especially with all those compounds being taken already. 8C finds Spiro, so damage done inside, but I would not imagine there being any sort of aggression coming off of that knock.
So yeah, 8C.
That's just info knocks.
Yeah. No chance for him punishing that on the way back through. Melman actually going to find Iroh here in the cross. Actually wide in the open here. The rest of Foot Esports still back at Shark Fin. We know they came across in a boat, so the rotation really going to be hindered here. No vehicle possibility whatsoever. And again, with how they were set up early game, you've got to question the utility as well.
For sure. Rexco trying to find the knock on best of luck. If you find one here, that might be your entry to the circle. Issue for them is they're not getting them. Does have 2 nades. Unfortunately, I don't think he can lob them that far.
Enough of a distraction, though, because Chris has crossed over here. He's got himself towards the backside of the 3-story. Nixie got to be careful.
EB is isolated, too, so the cavalry ain't there. They are playing effectively at 1v2, but there is the utility coming from behind Scav with an off angle, too. Nixie finds one. Scav finds the other. Quincy finds the third. It's just Chris left alive. Has the M249 in hand. He doesn't have to reload, but he needs to find a lot of kills to stay alive here.
That's it. One's going to reveal his position, or at least confirm his position here with that first nade coming through. Not to get anything on the second, but Nixie actually, yeah, the bounce is perfect. I don't know, he can come through here, find himself a consolation. Vesselot catches a tag, but it's not enough.
Oh,
Does
he gets
finally
him in the
close it off, though. The
doorway.
door being left open is ultimately Brexco. Oh, sorry, it's Chris's demise.
Can they cross to get the rest from here, though? We'll have to wait and see. A little bit of help on that one from Scav coming through. As Ascent tried to push forward. Looked good, as you said. I mean, while Brexo didn't get the knock, he was kind of baiting the attention for long enough that the team could wrap around. Just not timed right, unfortunately.
This is what I was talking about here. Question mark actually kind of gifted in terms of being an edge, given an edge to defend here, especially with the possibilities that previous circle. Dante with a wild spray and actually comes out worse off it. Tixu finds the knock. That's huge.
That is actually extremely big. They need to run. They only have the smokes for cover, and they're fading out as we speak. Just 2 players on the run here. Michael takes trying to make a hero push forward. Unfortunately, Hobbits with the nade this time round. Not a molly, and this time round not hitting teammates either. Finds one. Michael left alive. Solo player for Fellas trying to wrap his way on in here.
I think Question Mark should be able to clean this up relatively easily here. Michael will be confirmed there with the nade coming through. Question Mark escaping. What's gone on here? I mean, Woo clean up for Esports, somehow crossed in the open on the south side here. Na'Vi allowing that safe passage, but done a ton of damage here. And actually, the Woo eliminated in 12th.
I mean, Foot backfills. They find one knock initially. I think is what happened there.
I'd love to see a replay of that.
Great fight for them. I saw them running on the beach. I saw them trying to use the fight that was going on with Ascent to kind of try and backfill in from the south. They must have gotten 1 free and then trade 2 in the end.
Let's see now, actually, question marks. Problems continue here because Exalt actually do fill themselves into that double stack to the east, and it's a difficult cross now. I mean, they're in a vehicle. I don't know if that's 1 or 2 vehicles. It doesn't look comfortable, that's for sure. But they're actually committing to the pull-up over on the west side.
4 people, 1 car. What could possibly go wrong? Ferris finds the double. Let's see if the remaining 2 from question mark can stay alive here. Phil Fist up close, not going to happen. 1 more player left alive, and there you have it. Out they go in 11th.
Again, just a desperation
Gotta
send
try
here.
something.
I mean, if they had the information earlier on, obviously the double stack being closer to center going to be the better option, but Exalt that wants to come down from the north side. I think actually all the way from the Wizard Tower, we see Artie positioned here. That should be the last action we see on the west side. However, on the east side, look at this, Ents on the pull-up here. Stardust still positioned in this little defilade.
There's no way Ents were into where this position was taking. Kelty finds 1, finds 2. That is 4 for Kelty. Make that 3, I believe. But solid shot coming through. Polish Power trying to capitalize on this one as well. Molly thrown out front of the door, trying to deny entry to the building.
Actually, Polish Power taking fights on 2 fronts here. The Howl elsewhere, taking a ton of damage just to deal with inside the unpushable. Are they peeling off this?
I mean, they threw the mollies to keep them out. They say
you
threw the mollies
they're
to
trying
keep
to collapse
yourself in.
onto Howl.
This is not a bad play from Polish Power. Full speed forward, full aggression mode. That is how we like to see them play. We'll see if it works out for them.
I mean, they have to clear this now, though. That underhand, they might just do it. Schofield sticking the res still, but it's not going to be enough. Norkis with the double.
That is a massive big brain read in a very hectic situation.
I mean, it's a crazy audible to call halfway through pushing the building. Now, actually, whether or not Laz are going to be able to play spoiler here, whether or not they've misread the...
Oh, he doesn't see him.
He's spraying
He
onto
doesn't
nothing.
see him.
Actually reveals his position. Marsalek will clean it up. Great play from Polish Power, though. Like I said, that audible, the timing of it is insane, Toby.
And I mean, again, Austrian Force kind of helping them out there through the money to keep them out. They say, great, now you can't come out of the house to shoot us when we're driving away either. So sending it because of it, and it pays off for them.
So that should clean up a lot of the east side as well. Stardust defending versus Ents just ahead of that team fight now. Decent access to the backside of this ridge, but actually, see a couple of players from Win or Die looking to mobilize now. And this not coming through onto Apocalypse couldn't have come at a worse time. This is ultimately when Stardust want to be making moves.
Circles again towards farm they go. Face Northern Lights with full control here. A little worried for the 2-2 split Northern Lights. Now I feel like this is the time where you commit to either east or south.
I mean, the later it comes, the harder. Yeah, the harder that kind of regroup becomes. You can see now actually Spyro calling Batulin's back towards the vehicle here. Maybe this is when we're going to see it. Expect anybody to crash onto either of them just yet, but Na'Vi looking to mobilize and at least head in. Exo finding themselves onto the backside of that ridge on the west side of farm. Yeah, this is the perfect time for Northern Lights to actually regroup.
It's like, what would we rather? That it's at least, I say only, FaZe Clan that are shooting at us, or 1 or 2 of the members, or the other 4 teams, like, where they know once the fight for the hilltop is done, there's going to be a team shooting them in the back as soon as they get to that.
The problem being is if any team coming in confirms that information, right? If they find out that Northern Lights are split this late on in the game, that's when it becomes very problematic.
Definitely. Itzy trying to get an angle that'll allow him to peek out the window. Polish Power, well, the pull-up worked just before. Let's see if it works again. They saw it, they heard it. They read that Northern Lights left the position. They claim, and they now have a spot in the circle too. Great read, once again, by Polish Power.
Yeah, actually, look at this, though. Stardust finally getting punished here. Metabe, last one up here. 4 kills in total for the team. Whether or not Metabe can do anything here versus... Actually, I think still a 4-strong Win or Die, right? Well, at least a 4-strong now, but the shots land for Leos. Beautiful cleanup. And actually get themselves a great position over on the southeast side. Again, they have to pressure inwards. And the problem being is, where do they pull up to? The benefit being they've created an opportunity in terms of the timing here.
They need hard shifts and they need cars, and so far they have neither of them. So we'll see what they can make with the position.
Well, no, they get a car off that engagement with Stardust.
They do get the Stardust car. You're not wrong. Extends. Trying to apply some damage down towards Na'Vi here as well. Na'Vi technically inside the circle in this position, but again, I mean, it's just terrible for both these teams.
I mean, Win or Die benefit nothing on dealing with Na'Vi, right? Other than maybe 1 or 2 kill points. So I really want to see Win or Die focus their efforts inside the circle here. They have to pressure towards Polish Power or Northern Lights, create an opportunity to crash in or at least find something in the circle.
Also, I mean, they could play off of Na'Vi. If Na'Vi are forced to crash the compound, they say, great, let's backfill that.
With Na'Vi's position here, it's...
terrible.
Yeah, terrible. So I think they're just going to look for pressure inside. And ultimately, I feel like they have better information, at least down from the southwest pocket.
Well, Win or Die, they're going to be inside the next circle as well, just exactly. So they will, again, I mean, pray for hard shift. Hope it goes your way. It would be amazing, but we'll see what's going to happen. Na'Vi, smokes thrown forward, trying to get their vehicles inside here as well. Will succeed in doing so, but now instantly backing off afterwards. They know they have Exalt just over on the other side of the ridge line. That's a wide 2-way split for Exalt late game too.
Absolutely is. No, that information played towards that ridge on the west side of farm, but Northern Lights gifted once again here. It will center up on the south side of farm. So, I mean, FaZe still in, Polish Power still going to be in, but looking for one of these teams now to make a move on the outside. Melman actually going to find Fairest over here. What was it? Exalt obviously are split, so Artie the one to ultimately try and pressure back on here. Aaliyah's actually progressing north here.
I don't mind this play. They got to go one side or the other, and Win or Die was applying so much pressure towards the west. They were saying, you do not come towards us. So now, here comes the push on forward. 1 down already. Fairest is on his knees. It's just...
Example's cooking that nade. Oh, it's going wide, though.
Yeah. Artie trying to hold off into the tree. The nade goes. That's unfortunate. Do they go for the car instant? Just send it here? What do they do?
Oh, no, Fex. He finds an angle through the tree here. Gets the re-knock. Actually, no, sorry. On to Artie. That's the second knock. The first actually bled out here, but that opens the back door for Na'Vi here.
Sure does, but they're still outside the circle, and now comes Win or Die in from behind. Where are they going to go with this? We'll have to see what they're planning on doing. Getrox does go down. Lou finds him. Gushao runs him over. Batulins finds one as well. Will the last one two fall as well? No, not just yet. They're able to stay put in there.
Wait.
Actually inside the circle with the Rich, but here comes the nades.
Batulin's got that knock. Leos actually goes down here, so it's just Xtans and Gushira here as the nades come through. A little bit of damage on the first. The second, this one might be perfect here. Actually, just a little too deep. Look at the HP though. Leos. Finally that comes through, but Lou confirms it with the nade.
There you go. We don't need nades late game anyway. Let's just use it now. In the meantime, Lou is just popping everything he can on the other side. Goose goes down. One more nade placed in the exact same spot. Should be the downfall for Win or Die, but, well, so far they're winning. Not dying, but Batulins has not given up on this
That
just
one
yet.
looks good. That one looked good. Oh, it's the confirmed Gushira still not taking any damage off this. Na'Vi finally making moves now. Actually eating a ton of damage. Look at that. Look at the kill feed. Northern Lights just lighting it up. Na'Vi get absolutely obliterated on the way in.
Yeah, slow acceleration into the compound, not what you want to have happen. I think their timing was good in the sense that they saw the focus from at least from Batulins out towards the southeast, but Northern Lights just so quick in transitioning. Moldog will go down as well. That is your teams that were out in the open dead. It's just Farm left alive.
So this next circle should pretty much decide it, but again, you got to feel that Northern Lights going to have the advantage, and they absolutely do. FaZe and Polish Power now have to make moves south. Again, whether or not they can create an opening here. Perfectix and Lou really going to feel the heat now, Toby.
Goose gets second place this game.
Absolutely guaranteed in my eyes.
There should be no way it doesn't stop. I mean, because there's no way Polish Power gets to wrap all the way down south in this one. There's no way they get to leave there.
Wasn't it Gedrox that
it was
snaked through in the
last
first
game.
now, so it's Gushira.
I mean, you know what? If that's your win strat, if 6 guaranteed points per game, if that's your win strat, you are through, my friend. So I don't fault them forward. Also, Win or Die, I mean, they've been as quiet as last game was. They have been brawling this entire end game.
I mean, better kill stack now at least. What?
Definitely. I think they're up at
7. Yeah, 6 or 7 on the board, I think.
Yeah.
Obviously, the previous was much more of a solo Snake effort here. You can see FaZe now creating an opportunity here with the utility, trying to at least create a pathway for them, but they're leaving it pretty late here if they're going to pile up into vehicles.
I was just going to say,
Lou set up with a Grozer as well.
Oh, they're doing it at the same time, too.
The pre-nade from Perfectix could be huge.
Let's see if it hits anything. Comes out on the other side of the wall. H is still in his car. Tries to reverse off of the wall and drives straight on top of the landmine. Batulins gets a confirm on him. Gustav now up against the wall. Digger reflects there. Spyro's off angle. He finds one with an 8.
He's got another one cooked as well. If he's going to swing onto this now. Gustav dropped an 8 as well.
They have no clue that Spyro is still playing backside. They're not even looking at him. They're not even looking at him. There's no clue at all, and he doesn't either. What are we witnessing here?
Spyro got his headset on the wrong way. He's going to come around now.
How
is he not seeing them?
Diggory able to find him somehow. FaZe still alive in this. What should have been a guaranteed defeat. Somehow they live to fight another day. Diggory, Fex, both still alive here as Perfectix goes down.
I can't believe what we've just seen. Fex going to find one onto Batulins as well. Lou has to make this work with a Grozer now. Found a ton of damage onto Polish Power. Marsalek, I think the last one standing here as this circle starts to shrink in.
Marsalek goes down. Polish Power will fall. And again, keep in mind, Goose still alive. And now all of a sudden it's a 1v1v2. This could go either way. Batulins, well, I would assume, yes, get back on his feet. So 2 back up alive for Northern Lights here as well.
And that's crucial as well with how this fight actually transpired. I mean, FaZe absolutely getting away with daylight robbery, even making it towards the compound. But then to find 2 kills onto Northern Lights and make this doable, honestly.
This was game over. I mean, this is two, potentially even 3 Northern Lights players inside. Save Fex now peeks out, finds one. Lou goes down and tries to make the peek. They still have their eyes towards Goose. And again, I mean, just not in a hurry right now.
Great risk management here.
Oh, yeah.
From FaZe as well. Diggory and Fex immediately swinging back, expecting Gushira to move off this knock. But actually going to expose himself out in the open here. Confirmed, obviously, with the smoke going down. Problem being, Northern Lights have recovered. They're 2 back on their feet. Exactly. Like I said, this knock was just to bait Gushira into making a move.
Goose is buying time for Northern Lights, essentially. We'll see Diggory. Flash has to fall back. Still got a molly to work with. I would assume he uses that for some sort of isolation play. Maybe baits him out of the rock there, but right now they have to keep their focus on the close thread.
They have a Grozer and a bomb shotgun here.
Yeah.
FaZe have got to keep them from distance. Otherwise, the weapons become absolutely terrifying for Northern Lights.
The fact that they can, like, both teams can slow things down and focus Goose. Goose is like, come on, start fighting again. What are you waiting for? You're in the same building, for God's sakes. Again, applying pressure as best as he can. He has 7 kills for the team now. The blue is chunking away at him. Nothing he's going to do. Vex gets the kill. 10 for FaZe and 10, I believe, for Northern Lights here as well. Good flash, I believe, coming around the corner there. Yep, he's full blind. Full blind. Lewis there, though. Good off angle. Finds one. Batulins jumps for the info. Doesn't get it. Shoots second time around. Doesn't spot him either. There comes the peek around the corner. And the double for Lou goes through. 13 kills for Northern Lights.
What an insane endgame that was. I mean, Northern Lights, all of their kills, I'm pretty sure came after FaZe 7 posted, which is insane. Just how quickly they were able to try and rack up some kill points there, make use of that positioning, but what a crazy endgame that was.
Absolutely wild. Desk, please just do us the honors. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure even what to say, to be perfectly honest, because that was absolutely insane. Only game 2 of the tournament here. Joining me, Avenger as well as Saga. Guys, what do we even say about this? How do you break down what Farm became? Because, I mean, Avenger, at the beginning of the game, we're like, Farm, okay. And then all of a sudden, ooh, Farm.
Yeah,
Jeez.
exactly. We were talking about how much we hate Farm endings, right? But it ended up being actually fantastic. Also, due to the fact how the circle moved, and also both FaZe and Polish Power, they had a pretty good smoke pad. They actually managed to get into a pretty decent positioning and got into a deep Northern Lights fight with them. They managed to recoup from that, stay 2 alive, and they didn't reap the benefits of what they had because they came in from 2 angles. I was surprised for them to actually come out of this alive.
Saga?
Yeah, it was, we've got to stop doing it, man. Every time we say we hate zones, it just continually goes there. But it was great news for a couple of teams. FaZe in particular was there early. It's very close to their drop spot, so no surprise that they were holding on to it as a part of a 2-2 split. But then as it came to the point where Overpeakers decided, you know, we won a game, it's time for our 16th place. As is tradition, went straight in there. Northern Lights took the opportunity to capitalize on the fact that FaZe was forced to regroup their split early, held on to the southern side of farm for a long time, and as you said, it took a while, but they did eventually start farming the points.
Yeah, definitely. But Northern Lights overall gets themselves the victory off of this Avenger, all things considered. I mean, where do we even begin? The fact that they're holding down this compound, the regroup's great, the off angle on the truck, and then all of a sudden just I don't even know. What do you want to do?
I was really happy to see how Fex, he pushed on with that double utility.
Yeah.
But both of them were long, right? He didn't expect one to be close. They didn't expect the double hole with 2 angles there, because then they wouldn't be able to kind of refrag each other. He expects both of them to be outside.
Sure.
And then, you know, shotgun and a Groza. Kind of really hard to defend against the best 2 options in AR and a shotgun in this situation here.
Sure.
Yeah.
Pretty good options indeed. And in fact, actually, we have a few things we can take a look at. We can hear from FaZe Clan about some of the moments from this game where the team speak listening.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on my cam.
If we get good zone, we just 2-2 on us, and we probably group next zone or something.
Yeah, green is free as well if you need to take it.
Yeah, done second zone.
I'm getting crash now. You guys need to come. On me already.
Where can I come?
Knock one.
Can I delay?
Yeah, I can.
2 knocks.
Knock from my building. Go for my building.
Where are others?
3 knocks. All downstairs my building.
Nice. Just wait, don't make
Hey,
that
I think it's in
one
the garage. On me, maybe.
Okay. I need to fall out. I'm gonna get knocked here. To Molly.
I just drive by in. I'm driving by in. Nice.
I need smoke. I need smoke on me. We're good zone.
I'm using my car to block this
group right now?
Yeah, just group
Last thing is on.
Great stuff to be able to listen in as well here for FaZe Saga, and good hold overall.
That was one of those fights that, well, we mentioned it, it was going down at the same time as our first hint of action in the zone down on the military island with Lyron being picked off, but we saw it in the picture-in-picture. The crash came through, but it was the hold from FaZe that was just really impressive, really well-placed Molotovs under pressure from the Overpeakers.
And it also forced them off the compound. They had a greedy split towards the end of phase 1, right? And then they had to come and defend and help towards Overpeakers here. So that ended up being the situation why the southern part of farms was free, and yeah, that's why we they were probably hoping to have, you know, stayed in the southern side, but they managed to. But first of all, wipe out Overpeakers, one of the kind of closer contests, and also good times for them to, you know, Gustav nearly single-handedly defend against Overpeakers in this situation.
Yeah, definitely so, definitely so. I like to see good old Polish power, getting a few points here and there. Saga, they found it's a good move onto that building as soon as Northern Lights has kind of shimmied away from it and regrouped. But beyond that, as soon as the circle shifts away from them, it's hoping the smokes are working out and trying to push up.
Yeah, it was a difficult one, particularly towards the late stages. They did very well to not fall down to what we've seen already be the downfall of a couple of teams as solos coming in behind. And I did like, as they made the push towards the later stages, again, diligence, checking the smokes behind them. They knew the revive was coming through at that point, dropping the underhand grenade in, and a double knock was all it took.
Well, we saw the leapfrog players over on the west side of the circle as well. Let's check in with a doozy talking about Team Exalt.
For sure, like 100% we're gonna win the fight against Exalt. They actually like not practicing, just playing the game. I mean, they're not playing PUBG, it's playing just different games.
Look like PUBG to me, I think it's fair to say. Unfortunately, therefore, a doozy. But there is an interesting thing to take away from this scenario, right, Avenger? We're watching as the map is unfolding, watching as these circles are bearing down. And for a long time, this compound was technically free for a question mark push.
Yeah, I was saying already very early on, why is nobody taking Twins? Twins is pretty strong, especially when we see these circles around close to Twins. It's not so good to get off towards farm, but it's definitely a good situation to hold, and it's kind of a good compound to defend as well, as you saw here, Exalt. Even though they might not be playing as much PUBG as question mark is currently, they managed to defend it quite well.
No, definitely so. Saga, any final thoughts on that?
Yeah, 4 men in a vehicle seems like peak PUBG, but I think the big issue for question mark is what they had was a doozy was committed so much to holding the coast and looking at rotations late, but they had no presence further into the zone, and it was very difficult to find it when you're playing from a dip, but limits your options.
Well, numbers time, let's break this down for this game, of course, as we have plenty to look at, with Northern Lights being able to take the lion's share of the points. That didn't really distract FaZe Clan, though, from being able to get double digits as well, Avenger.
No, 23 points for NLT, of course, here, and 16. 3 teams with double digits here, Saga. That's really good to see, of course. Win or die again in a situation where they're able to reap quite a lot of points.
And once again, we do see a solo appearance for Win or Die breaking in towards the top end of the standings, top 3. So maybe we're looking at that little VT before about who's the best at solo clutching. Maybe Win or Die is a little underrated.
Yeah, maybe. But how many players did get 4 kills, Avenger? We'll never know beyond 3.
No, it's it could be more than 3. It could be 10. I doubt it, though.
Probably not. That's fair to say. Whoa, a lot of damage coming out there. And it's not really too much of a surprise that when you're in this position on farm, you've got a pick of the litter, really, on what to shoot at.
It really is, and, well, we said it again. It was until the very late stages of the game was where they really started to pick it up, but it's so incredibly tight. Both sides of farm, north and south, within 60 points of each other.
Yeah, I'm just happy to see Fix here, you know. He's on my team.
Okay.
One of the boys. But 932 points. Hyperk is waving at me. Very happy as well. He's also here. And Hyperk actually was in the lead going into this game, and he's also going to be looking pretty good amongst the talent.
Yeah, I've never seen Hyperk so excited, pointing down at his screen, looking at it. And now he's doing something else. But beyond that, I mean, you know...
Yeah, Lou, of course, with the clutch.
Pretty good, yeah.
Again, they're putting themselves, you know, we heard from Nailub, on the top of the clutchometer. S tier. NLT's in there. Lou, of course, here with this situation. And again, a 1 versus 2 against FaZe Clan, quite well played.
Would you put any players on Northern Lights not on top of the clutchometer, though? Let's be real.
No. Yeah, no, that's exactly what Nailub did. He just said the whole team's so good, that's why they're S tier.
Yeah, they're very, very strong indeed. So good to see Lou up there. But also, you know what? Diggory got a few kills there.
Yeah, Diggory did get... I don't think he get as much damage as Fix, as we saw there, right there, being Fix being second. But yeah, he did get 5, I believe, actually.
Yeah.
Or did he? Did he also only get 4?
I think nobody got 5.
Nobody got 5 because if they did get 5,
why?
Where everyone got 4.
That means that Diggory also had 4.
That's right.
So there's more with 4 than just the 3.
We've determined this pretty well, actually. Good deduction analysis, Desk.
That's what we're here for.
Hard-hitting stuff here at PCS7. All right, we're going to a short break. When we return, we have our final Erangel, and then we'll move to Miramar.
The first time that a new player plays Moonbreaker, I hope they see the magic of tabletop gaming fully digital.
This will be over real quick. This game from the very first moment was designed to constantly reveal itself and expand, and it's just an entirely different design mindset from the very beginning.
At its core, it's a game that aims to reproduce that feeling of playing a tabletop game against friends in a more simplified and approachable way.
For justice!
Players will see Moonbreaker as a tabletop digital minis experience. We take a turn-based strategy game and show it to them in a totally brand new way.
Ready? Okay!
Let us keep this civilized.
Welcome to the party.
We wanted Moonbreaker to be better than tabletop, so we stripped out a lot of the complex mechanics of being around a tabletop. There are no measurements or grids, and instead there's a simple point-and-click control scheme that you can use, from everything to moving your units, deploying them, and using your abilities.
Smells like breakfast!
With us, you choose your roster, and it's a very easy choice. It's 10 units plus a captain.
It is a turn-based affair where you have the equivalent of command points called Cinder, and you use those to execute actions at every turn.
That coupled with the ship assist and randomized map, you basically never know fully what you're going to go into every round, and that's what keeps it exciting.
In the game, I really hope that players experience the thrill of discovering new synergies between their units, finding just crazy combinations, and also having chances to take really big risks that pay off in satisfying ways.
We knew if we wanted to bring that tabletop experience to digital, we knew that we had to have basically the world's best lore.
Our game is set in the Reaches, and it is a whole new universe that we have crafted alongside Brandon Sanderson, so there's a lot to discover about it.
Brandon is known for his magic systems, so he needed to weave the mechanics into the story as well.
The Reaches is made up of clusters of moons orbiting a giant sun. At the center of those moons is something called Cinder. Cinder is what keeps them in orbit. It is the most powerful resource in our entire universe, and people really, really want to get hold of it.
At the minute, we have these 3 different cultures in that are all very visually unique from each other. The Methodori culture are very militaristic, and they live on a very stark planet, so all their buildings reflect that. You know, they're very angular, but it still looks very grand as well.
Cholak are a sun-worshipping culture who are really focused on agriculture.
The Cholak are this really interesting meld between mechanical and natural.
The Smugglers faction in our game, they're like the pirates of our universe. They kind of cobble stuff together out of old spaceship parts, and they have like a shanty town where they're building stuff out of old scrap metal.
Deliciously devious! We've laid this amazing foundation as a start to the story that we think just has so many various ways that it can kind of evolve. The possibilities are really endless.
Incoming!
It's been really cool having the chance to work on this painting tool that we have in the game. We really want the best of both worlds, from the miniature experience and the digital video game experience. So it has a lot of the conveniences of digital painting, but we've also brought in a lot of the techniques that people use in miniature paintings.
That's something we want all the fans to know, is all of the default paint jobs for every character in the game is created in our own tool. And we actually hired real-world professional mini painters to do it in our tool. So hopefully that gives them some inspiration, but we fully expect the fans will far exceed anything that we can come up with, and we'll create the most incredible paint jobs possible.
Our focus in early access is to make sure that players love the game. Part of open development isn't about coming up with a roadmap and hoping players love it, but instead giving the players tools to give us the feedback we need to make the game as good as it can possibly be.
Gonna be wild.
Our commitment to our fans is we will never give a watered-down experience to them. We're going to give you something deep and something you can really sink your teeth into that you need your whole mind to experience.
All hands on deck.
Brace yourself! We genuinely want to evolve the game with their participation. Come try the game. We know it's imperfect today, but I hope you can see the possibilities that we can, and let's do it together.
This is the beginning of a decades-long adventure. I hope you join us for all of it.
Well, it's been a blast.
Two Aaron Girls down, one more to go here for PCS7 Europe day number 1, as I am hyped because we've already had an amazing game in the previous one, especially. Joining me, Saga and Avenger. Guys, we're just moments out from the game. Saga, before we get into it, what have you taken away so far from our Aaron Girls to go into the third Aaron Girl?
I've taken away the fact that the successful teams that have walked away as the chicken dinner champions are teams that we may very well have expected to see in that position, which is maybe not what we were looking at when we look at the historical form from the qualifying stages. A lot of the teams that we were expecting to do very well, some of them were slightly under par. Not the case here.
Well, you guys at home can be involved. The coupon is active. Use the coupon in-game to be able to push on forward here when it comes to PCS7. Avenger, have you used the coupon?
I've not used it, no.
That's unfortunate.
I can't
You
play
physically
PUBG
can't?
right here. I have to do some talking and
That's unfortunate.
analyzing with you guys.
I'm sure you'll use it as we're going to the casters now. Bye-bye, boys. Let's head over to Toby and Hypoc once again. Can anything live up to that last game?
I hope so. And
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if it can. I mean, I feel like we were being spoon-fed all the way through.
Well, maybe up until the end. I mean, it was a crazy rotation coming through pretty early on. Couple of teams fending off, but that there is, I think, probably one of the craziest end game we'll see this weekend, for sure.
I mean, now
Maybe
you've
when
said
things
it.
ramp up next weekend, we might see something to rival that.
Now you've said it, but now I just feel like it's got to be bested somehow. I cannot come up with a scenario where that happens. Like, just create it off of my mind, but
Also,
I feel like it's going to
just
happen.
to come back, Spyro going the quickest from 0 to hero back to 0 again. That was such an insane set of events as well. The fact that he even got to that off position, like you said, anticipating the crash coming on that exact location on the compound, was in such a deadly position to completely eliminate FaZe. Like, FaZe would have got no further on there. Last two players standing outside the wall. Spyro missed an absolute sitter there.
It was as free as they come. I think part of the thing is, and that's, I mean, again, insanely coincidental, but Dickory and Fexably were sitting incredibly still for that split second he peeked, and he just did not notice them. Goes to show the amount of clutter and different objects that are there. And sometimes, even when you're one of the best in the game, you can miss a target that is sitting literally right before your eyes.
I think start off here and actually, come back to another. This is probably as vanilla as they come, straight east to west.
Yes.
Everything going to be accessible here, at least with a little bit of stretching, maybe dropping for a vehicle as well. Not expecting too much of an overlap, but I'm seeing one actually. Ascend still up in the air, but have, I think, Silas and Vascu just below them. So they've got to be conscious here on whether or not actually Silas and Vascu are going to pull away from this, now seeing the shoots deploy. But elsewhere, doesn't look like we've got any other contestant going on, Toby?
No, you would assume this is just a vehicle grab situation, and they'll they'll get out of their hair. Vasco getting a car, moving down towards the south, and again, I mean, EU just don't know drop. That is completely wrong, I know, but I like to imagine that's the case. Circle out towards the west, a little bit of a breath of fresh air. We're going all over the map today. Center to begin with, out towards the southeast, and now towards the west. It's, I guess it's only fair, really. I mean, Polish power, fellas, they've been having to rotate all day long. Now they get to play from the center.
Yeah, well, let's see what they do with it now, right? And whether or not actually we do see any sort of a crossover here if Polish power potentially look to contest down towards the south side, when the fellas are just going to pull towards Hospital, maybe scatter themselves along that Everest Road. A couple of good compounds to pick up there. Question mark going to be the ones potentially to throw a spanner in the works there. Or the Wu, actually, as well, positioned down towards Gatka.
Everything's up for grabs, and it's so interesting how more often than not, I feel like, it's the teams that have everything at their hands in the early game that also ends up getting 15 to 16 space.
Wow.
In these type of situations. I just feel like it's happened so often. Where the teams that are sitting dead center with everything up for grabs, they pick one compound, they split 2-2, all of a sudden 4 teams crash into them and they're out.
I was going to say, the caveat being that, I mean, you look at Overpeakers in Game 1, you then look at Northern Knights in Game 2, they were in pretty good positions,
You're not
right?
wrong.
So Yes, maybe this one is a little different because it's way over to the west side. There's a big water element to consider here as well. Whether or not that circle shift is going to become problematic for anybody, I don't think we're going to have too many teams banking on the north side here, but this is definitely a little bit, because you cut off a lot of rotation paths, right? The accessibility to a Milton Power Circle versus a Georgia Pole, if you're going to ramp north, you're literally coming across that bridge, which becomes a massive problem, come circle 3 or 4 if it's still present.
I'd be surprised to not see at least 3 teams trying to make a north side rotation. Ends, obviously, that's going to happen. Ascent, I would assume, follows through. And Howl, I wouldn't be surprised to see them try and wrap north around either.
Early on, absolutely fine with it. It's whether or not actually that bridge becomes, a central position. That's when it becomes a little more dicey. But we'll have to wait and see. Actually, Jeems making early moves here. Almost been playing either scout or anchor so far. But Gedrock's in close proximity to him. Whether or not Jeems is going to get out to the north side of where he's pulled out, we'll have to wait and see. I'm hoping that doesn't ring off in the kill feed here, but looks as if Gedrock's going to continue on towards Everest itself.
It's so interesting. I feel. Oh, let's hold that thought for a second. Quizzy's going to be gifted a freebie. Adusi even shooting into the air just for the flare fit, but little does he know, there's a Quizzy sitting right behind him. Now the question becomes, did Quizzy come by car? Is there a car smacked up against the wall on the other side? Are there open doors? Will Adusi get the warning here?
I was going to say the open doors would be the one, right? Because the Wu are split in their kind of looting formation here. Whether or not Quizzy's just going to wait on a teammate. You can see actually down the bottom left that all 3 of his teammates are in vehicles.
They're
looking here is that actually I think Nixie and Ibby are heading this direction, almost to maybe create a little bit of a distraction.
I like this play for 1 or 2 reasons. 1, you just never know what you're running into. Don't over-aggress. 2, you don't see exactly what you're going up against, but Quizzy missing crucial shots here. Now he could fall back into the warehouse to try and play safe. Adusi just wants to get the hell out of here. Now he's seeing the vehicles coming into. Adusi, you're alone, buddy, and Quizzy will be the butcher to take him down. But I like Quizzy's hesitation on that. You know your teammates are coming in. You don't know if it was 1 or 2 people in that car. And also, I mean, there's just no reason to risk it. But now Philfist, a little bit of a response. I like it, but I don't think there's an angle for a flush here.
No, I doubt they're going to be committing to really close this out as well. Actually, the information being relayed that it's 3 different teams appearing in the kill feed almost acts as a deterrent here in Circle 1. Dante might be looking for an angle.
Yeah, he's trying to wrap up this one. I like the idea, but fortunately for Quizzy, Nixie's been working out. He got his squats down so he can carry him all the way into safety inside the warehouse. But again, look how much focus on this.
Look at the congestion towards the center of this already. Another circle that's similar to the previous. You don't want to come to this late. You're not really looking towards that circle 2 prominent position to be able to dive something. This is one that you want to get in and get as much information as possible. Polish Power already making that cross to the south as well. Fellas did position towards Hospital and that road that we did discuss earlier. So lots of space available, but what does it really amount to? The Mad showing real restraint here. Actually does open up.
Goes for the last.
So Larza looking to maybe catch an angle on this, but Stardust have got enough speed picked up that should be able to mitigate that.
Again, I mean, it was kind of bound to happen with so many teams dropping out towards the east side, circle hard shifting west. Teams were going to overlap at one point or another. Howl, again, with the chance to rotate north, with the chance to wrap around, actually backfilling, but going fast enough that they can catch Stardust off guard. Unfortunately, no kills coming off of it. Polish Power, in the meantime, coming in from the north side. They will be safe now in a wide two-way split as well. And again, I mean, Mars like UMP goes to show how fast they've had to rotate.
And it's actually making early moves down this North George Bridge as well. Going to get themselves into the backside of gas station here. Got to be careful because Polish Power got themselves all the way over.
Oh, Master's leaving.
I was going to say, Scav. I don't know if he's going to see the red smoke. Yeah.
And the car too.
Yeah.
He saw Master.
Yeah.
Must have. I mean, I can't say that anymore because Spiro just missed 2 people 10 meters in front of him. So look, what do I know?
Well, Masterlik actually putting out a couple of warning shots here. Might give him access to the crate comfortably. Scav's the only one that pulled up at those.
Wait, what about? I was just gonna say
question mark to the south.
I was just gonna say, what about question mark on the Ridgeline compound? They saw him, but no knocks coming through. That is.
He's gonna have to burn some util here to get back across, and almost actually, as I say, the equipment not damaged too much from that initial set of shots, but should be able to break line of sight here. Yeah.
Really hope Marcelik wasn't taking a sip of his coffee or something at that point, because I think he thought after having forced off one that he was going to be safe. Now, second push comes through. Howl, they missed the first entry onto Stardust, but they're not going to let that happen twice. Austrian Force again. I mean, we lose Silas early 2 games in a row. Now 2 players down here again. Just not coming off to the wrangle start they were hoping for.
No, a great rotations trap set up here by Howl. Silas and Zoka disconnected again. Silas actually got a bolty in hand here, whether or not he's going to be given an opportunity to find a knock here. Exalt as well set up will actually nearly catch sight of Na'Vi rotating, but almost just going to shadow each other along the west road.
See, Molodok peeking on over, allowing Na'Vi to leave. No reason to try and aggress on it. We know Na'Vi is a team that if you give them a chance, if you do anything to try and pufferfish, they will turn around and instantly attack you. So they're allowed to leave. Exalt sees them through. They do have FaZe coming up right behind them. I would imagine that FaZe is going to continue up this road until they, well, really run into anything.
It should be. I mean, the benefit being if Exalt and Na'Vi actually fight, they're almost going to assume that they're the last in from this side. Overpeakers a little further to the east of them, but again, Mexi disconnected, so don't expect James Clear Boulevard to be over-investing in any situation that develops on this western road. Artie sending out a couple of warning shots. Will catch sight of FaZe nice and early.
Somewhat surprised they're going for this. I thought they were going to be more of a like element of surprise attack up close, but again, they are somewhat split, so it makes sense.
I think with Artie being split, he almost doesn't want to give FaZe ground, which is why we're seeing him tuck into the vehicle now. Great decision making from him. If there was a rotation trap set up, sure, you can maybe then justify it, but Artie sent out the warning shots. FaZe weren't really
no
deterred at all.
No,
but it's a key indicator, right? It's just one mini ringing out that FaZe can almost kind of bully themselves into this position. But it might make Exalt's next rotation a little precarious, especially if you're Artie and Furious.
Not wrong. In a two-way split, they know they have Na'Vi just north of them. They haven't really had a chance to scout towards the east themselves, so a tricky position to be in, depending, of course, on where that next circle takes us. 8C. Backstabbing a little bit. Fex doesn't look to the left. Fortunately, no damage done.
FaZe maybe not liking what they've seen on the other side. Curious to see what the decision making is here, because like we said, Exalt were split. The 2 on the north side actually the ones that potential to be isolated. Now Fade and Molodok kind of got themselves set up in a pinch here. If Fate can get himself in, he's pulling off to the east now. I thought maybe Fate was going to pull up in front of them here, but the circle going to decide this one. Na'Vi given an edge to defend here.
He's been allowed passes.
Okay.
Wraps straight through the FaZe rotation, but I don't think any of the FaZe players were in a position to really try and engage him. Just kind of surprised, but wait, there's a car coming the opposite direction. And fortunately, he's alive.
With the circle posting, it's almost like neither of these teams want to take this fight here.
It's just a waste of time.
Yeah, both showing restraint here as a lot of these other teams look to collapse towards the center of this. Everest being the focal point, and actually a couple of the compounds down to the south side.
Wait, Northern Lights won at the top, they then realize it's taken. Then they try to come back down, they realize all of Overpeakers have managed to make their way back towards the compound. Now, nothing, I think, the position they would have wanted to be in, because they're kind of in a, we're not quite on the top, we're not quite at the bottom. Where do we play from here?
Well, yeah, where do we play from here? Because Northern Lights have an opportunity. Actually, you look at who's up on the top side, and with that not coming through, that actually opens an opportunity for Northern Lights to have the numbers advantage. Stardust is split, Win or Die is split. Gushia are trying to get up to the top side. It's just Xstans now up there.
Question is whether they know that it's Win or Die who is sitting on the hilltop. Because if they do, you'd have to imagine that they try to do something to aggress on it.
I don't think the information is confirmed just yet, but Northern Lights are a team we know are proactive, right? They like to make use of this downtime, whilst a lot of other teams are going to be rotating to really solidify their position. Xstans will get across here, find the res, but see a couple of traces coming through. Norcus has actually got the angle, but
you're just never
I
safe
respect the
anywhere.
effort.
You are never safe anywhere in a game of PUBG.
Especially not on Everest.
Yeah, no. Oh, I mean, yeah, fair. Shouldn't expect to be safe there anyway. Best of luck, able to get back down. Na'Vi shooting towards him from the southwest. I mean, Na'Vi, I like how they're shooting inward, so to speak, in the circle, but also still maintaining a lot of, not full focus towards the west, because they know they have Exalt behind them. They know they're pushing in. I think their focus should be focus outside, then wrap in late.
Yeah, you're right. Na'Vi had that information early enough, but Exalt yet to reveal their hand as Na'Vi get themselves a little more, I'd say, comfort We've got lots of space to work with here. FaZe actually did manage to make a transition all the way across the south side towards Ruins now. For Esports, probably haven't heard a shot in a long time over here. They're very split. FaZe will be pulling up in relatively tight formation.
We all know where this next circle is going. We don't, but I just feel like it's got a hard shift question mark, and then FaZe would have wished they had a McLaren. So because that all of a sudden would send their rotation a few more kilometers an hour in their way. Actually, now they didn't like what they saw. They came towards Ruins. They say, let's check it out. Let's see what happens. Now they go, I'm not sure about this.
There might be kind of the victims of their own intelligence, right? Their own awareness, because the next cross, once this circle closes, Chopsticks is out. You either wrap in the blue or you come in the open of Gatka Field.
There's no way they wrap through center Gatka without having scouted that.
I mean, they won't have an opportunity to do it. They have tempo reds down to the south side.
They have to wrap blue. They have to wrap blue. I think they're sitting here saying this is the best position for us to be in where we can go to both directions. We still have the info south. We can scout far north. Let's just wait it out, see what happens. Go with the circle. Now they're moving in.
I mean, the crazy thing is, as the crow flies towards Everest, would almost be, with that circle posting now, they're in vehicles at the right time. I think they're going to have the opportunity to come through. Actually, the old yellows at the top of the hill.
Get it for free. That
yeah,
would be
they
absurd.
might get this for free if Iroh's got there quick enough.
You've got to. If you're Fred Esports and you're hitting cars right now, you damn better send it full speed up that hillside.
They're going to get ahead of them.
This is going to be like a 1 or 2 second brawl. Will FaZe pull up on this? They're spotting Laron. There's no way they don't see Laron going right across, and I think that's FaZe knowing that that's taken. Yep, they're continuing around.
Suela, Na'Vi running the gauntlet in between Wu and Overpeakers now. Northern Lights positioned inside the circle as well. Na'Vi are going into the slaughterhouse, Toby.
They're running straight into the open arms of Northern Lights. Example, slow speed up the hill. He goes 1 HP to work with. Alia goes down. Half the server is currently shooting at Na'Vi, and they're getting butchered by the second.
And only 2 confirmed just yet, but Alia about to bleed out. Melman desperately trying to find a res here. And the pressure is not relenting. Spyro actually got that nade cooked. Does it get onto the backside? And it does. Finds both of them. Na'Vi out in 16th place.
Thank you, Spyro. 2 points added. You did kill one of my other players, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Fair enough. While they look towards the south, though, Exalt full speed sent over north of him. That should be their new focus.
Yeah, actually considering that Exalt came from behind Na'Vi as well. Almost actually benefiting from that entire situation. Win or die, at least Gedrock's still positioned up there. Xstance looking to kind of counterbalance this. They're looking to hold as two. The other 2 members split down to the northwest, actually, towards the double whites. But I'm curious now if Northern Lights want to push a little further in. Now with the kill feed information of the Wu and Overpeakers positioned on the outside, would not Northern Lights want to kind of peel away from this position, give it up a little bit? You don't want to be facing a desperation crash.
Here they come, Polish power, full speed forward. Where are we going to set up shop? Where are we going to stop? There's no more room on the southern side, that's for sure. Are we going towards the ice cream vault already? I mean, that wouldn't be a smart play. Now, in the meantime, Ferris finds 2 in the vehicle explosion. Polish power in trouble, no doubt about it. Cap is still alive somehow. For how long, though? Does go down, and now Crunio, solo player, left alive.
Actually, the pressure doesn't stop either. I think Gedrock's on his 2nd knock up on the top of Everest here. Whether or not Xstance is going to be able to get that res, we'll have to wait and see. Elsewhere, question mark now. Find themselves just on the outside of Fellas. Michael and Rustamar positioned up on the hillside here. Phil First being forced off with actually damage at range. I'm not sure if that's Exalt or Northern Lights, but almost keeping them off the ridge side for the time being.
With everything that's happened in this game so far, I'm baffled that Win or Die are still trying to maintain this 2-way split.
Yeah, I am.
It's one thing is that they're trying to maintain it. The other thing is that they're actually being allowed to maintain it. There's so many teams around them now.
I think this is the circle shift that changes that, though.
Yes,
they have to kind of hedge their bets here.
It has to be.
Whether or not Everest, absolutely will be the better decision. Actually cutting out.
But how do they get up there?
Well, I was going to say cutting out a large majority of all the compounds here. This is going to be a very, very edge-heavy circle. We're talking about already kind of dwindled numbers on some of these teams early on present towards Everest. Stardust being the other one as well, over on the north side, still split. But FaZe get themselves ahead of Foot Esports.
Yeah. That is a solid wraparound, too. They saw the threat, they saw the focus towards the combat, now they get the foothold.
Yeah.
Considering where FaZe has been.
Exactly.
The fact that they get to play from where they are right now is just perfect execution. When everything goes against you, still somehow making something out of nothing.
Trying to connect the spray here. Actually, Rustamar off to the left side will get dropped here by Squeaky with the multi. Actually, Lots of fights going on now as a couple more teams look to try and get into the mix of things. Silas will find the first and the second. Laos goes down, but Metaby responds onto Silas.
Sorry, win or die. Cavalry never arrived. They were set up shop down below and just never got any further. Nox coming through. No kills confirmed, though. Silas does go down. Unfortunately, if you don't get any of those flushes, would be a 0-point game despite the effort they've put through to try and get to where they are.
Zextan's going to go for his third res of the game now. I mean, there's a window of opportunity. Obviously, Silas was a little split there. Bestelok finding two. Jeems and Vard will fall, but Mexi responds. Be careful with that vehicle, though.
EB is not in a position to help just yet. Now the push comes over the hilltop, though. Quizzy, good angle. Does get tacked on the side, though. Quizzy does find Mexi, fortunately. Will Fellas pull up on this or not? I'm not sure. EB trying to peek on forward. Goes to the flush, is trying to secure the kills. Nixie is down and out, but Bestelok should still be able to get back on his feet. Having said that, Fellas are pushing full speed forward.
Probably me and Clib a little bit disconnected here. See if Fellas can clean things up. Obviously, with Rustenmart getting knocked. He did get res. Michael's the one to die here, and shooting fish in a barrel here for Rustenmart. Should be able to find the final kill as well. And the Woo will fall in 15th place. Actually, a little bit frustrating there not to be able to find Clib as well. We had to survive this one out. Miraku making his way towards Northern Lights on the edge of Everest here. Very ahead of the curve, honestly.
Perfect.
It's a fantastic molly.
Gustav is going to be down, no doubt about it. As I say, that might actually stay alive. Nope, there he goes. Those fall down. Ace is trying to wrap down below, get the off angle, try and see if he can catch Iroh. Maybe with utility in hand, but the footsteps will have been heard. Peek over the top, finds one. Great instant double headshot from Iroh. Gets the instant crush as well. Fex got something to say, gets the knock on return. Odin is still down below, though, and Fex is down exactly to just 2 HP. And now the push from Stardust coming in from behind too, and that's going to be the end of FaZe Clan.
Looking at the third party, they're still 4 strong. Stardust finally regrouping here, and Foot Esports licking their wounds for the time being. Iroh's still down. We'll get rezzed up now, though. So 4 strong once again. Lyran got to be the linchpin. Has to slow down this push from Stardust. Apocalypse position could be key, though.
Yes.
I don't know if he's even looking this direction. I'm looking at the minimap. He keeps swinging back towards the west.
This is, I mean, for the sake of Howl, this is 3 games in a row now where, I mean, idea and timing has been perfect on the third-party attempts. Just at no point have they worked out for them when it came down to the, you also got to hit your shots in order to, well, pull off the play you're trying to pull off, right? This might just be the time. They'll win or die, though, on top. Alive and kicking, trying to stay put. Wait, they went down and rest them? And now all 4 on the hilltop?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Gedrock was looking to go for the reses.
That is ballsy. And it paid off. Credit where credit's due. Good job, you got the hilltop.
Weston finding a great knock with that first nade. Going to try and follow up with the second. It will happen just off screen here as Crudio finally falls here. And actually get themselves the compound at the same time as Ascend pull up.
Just like that, Ascend through on the side. Enstorm, we're just going to go kill this one guy. Full team pulls up. They get the kills. Ends out.
Iroh now back on his feet. Looking to do some damage here. Going to find a knock onto Schofield as well as that initial flush. But Stardust now a little hesitant. The ones that initially were looking to instigate this third party and follow through have allowed for Esports to really dig their heels in.
I think.
And get 4 strong once again.
Yeah, and honestly, I think when Circle went north side hill, you go, we don't need the south side. We don't need to aggress on them. There's going to be teams pushing in from the south. That's when we're third party. Unfortunately now, Howl kind of in a position where they can sit tight for themselves. Fellas will go down. 10th place for them as we hit the 21-minute mark.
I'm curious here. Stardust, the ones with, I guess, best access to the high ground. So they should be the ones aggressing in this situation. Elsewhere, Northern Lights, at least Spyro here, looking to try and get a couple more tags outside that smoke. We'll land a couple inside, actually. Exalt taking a ton of damage. Artie has fallen. Fairest and Fate here to try and recover or scramble their way back into the circle. Question mark set up ahead of them. You can see Hobbit and Dante fixated on their position. And Northern Lights find themselves a pretty free rotation in here. Win or Die have moved towards the center, at least of Everest. So a little further east here, allowing Northern Lights to set up.
I'm curious to see if Win or Die will try and execute anything towards the east side, knowing that the fight is going on now. Dante does get the knock through the smoke phase, does go down. Nate thrown to follow, but don't think it's going to find Fade.
Fade's got to play a little split here inside the smokes, but he is outside the circle, so I feel like it's just a matter of time. Weston, I mean, this engagement between Stardust and Foot Esports has gone on for an eternity, it feels like. Spyro finally deals with Fate. Exo out in 9th place, so into the top 8 now. And Stardust have had to peel away from this. I'm amazed that with their early positioning, that window of opportunity was not capitalized at all.
Not at all. Circle does go north. I like how Killikai Brexo just came towards the mountain. I'll go, wait, should we just go back to the ice cream shop again? Because we might just be better off chilling and getting top 3 guaranteed. But we'll see how they opt to play it. Iroh now peeks on over. So does Lyron. Lyron will fall at the hands of Laza.
Iroh's got to be so careful as well. He's going to be on his 3rd knock if he goes down. The nade just comes through. It's going to find him. That creates so much pressure for FUT Esports now.
Trying to peek on over. Want to get back over the hilltop. Molly in hand now as well. Can't really make anything of it. As you're saying, the bleeder is faster than Iroh. There should be no way Western is going to be able to get back over on that left side.
I think, actually, he's already been picked up. Well, at least he's on the shoulders of Odin. Yeah, he's being rezzed.
Odin to the rescue. Able to get him at least for now. Yes, does commit to the res, and Iroh is back on his feet.
The timing's going to be really awkward, though. They have to deal with how quickly Stardust have actually got themselves ahead of this engagement, once again in a power position. Elsewhere, actually, is that Brexco getting knocked? So creating a little bit of pressure onto the north side here with Ascent in this 2-2 split.
Yeah, Western tries to peek on over. Again, just buy time for your team to get back up alive, get back to full HP. For win or die here, I mean, this fight has to happen. I feel like Win or Die wish they had cleared everything before this happened, because now they're in a 4v4 against Northern Lights, and that's not a fight you win too often.
No, it's not. And having to go for those reses ultimately relinquish that control. Gusya actually looking to cook that nade. I think Batulin's just spotted him there with that peek. Potentially Perfectic's going to confirm it.
Oh. There you go.
There you go.
Nice attempt on shooting out the molly, but that's not going to happen. Extends, does find one, Leash finds the second, so nice damage done in return. The first knock comes through in favor of Northern Lights, but almost finds the third. Batulin's down to low HP.
Absolutely eats that, but Lu able to respond back. Gedrox will fall. Lu anchoring this team fight all the way from the back lines here. Should allow this rest to come through. Leos gets a double confirm there.
They needed this too, because Howl has looked up this direction. They're coming full speed forward. Footballers was allowed to wrap over on the other side, but Howl is sending it in from behind.
They're desperate to try and get some third-party kills on the board here. 45 up here. Batulin's going to find a re-knock onto Gedrox. I feel like that's his 5th knock now, so he's going to be bleeding so fast, regardless, confirmed with that second aid. Extance and Leosh have to put up a fight here. It has to be quick. Lazar and the Mad are looking to backfill this.
Leosh missing a few crucial shots there. Would love to do more damage by himself and the team more time. As I say, the team, it's just him and Extens on their feet.
Leosh, you got to be careful.
Yep, Mad
got to be careful.
Easy. Spotted from behind. Down he goes. Extends, peeks on over. Does get one in return. But how much is going to be worth in the end of it? 1 point extra. Confirmed. But still has Northern Lights to deal with. And now the Mad as well.
Actually, Extens stands his ground now. But Lu to confirm things. Finally coming through. Ascend looking to actually collapse onto FUT Esports over on the east side here. Mika actually the one to deal the killing blows. Into our top 4 now.
Northern Lights 10 kills again.
Yeah,
they are unstoppable. They're just, you know, just trying out new things, preparing for PGC, just chilling, just actually wrecking this entire lobby.
Yeah, yeah, they are on a tear already into our 3rd and final game of Erangel. Question mark. Haven't really been too present in the previous couple of team fights here. Almost biding their time. Hobbit's still on the outside of the circle. Dante looking to progress a little further.
I mean, remember they did lose Adusi as literally 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
they have been down in numbers from the very get-go. So understandably, they have been slowing things down a bit and now making top 4. And honestly, with the amount of damage being done now to Ascent, who were 4 people up, Lou is just a beast. Question mark bot there, like, has been buying themselves time, and now it's duos galore and a single player up for Stardust.
Now, Brexco and Killikai. Last 2 remaining for Ascend. I'm curious, really, actually, if Northern Lights try and prioritize one side or the other. I don't think they will try and progress straight into this circle. Batulin's looking to clear the east side, or at least gather a little bit of information ahead of this circle closing in. And Lu should be able to lay down some damage if anybody else tries to make a move. Problem being, Ascend and Question Mark, both very safe in their position. You can see what Lu is faced with overcoming.
I feel like once they get nail cop, it's just an instant send towards the east, but even that is not, I mean, so much easier said than done. This is an instant send, full speed downhill we go, rappelling down the mountain to the best of his abilities. Nail cop does spot him, but nothing done.
That's huge, though. That ridge for Lu is actually a massive position to pick up this late on in the game.
For sure. should this next circle go anywhere south, you would have to imagine that Lou is in a good position to win it. Batulin's still not inside the circle, wanting to get rid of this final player.
Lou trying to send out some response shots now from a more comfortable position. Batulins does actually get himself into a beautiful off angle now with that reposition from Nailcop.
This is the closest to like conceding a game you can get to. I'm just going to go to the corner, hide behind the car, you do you. I'll just chill over here and get some more placement points.
Like it's 2017 again. Dante did find a knock previously with that bolty. Lou looking to be the aggressive. Batulins opens up from that off angle that we were talking about previously. Yep. This could be beautifully constructed here from Northern Lights.
Perhaps around the side, all the info in the world with the 2 angles coming through. Killiak, high peaks on over, would have really wanted to do more damage. Nate does come through. It lands right below him, bounces off the rock, rolls down the side, hole in one. Batulin gets the double.
Northern Lights now get themselves access to the center of this circle. Dante desperately trying to make moves here to put some pressure on, but Hobbit a little bit split here. Dante's got to be careful. He has to play his life.
He's been quiet so far, despite having an arm available. Hasn't used it, at least not the last couple of minutes. Playing it tight, playing it slow, hoping that maybe the smoke is going to disrupt some sort of audible cues. Nailcup goes for the vehicle rotation again, and fair is fair, he's still alive.
A little bit of misdirection, though, with Hobbit opening up here. Batulins is desperate to try and capitalize on that fight. Lou should spot out Dante here, though.
Does he hear him?
I mean, Batulins should just swing off contact. There you go, yeah. Perfectly played. Northern Lights with an absolute stranglehold on this end zone.
Audible Q came in from below. Hobbits at least gets second place guaranteed. Can he find more with it? We go straight back to the fight west of Pachinki earlier. Hobbits could have potentially dealt with Northern Lights. Now he's given a chance again, but this time around it's not looking to go his way outside the circle now as well.
And Lou desperate to try and find anything onto him. But you feel like it's just a matter of time looking at that mini-map, Toby.
It's not looking good, no doubt about it. Batulins is even looking the other direction, just chilling. I mean, you know, Lou, you just get the kill. Let's get this over with.
Yeah, give it to Lou, please.
Go next. Oh, no. Get it to Spear. Oh, no, he's dead. No, mind. That's a winning nade.
You think?
Boop.
Oh, it's a decent chunk of damage. And it's Lou to seal the deal. Another fantastic performance from Northern Lights here. 15 kills. Again, showing that actually, regardless of the situation, they're able to continue with this form. Almost just playing with the lobby right now.
Back-to-back chicken dinners. 13 kill win into a 15 kill win. Just stop them. Somebody, please just stop them. This is unheard of. Absolutely insane. Well, we'll throw it over to the desk, see what they think of this. When Northern Lights, James, here they are again.
They do it time and time, to quote Froz. Again, ridiculous stuff coming out from Northern Lights. Another victory on the board. And it's not like they were even central during a lot of this, playing Everest, playing for the fights here, Avenger, and winning again.
Yeah, it's, you know, we were kind of talking about it. Let's make sure that it's not a team that's already guaranteed that's going to be winning this spot here. And then already they're kind of spoiling it. And what is scary is they're usually a team that really pops off in the second week, some of the last days. Right now, they come out here, they dominate from the start, and it's kind of scary. They're looking in an insane shape right now.
This is the problem. Even if they don't get the victory here as well, Saga, they're a team that just constantly gets double-digit kills anyway.
Well, sample size for that is 1 so far of the 3 games because they picked up the victories in both of the teams. But no, you're absolutely right. There's a reason why they're so far clear at the top of the standings. And they talked about they're trying out some new things, testing some new strats. Well, it's clearly working.
Definitely so, definitely. So overall, I mean, what do we even talk about in this game? Because overall, you have Everest, this extreme landmark that a lot of teams are playing. Winner Die, for example, somehow manages to get to the middle of everything, but eventually the bulldozers come along.
Usually, you want to play off one of the edges, right? You want to be one of the teams sweeping, getting in from the back of things. And then again, they do it on the perfect side. They manage to be the last team on the west side, and then they just start sweeping, getting so many teams. Lost a few players, but then clutching it as 2. Quite impressive stages here.
You saw on the opposite side, FaZe was trying to do the same thing. They were really trying to mirror that on the eastern side.
it makes a lot of sense because that is probably the ideal way if you don't get the initial maneuver to get up on top of Everest and have the high ground all to yourself, but you want to prevent other teams from getting up above you. But for FaZe, it just fell apart because there was too many avenues in from the eastern side, whereas the western side was preliminarily swept.
Yeah, it's difficult, especially if you don't have yourself a spot when it comes to Everest as a whole here, Avenger. We saw so many teams trying to scramble for a position. Teams like Fellas obviously trying to come in on the west-hand side, going up against... it's not easy.
No, in general, you know, Everest is just a really, really hard situation to get into. If you're not one of the first teams there that is pushing out and sweeping it, if you're not one of the teams coming in from the southern or eastern side where you have a better approach, the west side is really hard to approach from as well. Again, they just managed to do quite well. I was happy to see Ascent kind of succeed a little bit with some of the crashes we saw on ends. They had a good amount of points here. But then again, it's really hard if you're not full 4-man. Then they had to move. It's just a really rough situation. We have so many eyes to watch you.
Indeed. Speaking of the scenario I actually just elaborated to overall, let's check in with Fellas and the Woo from this game.
Okay, see ya guys, come here, yeah. OP is driving on me, Okay? Guys?
They jump behind. I'm dead. It's full foreman.
Coming, guys. One in car, in front of you, one in car.
Yeah,
and
me. He stopped.
It's only one. He's only one here. He's waiting.
He's on the
Just away. Nice.
Let's go on the hill, northeast. Oh, that's a knock.
Nice. You're gonna rest me.
Get the flashes.
Right now, just run to me,
Yeah.
I'm dead. I'm getting shot in the back, I'm knocked from behind.
All of the Everest guys sees it.
Yeah, Everest is full vision. Dead.
I'm running close to the switch.
Maybe he's complaining to blue here, I'm not
He's
sure.
on the close switch still.
OP one up.
Taking car.
Getting spammed from Everest.
Shouldn't all do this, just so you're gonna need to have a car for them. Resin 4, you see him resin.
I stole the knock.
Nice.
Damn, great to get both perspectives there as well for all of that scenario. But I think what's interesting there, Saga, is we even heard from Bestalosh early on in the pre-show, I have a hair on my nose, that he has never really had to communicate in English before when it comes to your team dynamic. But we heard him there, very vocal, very kind of a little bit chaotic almost in those comms.
Yeah, and he did say that it was a bit of a struggle to adapt to that. And I like that we also saw Fellas who have the same thing with the two previous ENTS players coming in and joining in with the UK boys and Ireland to come in and communicate in English as well.
The English guys are having a rough time communicating.
Yeah, we really are.
Once you get once you get him going though, I mean, it's over. He's just constantly talking. So
yeah, you know. In the PL days, 2019, where they're together with a lot of people in studio all the time, speaking a lot of English, then go home for 2 years. It's kind of falling apart a little bit. I talked to him a few times, and he's like, it's gonna take some time training, but you could definitely tell calm, collected a little bit more with the Fellas guys, and also especially from Rooster and Martix, so they are a little bit more laid back than a hectic Nixie and Bestelotch there.
That's a very Finnish and UK thing, though. Very kind of little bit reserved.
I think it's kind of a good mix and match for them with kind of how their personality is also kind of going quite well together.
All right, let's take a look at the numbers then coming in from that game. And of course, Northern Lights does what Northern Lights does, Saga.
Honestly, not too much.
Yeah,
we really did. Had to add an extra column on the damage, but it's not too much of a surprise to see that the damage and the kills be so similar to one another based on the fact that every time they throw one out, it seems to be doing 80 plus damage. And particularly the one to the end where we even said, like, that looks like it's going short still. 77 damage and it's a one tap to finish the game.
How are their grenades so good? Like, almost every time as well. I obviously cast my mind back to the silly situation on Miramar where they're up on the tower, but just all of these bounces, they all go in the favor of NLT.
And something that they're really, really good at is coordinating nades, because obviously we have the nade nerf. We went from 3.6 meters lethal range to 2.4. Damage is now also, to wests and everything, so they have to coordinate. You have to nade 2 or 3 nades at the same time to make sure you get these knocks, and they're doing extremely well with it. We saw it in Question Mark as well. Batulins, Perfectix, again, Perfectix with 4. He's now on 15 in 3 games.
Crazy.
That's 5 per game. That's insane.
It's honestly insane, but the communication, the coordination between this team, it really just speaks to the fact that this is a team that really has been together for a very, very long time. Since the beginning of PCS, this is the same rush.
Sure. I mean, it's funny because I guess a lot of people would probably say and attribute that to their success, right? That they have been together for a long time, but I think it's broader than that. You have to be excellent players as well as being together for this long, Avenger, to be able to pull this off, it feels.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely not just them being playing for a long time. Their mechanical skill, their coordination, and how well synergized are is just S tier, as we heard from Nalo.
Crazy stuff. I'm taking a look at some of the highlights here from the end right now. And Batulin, of course, the IGL, being able to top frag on his team as well. So he's not just a pretty face, Saga. He's able to do the business too.
Particularly, again, even as just a duo after losing 2 earlier on to what could have actually been a very good hold from Win or Die at the top of Everest if it weren't for the third party of Howl. But even down to half strength, that is still a ridiculous amount of firepower coming out from any two. Pick any two from Northern Lights and put them in that situation. And as Nailup said at the start of the show, they could very well come out clutch.
And coincidentally, they're in Istanbul as well, actually, currently. They're boot camping here, right, Avenger?
Yeah, at least Batulins is here, I think. Yes. Also, until PGC. So it's going to be an all of PCS7 Grand Finals, and then also have 2 weeks of boot camp before they travel to PGC, obviously. Guaranteed to go, but still here, dominating, kind of ruining it for everyone, ruining the fun, sponging up all the points in the top.
Vamping. But the question is really, again, is unfortunately for a lot of these teams, taking #1 spot here does get you that guaranteed spot. Northern Lights is out to just take that away from everybody completely.
And the real bummer for a lot of these teams is the fact that if Northern Lights does qualify in that slot, not much changes for the PGC points because they're already so far clear.
Right. Well, time for a break. When we return, we have Miramar on the card. Stay tuned, though, because we're going to have a few words from Batulins himself as well. We'll see you soon.
Hi guys, in this video we will be looking at some clips from the PCS7 playoffs that were played last week. And the first one is actually from Pug Ali. He clutches a 1v3 against Pixu and Miraco and the Rustomar. I guess Michael died earlier, I'm not surprised. Anyways, he is very patient with this, which is really important in 1v3s. He throws in a flash, immediately peeks after it, knocks Rustomar. Huge win there, huge win. 1v2 now. He throws in the Molotov so they can't push from that side. Flushes. Gonna pick Tixu here. Ooh, dude, how do people shoot shots between those little things? I don't understand. That was a really nice knock though. Tixu goes down. He's trying to get a first hit off here and playing a ring around Rosie with Miracle. Oh, now he's probably gonna get it off here. It's such a beautiful play. I don't understand how does one not fail under pressure like this. Oh my god, and he vaults the window and he kills him. Come on, that was sick. Ali just clutched that straight up. That was wow. I mean, come on, sign this guy. Hello? Okay, for the next clip, I have picked out this one. I feel like as a PUBG player, literally everybody has been in a situation like this where your team barely makes it into the circle and you all try to squish in a shot, and then some random guy comes in, starts tossing his whole inventory at you, 10 grenades, 10 Molotov, and your whole team is just so far. Oh no,
this is fine.
There's literally nothing they can do. Oh my god, they got 2 knocks. Oh, they're all dead. That's sad days for the team Win or Die. For this clip, I don't really have any other reason except that it's just really funny. Okay, so we have the Sheila Proning getting Marbo. Okay. Oh, they're coming in, they're coming in. Ents is about to crash him. He doesn't know what to do and...
Oh my god!
I just love how the casters also just laugh, say nothing else. A lot of casual players can have this misconception of pro players that they only use boring guns like ARs, DMRs, right? But it's actually not true. They will pick up a shotgun at any given opportunity as well. No, but actually though, this is such a nice clutch. First, we have Hobbit and knocking Spyro, ooh, clean, and then perfect. Vault in the roof. Bang! First bang! Oh my god, and then bang! Let's go! That was so good. Oh my god, he's so happy. Look at him. securing that chicken dinner for the team. Mwah. The best part is that shotguns are actually a recurring pattern in these games. In this clip, we have Navi Alia with a shotgun versus Vasco, who also has a shotgun. He jumps down from the roof. Oh, missed shot. And another missed shot, and Alia hits the shot and gets the chicken dinner. Oh my god, I love it. For real though, this is all Fastpace's fault. I feel like I just have to include this next clip because it's like the average PUBG Pro experience. Getting stunned over and over again without being able to do anything.
Was a Molotov or fractured Silas. Oh my god. White screen. Send it back to the manufacturer. RMA that monitor.
Oh my god, poor Silas, dude, he's just laying there. Okay guys, that was the last clip. Thank you so much for watching the video, and if you want to catch the official broadcast on Twitch, make sure you head out to PUBG_Battlegrounds, I think the channel is called, and the grand finals are going to be played on 30th September, so you don't want to miss that. And we're out.
I'm joined by the IGL of the team that's completely popped off in the first half of the day. Hello, Batulins.
Hello, Koa. Nice to meet you. Nice to see you.
Always nice to see you. Now, I see a DA sign in the background. I know you're boot camping in Istanbul with the squad. Can you tell me a little bit about how that happened?
It's was a very fast travel to Istanbul. We just decided in a few days that we should come here with my Russian teammates, and we are DA. Very luckily for us, they provided a very nice gaming house for us. So big thanks to them for everything. Our PCs, the whole atmosphere here is very nice. Yeah. So and as you can see, our results are also very good right now in the game. So we are definitely happy with it. So yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about your results a little bit, but first I say, after watching PCS Asia this morning and now completely dominating EU, do you think one of the regions is stronger than the other?
I mean, for sure, Asian region is stronger than European region. I mean, not like exactly like some teams. Yeah, the average level of the players in Asia is just higher. I think that anyone will tell the same thing to you, yeah, because all of us, when we watch Asian PCS tournament, we can see insane individual skills of all the players, and yeah, I guess there's difference, and also they fight too much, yeah, and because of it, they have more like surprise moments where people see like, yo, this player is so good, like I can't imagine like European players against Asian players, yeah, but that's not true. We just have a bit less players, but we still have very nice teams. So I think, yeah, that's all I can say about this thing.
Excited to see how that plays out in PGC then. It's still very early now in PCS7, so I think it's a good time to ask, if you had to pick one team that can fight with Northern Lights, who would it be?
Footballist. I don't know why, just saying. Footballist.
Just because you're in Istanbul right now. Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you so much for your time, Sasha, and good luck in the rest of today.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Batulins, bathrobed and all, so far looking great here for Northern Lights. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PCS7 Europe Grand Finals. I've got Saga and Avenger here, and Saga, so far so good for good old Batulins.
Yeah, I mean, he brought the bathrobe, and that just means it's a sign of yet another championship for NLT.
Maybe. Yeah. They're scary when he dons the bathrobe. But what happens if he takes it off, like kind of like unleashing a strength meter or something like that?
Like a Super Saiyan upgrade?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you say Saiyan?
Yeah.
Okay. keep going.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see that for PGC, so they can potentially win it.
Maybe. So that's the interview here with Batulin. So far, so good for them. At the top of the scoreboard. Let's check in with that scoreboard here as now Northern Lights is asserting dominance already here. Just after 3 games of Erangel, and with now 2 Miramars to go here, they're going to be sitting pretty up in that number 1 spot for sure. Meanwhile, all the other teams trailing a little bit, I think is fair to say, but win or die here, Saga, in number 2.
Yeah, they've really been making appearances towards the late stages of the game. They were actually very well suited to make yet another top 3 appearance if it weren't for the fact that Northern Lights was the team that was making the push onto their high ground position, and then cheeky little Howl came in behind them. But once again, Overpeak has started off really strong with the first dub of the day, and now things have sort of slowed down a little bit. A couple of teams have overtaken, but it's still nowhere close to catching up to NLT.
The big thing here, obviously, is how close it is from second and all the way down, right?
Course,
but still, pretty good performance. Question mark is one that really lays in there. We were talking about it. They have to get top 5 to overtake Heroic and put them out of that 8th spot. So that's really interesting if that's going to continue. We've had some good performances. They were there last year, PGC too. So we know that the performance is definitely coming through before. And at Doozy, the PEL GOAT himself has had insane performance himself too.
Yeah, definitely. Now we move on to Miramar, though, of course. And I think for some of the underdog teams, actually, this was a place where they found a little bit of solace, a little more points here and there. We saw in that last chance, Stardust have a decent time here on Miramar. Exalt have a decent time on Miramar. Who are your eyes on for Miramar?
I think really we just have to, again, just look, obviously other than NLT, because yeah.
They're good.
I mean, Batulins literally has a position on Miramar named after the man,
that's true.
So that's always going to come into play. But as you said, Stardust, the likes of those teams where they did sort of struggle somewhat. I mean, they were particularly invisible on Erangel in the early stages of the qualification stages, but they definitely did make those adaptations and comebacks. And as we get towards the later stage of the tournament, maybe see some of those will come into play.
Avenger?
Yeah, I'm hoping to see N-Step a little bit up here. We were talking about it. They need to get top 8 to take that spot. They're right now the closest to kind of sneak that spot away from Heroic. Top 8 should be doable for them. Right now, we have not seen what we were hoping to see from them. Also, obviously, Scav has to perform for my fantasy team to not completely fail.
Yeah.
All of ours, I think.
Yeah, I think we're not doing spectacular just yet, but
there's time.
There's a lot of time. There's tons of time. And now it's time to head over to the casters. It's my favorite lollipop man and Scholar Petrolia himself. It's Toby and Hypoc. How you doing, boys?
Doing good.
Which one's the lollipop man?
I think that's you. That's gonna be you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Of course.
you do the breakdown of that one. Why is that?
Surely a British reference, maybe.
There you go. That's what it is.
Cool, I'll take it.
Yeah, there you
fair
go.
enough.
In any case, we're headed on over to Miramar, as they just mentioned on the Discord. I mean, we kind of cleaned. We went off to a good start initially on Erangel with no hot drops, no early contesting anything. I'm hoping we're seeing the same thing now that we headed on over to Miramar. But then again, I mean, things can change. I feel like Miramar does present more contested loot spots than Erangel did.
Yeah, I think it opens up some of the possibilities for a couple of teams that do want to get a little more aggressive on, particularly towards Circle 2. We look towards still classify that as early game, right? Again, the macro kind of switches up here, so an opportunity for maybe some of the teams that have been trailing a little bit. More kill opportunities will present themselves, particularly in terms of rotations as well.
No doubt about that. Playing straight from the south to the north could not be any more straightforward. I feel like that's what I've introed literally every single game today with. And here it's presented once again. You get salute wherever you want. I don't want to see anyone hot dropping each other.
Yeah, this is the one that ultimately everything accessible here with this plane path, and whether or not that is dropping for a vehicle or stretching across. So eyes go towards at least some of maybe the hotter spots in terms of towards Hacienda in particular, San Martin. Whether or not anybody's going to commit for a vehicle very early on, but because if everybody's navigating their way away very conservatively, Northern Lights have themselves a lot of space actually towards the middle of the map, and considering how we've seen the previous plane pass follow on to circles, could give them an early advantage here, at least on Miramar. Again, this plateau towards Power Grid, crucial spot in terms of obviously anybody having to rotate, and also giving Northern Lights a little bit of breathing space.
It's almost as if the team that plays the most off of info collected is also the team that puts itself into the position to collect the most info.
I think I follow with that, yeah.
Yeah, it's almost as if, Who would have thought?
I'll give you that one.
You know what? I on purpose didn't mention this because every time I say I want an island circle, it doesn't happen. Now I didn't say anything, but I've been waiting for a new Oasis circle too. And this one, while it might not necessarily end up there, we've already seen in the qualifiers how this new landscape up here, the mountain being that much flatter, how it has played a factor in the games.
I mean, you say it might not, but actually the southern tip of this actually slicing through San Martin. So there is a strong possibility, right?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it changes a little bit in terms of the dynamic of some of these shifts, but I mean, the only overlap being, I think, is that Tixu and a Doozy maybe just picking up vehicles here, but should be able to navigate away from each other. FaZe obviously over towards Toria Muda, having a big gap between it. Actually, nobody really with decent access towards that. Obviously, nobody occupying water treatment early on as well. So don't expect too many of these teams to really stick around, but the question comes back is rotation paths into this circle. San Martin and Hacienda do become those power positions. Whether or not anybody's going to stay late, obviously massive opportunities for rotation camps to be set up on Miramar.
I'd say this. I mean, now with the change to the map, center is now playable. Before, you'd have one team posted up on the hilltop early with a, just didn't have like a AR. They just have a DMR, 6,000 bullets, and you could not go anywhere near that entire mountainside for days. Now, with it being flat, I mean, you can still play around there, but you don't assert the same dominance from that position that you used to. You can scout across, around it. There is a road now leading north.
Well, the problem being is actually that lack of information now. There's not as strong a position to really sit up there and scout anything, right? It's especially almost Batulin's 2.0, right? Over on the north side, and that ability to have absolute oversight on rotations, on numbers, on everything that becomes crucial, especially through the mid-game.
Marcelic is full speed sending, and if he is running into trouble, if he doesn't watch out here, that should be a freebie. There's no way he doesn't get that. No tires pop, no... I mean, 2 bullets were connected, but I feel like they were toe taps because only a bit of damage comes through with it. Marcelic gets away with what should have been a knock there.
Yeah, Miraku positioned a little further east of this. Now, he is disconnected from the rest of his team, so don't expect him to be making moves too early on here, but the rest of Polish Power actually almost mirroring Stardust in rotation. Apocalypse was the disconnected member as well here, but he's going to have good oversight towards the rest of Polish Power rotating in.
Yeah. It's Apocalypse against the world right now, trying to fend off against all of Polish Power. Exactly. Doesn't even have anything to work with there either. Tries to spray on through, hit or not, apply the pressure, force them to go off in the other direction. And now, as we see in the minimap in the bottom right corner, the cavalry has arrived. But, as I say that, Polish Power pulling up on this, and they don't have Marcelic here.
I think they're actually noting, that there's only one set of shots coming from this, but Stardust backfilling this. They were all stacked up in rotation here. Cunio just gets away from it.
The timing on that one, caught with the nade in hand. Now Norgis are out the side trying to find one kill. Forced to go back inside the building. The Elcop is isolated from his 2 teammates as of right now, at least. But they're all here. 4v3 again. Marcelic, 0 impact in this right now.
Decent tag coming through onto Celtic, but that nade not going to do anything towards Cappy and Norkis, but actually, a couple of tags do come onto Cappy.
Nice camera POV there in the bottom right corner. You can see Marcelic, he's desperately trying to make his way back towards his teammates, but he has to worry about Phyllis on the other side. He has to worry about Question Mark. He's dodging and weaving as best as he can while still fully committing to trying to get back up on this hilltop.
Whether or not actually Stardust are going to have the awareness that this is the same team and Marcelic was that initial probe sent into the circle, whether or not he's going to be able to get himself into an off angle here. He's got to be so careful about this approach, though.
Yeah. He's going to be... I like the idea of now that he is an unknown factor, he might as well try and play an off angle. He might as well try and see if he can wrap around. Issue becomes, you miss that first shot, there's no way in hell you get out of there alive. That is an instant flush.
No, ask Spyro about that one. It happened earlier on. This is almost a similar setup here. Being able to be the thorn in the side of Stardust, but Marcelic doesn't like the approach too much. Clip elsewhere will find one onto Extends. This is just outside El Pozo. See no possibility of a trade coming back through, as you see on the mini-map here. Lots of space.
Yeah. It's unfortunate for Exalt, really, because they were trying to do a hard wrap around west around. Like, they did not want to fight here, but they just run into Overpeaker's mid-rotation.
I don't think Marcelic's noted yet. Metaby was just out on the corner of the wall looking to jump spot there. Nade posted in.
Oh, bounces off.
I mean, this is the thing, though. Polish Power almost need a knock to enable Marcelic to come through. The follow-up nade not actually going to do any damage now. Again, unconfirmed as of yet, but Polish Power looking to prioritize the west side of this compound.
One of the things here is Polish Power is burning through literally all their utility. That was the last utility for Norkis. I mean, they're burning through everything here. But of course, at the risk or the hope of confirming a building here, Medibay does go down. Happy finds the second as well. Things are starting to look good for Polish Power.
Actually going to try and sweep through this now. The 2 flushes come through, and actually no response yet from Stardust. Apocalypse. Actually, the third party coming through. Michael's actually found Marsalek from range. That's going to slow down this push.
Fellas have been trying to get somewhat of an influence in this fight up until this point. Now, finally, the knock does come through.
That knock is from so far away as well, Toby.
It is. It's a solid half-kilometer distance. FUT Esports, in the meantime, being pulling through, I should say, the Woo. And again, just straightforward ambush on the roadside there. Easy kill. Lyron goes down. Point through for Woo. Woo.
That wasn't the comms listening, don't worry. Celtic and Apocalypse still unable to really get anything done from this position, but like I said, with that not coming through from Michael, Polish Power have definitely pumped the brakes a little bit now. No capitalization from Stardust just yet.
At this point, you'd have to imagine that Polish Power has kind of dialed down the position of these 2 remaining Stardust players. I'm surprised they're not trying to commit harder to the push, but of course, with the off angle, the narrow peek through from Cabby finds the third there as well. We'll get 3 of them in the end. Solid play from Polish Power. And you know what? As much as I was about to say, I'm surprised they didn't push, like hard commit to it. Polish Power is the team that would always push and die because they over-aggress. This time around, we don't need to hurry. We have to play it smart. We have to play it safe. They do it. It takes longer, sure, but they get the kills and they keep all 4 alive.
Really diligent as well on the clear through as well. Even after that not coming through, like I said, they did slow down, but Stardust unable to really capitalize from that. Melman out in no man's land.
It's not 10 minutes yet, Melman. Don't. Get back to
Another
safety,
90
buddy.
seconds.
Watch out, wall. Watch out. Get back to safety.
Seeing actually a couple of teams, Ents, FaZe and Na'Vi, all kind of crossing paths over here on the northeast side of, technically, center circle.
Are they setting up on them? Oh wait, no, they're going right in front of them. Are they? They should stop. They gotta hear the cars. Iroh is coming in right behind. It's not 10 minutes yet, Iroh. Don't do this to me. I can't lose 2.
The vehicle being lit up so quickly though.
It's on fire.
He breaks line of sight. Oh my god.
How did he not take any damage from that? He was running in the air.
But they're trying to collapse on him as well. Iroh's reposition could be key here. If he can get beyond Quizzy. This is massive.
He was surfing on the car. Mid-air. And they don't see him.
Look at where the rest of FUT Esports are though. They are nearly a kilometer to the east of him.
35 seconds, Iroh. Come on, brother. You can do this.
They haven't spotted him. They have no clue where he's repositioned.
And they can't sit around now. They can't wait for this. They have to move. I mean, again, Wu is coming in from so far south. They have had 0 chance to scout anything. You can't commit to it. The fact that he gets away from that is insane. Doesn't have a vehicle now. That's suboptimal.
Well, I mean, they've got enough time and space for, obviously, the other members of FUT Esports to come and pick him up. So, Fate make it a meal of it. What is that shift? Oh my god.
What?
It's not even on the screen.
I know there's a fight going on, but let me just process this for a second. I have never in my life seen a circle hard shift this far north. The center of this circle is literally on the wall.
Yeah, it literally is. So it's why we see so many teams just get immediately in these vehicles, because this is uncharted territory, right? There aren't a lot of reps in this area since the change, especially in live competitive games, Toby.
The area of this map that is the most as it used to be is the wall. That is pretty much what you have to work with. That is what you're used to from the earlier stages. Here comes Goose, straight through the middle. Can I join you guys? No, I can't. Well, I'll just 360 my way to safety on the side. I'll give you a little honk on the side there too. Get back to safety down below. Wow, everyone's migrating north. This right here is going to be, at least from an EMEA side of things, the first example of what new Oasis can provide.
And there's only 3 teams outside this circle. Everybody getting in. Actually, the congestion coming towards the center and the west. We're seeing a couple of teams now crossing paths, trying to vie for whatever they can. Theorist actually looking to get a little bit of damage on, but Ascender to the north of this. They might actually benefit from the situation. Great spray from Theorist, though.
This is a full-on Mad Max race. Everyone's trying to take out one another mid-rotation. Chris peeks on over, finds the knock on one, wants to get the flush as well, but it's not going to happen. Hobbits from the other side able to steal one away from him.
I think Question Mark actually just stealing 2 knocks away there. Hobbits finding one, a doozy finding the other. Actually, 2 members of Howl positioned down to the south side of Ascenders. Schofield looks as if he's the one that Ascender prioritizing.
They have to finish this fast too. They know there's going to be more people looking to come in from the west, and even if not pushing in their direction potentially. Unfortunate flash didn't roll far enough, has to back off. Chris peeks on forward, spots Laza, gets him down, damage done in return though. Schofield able to find him with the
Brex goes off
nade. Brex go, yep. The turret, the tank coming around from the side, trying to apply pressure, but Chris does go down.
Yeah, it's going to be an awkward engagement now for Schofield and Brexco. The pressure on Schofield to really go for this res. Trying to lay down a little bit of utility to allow that, but he needs to find a tag or at least something to force Brexco off the angle. Hobbit's actually helping out here from range. Being the savior for Howl.
I've never seen teams fight on the wall before, using the wall for cover. This is... I love this. I love PUBG.
Brexco.
That is a good
finds that spray.
red dot spray through. Barely any missed bullets through that one either. Schofield goes down. Kill comes through. Matt now all on his own, and again, I mean, suboptimal position. Kill Kai spots him instantly. Has to make a run for it, but where the hell do you go from there?
Well, I mean, just like that, Howl's numbers are reduced down to just the Mad. And he was the one to ultimately try and be the aggressor on Mika. I was almost going to credit the relaying of information there.
Yeah.
Attack comes onto Mika, and immediately the Mad looks to close out that kill. But unfortunately, it's an absolute meal of that flash and decides not to force his way through. Actually, Brexco going to get picked off here. Hobbit's the one to find the headshot. Aduzi desperate to try and find that flash. Third time's a charm.
Bullets.
Nope.
Got to dial it on in. Brexco does go down Dante there to help him, saying, Aduzi, stop shooting with the arm, bro. We need the bullets for later. Circle, where are we headed with this one? Centers up, but still, I mean, it really couldn't be any further north. Even though we center up, we still have about 30% of the circle north of the wall.
The center is outside northwest of Oasis. It's actually ridiculous.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm surprised we still have 50 alive with that previous circle shift.
I'm convinced that there has got to be one, if not, I'm gonna put my number at 5 at the most players here that have only ever been in this Oasis area once or twice, and that's just landing there quickly to go hee and then go somewhere else, because obviously the game never goes here.
Yeah, there's definitely no comfort compounds for any of these teams now. Going to have to play this out very reactively early on as well. Gedrock's doing more snaky things, trying to sneak up onto the backside. Actually, I'm not sure when that knock comes through. Actually, 609 meters a knock for Mika there, but Perfectix actually, I think, noted previously. Spyro is down, so it's almost going to be a little bit of a distraction here. Got to be careful of this flank coming through. Gedrock's going to spring the trap now.
Yep, perfect positioning. Snuck on up for this time, and it paid off for him. Perfectix down and out. Doesn't get the flush. With the nade, it looked good, but not quite going to happen. But Towards actually committing to the rest despite being shot at from all directions here. Will manage to get Spyro back up alive. Let's see where they're planning on going from here. Lou currently solo player in the warehouse, trying to fend off against anything coming in from the north. And now Overpeakers coming in from behind, win or die.
Well, they can actually recover from this position now. Overpeakers, he's trying to get a little bit of damage on. Actually, Gedrock's eating a ton here, but they've got to be careful. Mexi does find the knock. That should open the door. At least allow them to make a little further progress here, as Northern Lights actually looking to peel back towards the south, I think, on the back of that. Jeems pulling up, though, with Clib in tow.
Yep, full speed forward they go. Try and see if they can get more with it. They know they have them on the run. They know they have them on the back feet. Leusch prone down now, back on his knees. He goes, tries to peek on over. Did Jeems spot him on the other side? I think he did. Spots the foot, gets him down. Headshot comes through from Clip. Flush confirmed. Overpeakers finds the second.
Oh, actually, whether or not this engagement from Northern Lights and Overpeak is going to happen. Lou is disconnected. We know previously Perfectix did fall. Gusha are able to just tuck his tail and dip out of this one. But it's a full 4v2 here if Northern Lights opt to try and stand their ground.
Yeah.
Lou's coming back. They want to take this fight.
Yeah, Mexi's only now kind of reconnecting with the group as well. He was a little further down towards the south, but again, 4v3. I mean, they have hard cover out towards the west. Lou now trying to reverse, go back down the
you gotta be
hill.
careful,
Does
Lou.
he make it? No, he does not. James spots him in the open. Solid performance coming through from James this game. New circle about to pop. Where the hell do we go from here?
Problem being, all the Northern Lights do now is Overpeakers hop in the vehicles. Going to eat a ton of damage on the way down the hill here, but no knock just yet. Mexi will fall though. Vard just a lick of HP left. And actually the timing is perfect for Spyro. Surgical precision to find both of these knocks now and might actually turn the tides in this fight.
Clip spots one over the top. Batulins goes down. Spiro gets him in the return, though. 2 bullets for James. Gets the reload, does he? No, he does. Fortunately, James able to with the last bullet there, almost canceling his spray, but able to get the headshot on Spiro, taking down Northern Lights.
What a ridiculous engagement. You hop back over to the north side here. Mika trying to make his way back towards this compound now. A ton of damage eaten up now. Should be a freebie for Fayeris, but Mika slipped the net. He's able to get away.
1 HP as well. Spots him on the side, can't get him. Ring around the road, should we go? The door blocks it off now as well. Finally, finally the kill comes through. Mika down Ascent out in 14th.
For Esports somehow. I mean, initially very disconnected, but Iroh the one to finally regroup with his team, but not out of the woods just yet. Tons of pressure coming through. Iroh actually able to get himself inside a building, so possibility for the Reds here to remain 3 strong. I mean, now that the door's open, should be able to get in, but opting to stick it outside.
Fairest wanting to regroup with Art. It's a dangerous push into the city. We'll see if he can make it happen. Overpeakers in the meantime. Well, Clip got knocked early, but it was knock number 1, so might as well wrap on back, deny Toby a fantasy point, and get him back on his feet.
I'd say Vard being rescued as well.
Oh yeah, deny Toby 2
happy
fantasy
about that
points.
one.
Deny Toby 2 fantasy points. You're right, sorry. That's a good banter we can have in between one another in all of this. Go stuff now. They heard them coming in. They knew they had to take the fight on forward as the car came through. Maybe they are only expecting one that sawn off. Oh, doesn't see him.
What?
Right behind him. What is it with Faceland today and being caught in these weird situations where it's not even them not holding the angles. It's just players being in the most weird situations, like weird positions.
But it's not stung them in the back yet. That's the crazy thing.
Somehow they've come out victorious. That's true.
Artie, last one standing here for Exalt. Again, don't expect him to be showing his face anytime soon. Tucked into center circle right now as FaZe look to take a little bit more progress towards the north side of Oasis. Infect's actually on red alert out on the north side as well, so he's just conscious of any other teams that want to try and encroach on the compound. Yeah. Overpeakers now. Look at the way Abgusia, obviously, from that previous engagement, able to slip away undetected.
I mean, Overpeakers know they're in a situation now where we're probably going to have to full speed send it into something next circle. So we might as well stick around for the next 11 seconds, just so we know at least if what we push into is worth it.
Exactly. The fact that they're even here ahead of the circle shrink coming through, and expect this one to just center up on the town itself, and it absolutely does, yeah.
That is as Oasis as they come.
Yeah. But really, eyes go back towards the north side here. Question mark, still 4 strong. Na'Vi positioned just a little further east than that, and Ents actually picking up the slack on the northeast side. So lots of space to play with. I'm intrigued actually who's the one to make the move first. Na'Vi looking as if they want to stretch their legs just a little bit and get out of the compound nice and early.
Now I'm starting to wonder whether I'd rather have had this in the old Oasis. Full center on old Oasis with 40 players alive.
Bear in mind there's still 40 alive, exactly.
That would have been the most terrible circumstances in the world. But curious and excited to see how this one's going to play out. The entire city is there. Players, though, plenty of them who have still yet to make their way on in.
Overpeakers do make their way around. James being that scout once again. Going to try and actually open up some of the buildings, I think, on the west side of Oasis for Vard and Mexi to capitalize on the way back through. Sorry, Vard and Clip. My mistake.
Matt, well, he's hearing the cars coming forward. Now he spots one to its face. 5. You can't just chill in blue for too long. He does 2 first states, but the rest of it is all bandages. Yeah, it's gonna be tricky for him to stay alive. He would really want for Overpeakers to just send it faster, but they're going straight towards question mark here. And Phyllis are nearby too. Oh, if they only knew they've given up literally the only super free area of the map.
Beautiful knockdown onto the first. The man actually fall into the blue. Jeem's going to come through and confirm that one. So maybe actually Overpeakers fancy their chances here to clear out on the northwest side.
Well, it's working for them so far. What will Phyllis do in response? So they're right down below them. And now actually they're starting to flex out of the compound. Michael now peeks out, finds one. Instantly VAR turns around, realizing the pressure is coming from behind.
Problem now, put themselves in a real pinch spot. Because the utility's going to come through for, yeah, look at where Rustamar is already.
On his
actually,
feet.
He comes through, actually just doing a little bit of damage here, but forced into a bad situation. Jeems actually finds Bard with his nade. Rustamar and Michael come through to clean this up. But Fella's now actually in the driving position, trying to put pressure back onto question marks.
This is the second time in a row now where Fellas, they just, I mean, perfectly execute a third-party opportunity. Yeah. They heard your cars come by, they sat there, they waited for a bit going, let's not move yet. Let's wait until they have absolutely no way of responding to it, and they do it perfectly.
Oh, Artie.
Still there. I don't think they know that he's there.
Phaser defending him. He's got more teammates. A doozy will fall on the cross here. Dante down to just 2 HP, but able to get that first aid off. I don't know if that nade is going to do any further damage. No, just a little too deep.
Distance calculations with Gustav. Boom. Nope, not quite there. Mollies, more nades coming through. Dante Broning trying to use the car for cover. Not going to happen. Question mark out in 11th.
FaZe have got themselves a lot of space now, a lot of buildings to work with as well, crossing in between, so no threat really in transition here. Na'Vi and Ents, the two teams we mentioned earlier on the north side. Ents trying to make their way in. Uber the one to find the opener here. Still 3 left to deal with. Make that 2 now with Uber doubling down.
Yeah, two-way positions, or two-way split, I should say, from Na'Vi as well. Ali and Millman not really in position to help out, so really good that Example and Uber are able to kind of fend off on their own.
Perfect.
Perfect flash line over the top. Example finds him. Even sending Elliot into the blue to try and do the drive-by, not needed. Na'Vi stands strong with just 2. Noki left on his own, 0 kills for Ents. It's a tough start to the day for them.
It is, yeah. A little bit disconnected here, almost a contingency plan for Ents. FaZe out here at least getting curious towards Na'Vi. I'm not sure exactly how that terrain's going to lie if Na'Vi opt to move directly south, but a little bit of space to maybe navigate their way west. FaZe, I think, probably chomping at the bit now. They want to convert this central position into a couple more kill points.
Nixie finds Silas. Well, I mean, at least Silas is alive in phase 6, so that's something. For now, anyway. We'll
it's the best innings he's had.
You're not wrong. We'll see if he can stay put. It's really unfortunate, too, that it's Nixie that finds him, because it's actually Foot Esports that are pushing towards them. Win or Die will go down. Miracle finds him. Him being Goose, they will fall. We're still not in placement points yet, despite how much all these teams have done to get to where they are.
Here, Odin. Spot out just a couple of pixels here. Don't want to be jump peeking that
reloading.
wall, yep.
Yeah.
Not punished for it, though. Iroh's actually managed to position himself ahead of the rest of Foot Esports here and might be able to make this position work.
I mean, the read from Nuki, and this one is perfect. He spots Foot Esports, cross through, doesn't take the shot, then waits for them to go, and now he might get a building for free off of it. We'll see. Odin, utility lopped on forward against Silas, does manage to get back on his feet. So the 3-man push has been halted at least for a little while. Now, obviously, hearing vehicles coming in from Na'Vi on the north side have to make Foot Esports second guess. Did we move too late? Did we not execute fast enough? Are we just backing off of this? I'd say do it, because you have a spot in the circle. You're not in a hurry to aggress.
The things will slow down just a little bit now. The Wu actually got themselves onto the island inside Oasis. Again, I don't think anybody wants to overstep the mark just yet. You can see here, everybody has something to hold on to at least.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure if the water is deep enough in there that it shifts away from it come phase 8. It might just shift onto the island. Now, wouldn't that be something? I get an island ending that no other caster has ever had before.
An island Oasis ending.
Yeah, that'd be something.
That's good. This is being dragged out so long. Neither team really being decisive. Obviously, for Esports, the ones to really be defensive here with the numbers advantage being in favor of Austrian 4. Scrap that now as Silas will fall to the nade from Iroh. Actually, the follow-up coming through doing a bit of damage as well.
It's, I mean, Foot Esports being 3, trying to make their aggressive play forward. They're going, guys, I think both of them are just waiting for the other team to make the play on through. You can see Iroh trying to hold the angle, and though they get the knock, it's like, where's the answer? Where's the response? It just doesn't happen. They're both still playing passive now. I mean, it's Nuki, the solo player from Ents, who's like, guys, are you not going to fight soon? Please, I'm going to start lobbing nades in your direction then.
Again, A lot of these nades not really doing any damage right now. The second one posted inside the upstairs window. Might, as FaZe find an angle onto Polish Power. Now Nuki's looking to make a move. The backstab onto Foot Esports going to pay off with the first. Decent damage onto Iroh on the second, but able to dip away.
He can back off. Damage done.
What a curveball in this fight.
Yep. This has to have Austrian Force make a play on through. You know damage came through on the side. There is the flush on one. Vesting goes down. Iroh goes down as well. Odin. Solo player left alive.
What you got?
Yeah. They had the chance. He's like, where the hell did this guy come from?
Nuki finally the one to at least create the catalyst in this equation. Nuki will be spotted out here, but again, the sightlines don't really favor him onto Austrian Force. Odin gets a little bit of damage, but going to be difficult for him to close this kill out before Austrian Force sweep through. The blue zone chunking away at Nuki. Actually, Odin will find the kill. Actually pulls out a shotgun. He's found a second knock onto Silas. Silas should bleed out immediately. He's been knocked so many times.
He's blind. Yep, he flashed himself. That did not make it out the window. Unfortunate. That flash is going to get both of them, though. EB from afar finds Vasco. Odin is going to be tanking blue for a little bit. That smoke is actually working in his favor. Runs on through, low HP, low FPS, trying to see what he can make of it. Soccer is alive, but Upa finds Paige, just one left alive, and Odin somehow stays alive through it.
My God. Austrian Force are going to be kicking themselves there, and that's where that hesitance early on in that engagement has really come back to bite them.
From when he got the flush on towards Noki, that's 6 points earned by Odin to finish up that game. That is insane.
Definitely well played by Odin now, as Na'Vi still kind of fending towards FaZe. FaZe have now actually collapsed towards the same building. Artie's still ever present here inside the circle as well. Nobody's really disturbed him just yet. Polish Power down towards the southwest side, and we'll be conscious really of where this next circle is going to go. It's actually going to pull a couple of these teams even tighter. You got to question Na'Vi's space over on the north side, what their decision is going to be. And ultimately, the Wu, really, Quizzy the only one inside. You can see a little bit of pressure from Ibi coming out previously, but they haven't really made themselves known just yet.
I mean, Quizzy is proning behind a boat, trying not to get killed by Rustenma. So I'd like to say that as much as he's the kind of the anchor on the other side of the water, it really is limited what he can contribute with here. Both the teams have to move, so it's a matter of who goes first. If Quizzy can find a good off-angle knock, if Phyllis maybe find it onto Polish Power, there might just be a chance for Wu to make the cross on over.
I'm curious, actually, if fellas are going to dig their heels in, hold on to the edge of this building. They do have the wall just outside on the exterior, but Polish Power could really cause some problems for them if they don't deal with them, if they don't respect this position enough.
Well, Na'Vi wraps on forward. Playing the north side for a while now, inside the city proper, towards the west. They have a compound. They're technically inside the next circle, but we know we have to end this one on the roadside. And now, I mean, by doing what they're doing right now, they're forcing Fellas to make a play onto Polish Power, and that might just allow for them to make the play on forward themselves.
No, Cappy and Crunio seem to have got ahead of it a little bit. I mean, actually, Fellas relinquishing a lot of the control they had. Actually, the bigger chunk of the compound favoring Na'Vi now. Able to navigate away from FaZe. Fex actually elsewhere, going to eat a ton of damage, finds the knock, but Aaliyah will respond.
There are off angles in literally all these houses that you just, I mean, you can't account for all of them with so many players still being alive. Melman finds Miraku now as the push comes forward. Rostenmar finds one, finds the second as well. As Polish Power goes down. Great use of the wall side there. Miraku will fall. Michael makes a run for safety. Is safe for now, but for how long?
So actually, if a nade get posted back over that way, the Star has posted now, so come through here with 16 alive. Still 5 teams standing, though.
I mean, if Wu gets out, if they take out Fellas, that is them having all south side control to themselves. There are still 3 players to be dealt with, though. They're playing around the shack. Michael finds best luck. Great shot in the open. I mean, Wu are committing to this, but they have to.
This nade has to be huge.
It has to, and it's going to find Michael. No, it bounces off the wrong side. They're all at 1 HP.
And Tixu's actually sticking the first aid right now. Rustamar going to tuck himself inside that smoke. Quizzy unable to get anything done just yet. That nade might just confirm one. Rustamar will fall.
Right now, this is irrelevant, but Arch is still alive in the shack. I just have to add that to the conversation. He's been there the entire game, and he is still chill. And next he finds him. That is going to be Fellas out of this one. And I think that kind of guarantees Wu's intelligence in the sense that they have all of South to themselves and no one knows that Art is here because he has not moved for 25 minutes.
But the Wu ultimately given access to the star here. And we're dealing with fellas so early on. FaZe now locked into the compound with Na'Vi. This is really interesting, actually. Almost the first team to make a move here. Going to be the one that attracts the entire focus of this circle.
Also, I mean, with all these smokes being thrown, Art might just be able to sneak his way in one of them. He has 5 utility of his own. That door is going to be hurt, though. Everyone's heard it now. He makes the run on forward. Where do we go from here? Out towards the road. He's been seen. He wraps back to safety. Art is playing 1v8 PUBG right now, but trying to stay put. Na'Vi full commit to the push. They don't have to make a play eventually. There goes one. Evie from the side is going to find one. Fex finds another. Na'Vi trying to make the play on through, but it's just not working out.
Like I said, actually attracting the full focus of the entire circle now. FaZe able to reduce Na'Vi's numbers. Artie actually finds the knock now. Actually, the confirm, sorry. Gustav responds back onto Nixie. FaZe still 4 standing.
The timing, EB Flash, but able to get back down behind the boxes there. Now Flash once more. He's going to be wide for a good while. Throws everything that he has. Will be spotted, but with 1 HP, is able to prone down.
Oh my
FaZe.
God.
Still not taking any casualties. They are looking very good in this one. Quizzy peeks forward, finds one. EB still alive on the other side, but now comes the sweep. Now comes the wrap around the side. HC no more bullets. Has to play with this in hand. Able to get the hip fire onto one, and somehow Art gets second place in this game.
Able to actually snake this through, but FaZe not losing a single body now. Artie has to perform miracles. The smoke's just about to expire now.
Spots one.
Don't forget the flush, that'd be huge. Diggory the one to respond though. What another crazy endgame here. Artie somehow completely unnoted and comes through and actually picks himself up a second place. So, fair play to him, honestly.
That is insane. That is an insane salvage. There were 16 teams of, I think, somewhere along the side of 58 players alive when he first got into that shack, and he just waited it out.
Well, it's actually crazy as well that neither FaZe nor Na'Vi come through and clear that.
No one did. Na'Vi, I mean, FaZe even helped him in that situation. Absolutely insane. Let's take it back to the desk and see what they thought of yet another amazing game of PUBG.
I don't know. We've been hoping, I guess, for an Oasis circle for a long time. Of course, in the previous iteration, it was kind of difficult to end up there. But now, we finally get one. Joining me, Avenger and Saga. Saga, this was... What do you even say about this game?
It was maybe the most impactful time that we could have had the Oasis circle, because it was maybe just what we needed was that little bit of uncertainty in terrain that could finally be a little bit of a nail in the NLT coffin. They dropped out relatively early this time around, and a lot of other teams were there to capitalize.
For sure, and on top of that, you know, none of the players have experience playing an endgame like this that is this populated by others, right? Crazy scenes. I was almost losing my mind as my fantasy player got knocked and almost flushed before my 5 points coming in there, so I was really scared.
Definitely crazy stuff coming in here. I mean, where do we even start? Again, likewise, similar to the previous games, where do we even start? The fact that the first circle, never mind anything else, is so north here, Saga, causes so many problems for these teams. You're seeing them rotate up. I mean, Hypok was saying it during the cast as well. It was surprising to a degree how many people had survived, given the fact that we had these such northern swings and how it was playing out.
And it looked really good for a couple of teams at the start. Fellas, question mark, who dropped up there. They're typically, if you're dropping in around La Cabrera, you're not expecting to be so fed in Phase 1, but it wasn't only the zone positioning, but the airdrop crates that they were getting, and even having the opportunity to third-party some shots at people who are fighting next to the border of the map by the wall. Just insane.
It was like when the zone shifted up, they were like, okay, 40% of the playable space is north of the wall. Nobody is playing there. And then we saw obviously the teams that are trying to get close. The rotations, some of them were pretty smart, but again, it was desperate rotation. It was not clever based off information. It was trying to get as north as possible due to the fact how far that second shift was.
A quick land grab for a lot of teams going into Oasis itself, I suppose. FaZe obviously kind of got the better end of that stick, but we had so many teams trying to commit to interesting locations like the island, which I don't think I've ever seen a team go to, never mind try and use as their linchpin to try and move them forward in the game.
It was an interesting choice to go through the water and hope for the best, but it actually sort of worked because they outlasted Fellas, as Winodai did make that move. I also liked the move that we saw from Ents as they were coming in on the eastern side, and they realized that going face first into Oasis was not really going to work out in their favor. They tried to make a wrap up north, but Na'Vi read the situation perfectly and actually pushed back further north to ensure that they could hold them out cleanly.
Well, before we talk more about FaZe, let's actually hear from Vard of Overpeakers in this game.
They also like to control a lot of space, especially on Miramar, where they play all the rocks and the high ground. But they they also know when they need to get in their vehicles and pre-drive and crash stuff, so they have quite like a hybrid style of play. And if we would meet them on the battlefield, I would say it's pretty similar to Na'Vi. It's just like kind of like 50-50 depending on the terrain and where we're fighting exactly. Like, I think they could easily kill us and we could easily kill them. It really just depends.
The green guy.
Top. Stopping here.
He's up of you on the rock, I think.
Yeah, I'm standing over the rock.
Third guy is.
He's being shot next to me. Yeah.
Classing the guy.
Nice boys.
Okay, 1 up now. I don't know where he is.
Now we reset. We get full zone here.
I think he could be the military building side. I think that's where the car went.
Yeah.
NLT was, I think, double warehouse side now. They bolted someone. I'm not 100%.
Third. This one. Third double warehouse, okay.
That was the sound of the bolt. I'm not sure. They knocked one off QM or something like that.
Yeah.
Remember rat of... we should probably focus on clearing the military side.
Okay.
There should be one more of win somewhere here.
Car on the left side. Coming to us from the left side, one guy.
Could be NLT, could be closer too, careful.
Knocked, Loon. Yeah, we should drive on that and get him. We should drive on that. We should really get that flush. There's split us.
Me and Vart going.
Yeah, you go. You guys go.
Mark exactly. Mark exactly.
I saw.
Good.
I'm running closer on the left. Come with me, Clip, so that we... Snake.
Close right.
Snake, kill him.
Can't hit him.
Okay, I'm laying it.
I'm knocked.
Heading again. Right. Yeah. Block right.
One more, Rich. Guy. 1v1
Comes. Peeking. Nice. Who do I get first here? Win.
Great victory by Overpeakers there in that fight in particular. I think overall as well, that was Vard addressing the idea of going up against Northern Lights before the tournament began here. And I mean, those two teams going up against one another, Avenger, that is kind of two titans clashing. And again, when we're watching Overpeakers, in a lot of instances, I do feel like there's a newfound fire underneath them.
Yeah, and you can tell they have to take this window of opportunity. Once they get a knock on one of the NLT players, they have to take this immediate action here. You can hear that from James. He's yelling there. We have to go for it. We have to get that flush because they know then they will have the advantage for later in the game. But then again, the other players, they will play around that. You saw two players trying to go for it. Vard said, I know where he is. Two players trying to go to confirm the knock there. Then again, you have Batulins, you have other players that are just playing around it. They're knocking and they lost two. They ended up being just a 1 versus 1 in the end there with James. Barrel, close range, almost every time's win, even though it was a close call with the reload there.
Yeah, well, he did say it was potentially 50-50 going up against teams like this, but let's take a look at the numbers coming in from FaZe, of course. 2044 for them in terms of damage, even from, you know, a position where oftentimes we don't really expect people to take positions in cities too early. They did, and it was beneficial to them to be able to play out the rest of this game.
It is interesting, of course, that as we had a quasi-urban ending, I suppose, to a degree, it might be fair to say, that the smoke numbers are so high, but the actual lethal utility was somewhat lacking in comparison to what we saw from Northern Lights, who were actually tossing out grenades that were landing perfectly, even on weird terrain like the side of Everest, but not really too much of a surprise at all to see that towards the late stages of the game, cover was thin, the smokes go out, and FaZe kept all four alive.
I was quite surprised that FaZe was able to capitalize this much off it. The Wu, though, they did get 12 points. They had the advantage of being the only team south of the road, of course. With Na'Vi and FaZe and having to fight and all that was a little bit more utility. They could have potentially gate-kept FaZe and Na'Vi out and got a little bit more points, but it didn't go that way. FaZe was able to close it out, and it's another four-way streak.
Excuse me. What? Okay, so nobody's allowed more than 4 kills throughout.
But Batulins had a 5.
Yeah, and maybe somebody had a 7 at the first
game. Perfectus had 7.
Yeah.
But these last 2 games, nothing but 4s. So cool stuff coming out. Michael doing a lot of damage. Ooh. Yes, I'm okay with this.
I think we can all agree that that's perfectly acceptable.
Perfectly acceptable, right, Avenger?
Yeah, the body doubles, they agree.
That's right.
On the top here, 3 kills, but 500 damage. And no long shots or kills at all. It's a 24-meter max. Nobody is, close quarters combat all the way through for them.
Speaking of close quarters combat, I feel like Odin was actually very impressive. We'll talk about that in a moment, though, as we take a look at 8C as a whole. Once they're pushing out from this location, I feel like they're trying to vet how these teams are going to be approaching their position and then trying to coordinate from there.
It really is just a case of play it by ear and see what happens, because you don't get many opportunities to practice these sort of gunfights in this area in scrims. Precisely. But FaZe, they've had so much experience in playing so many games. They've played Los Leones circles before. They know how to deal with close-range, scrappy fights.
Yes, they do. 8C putting up some numbers here, wherever he may. And I think just in general, of course, in the past, we have seen a lot of clutch moments from 8C, I think is fair. But just in general, recently, I feel like there's more and more standout moments from 8C coming in.
Yeah, obviously talk about him. Played a lot with him, ranked and stuff. And if you ask a guy like Gustav, his teammate, he'd say 8C is the most underrated player on the team for sure.
There you go. Yes, back to Odin, because close quarters combat was very much the fixture of our Oasis fights here. I cannot believe how much pressure he was able to put on, considering it was Austrian Force, right?
Yeah. Yes, it was. And he did get a little bit of assistance as the last man standing of Ents did make a bit of an appearance and took Western down as well as, yeah, unfortunately. It was just that pressure that came in from the side and the question mark about where that solo was and whether he was going to put the pressure on Austrian Force as they made that push. But all in all, it's a shotgun close range. Silas, he's got a great smile, but not much you can do about the shells from that distance.
Not at all. All right, well, it's time for a break, ladies and gents. When we return, one more match for today. Let's see who can eat into the cushion the Northern Lights has built themselves. There's honestly nothing quite like being in a lobby, being in that starting zone, jumping into your own McLaren GT and allowing all the minions to gather around and then not being allowed in it. So make sure to get yourself the McLaren in-game today because I really enjoy doing that. It's a lot of fun. I need some attention. Joining me to my left-hand side, we have Saga as well as Avenger. I know you have the McLaren Avenger. I know you think it's very pretty and lovely.
Yes, love it. As you say, you jump in, you get the games ready, especially here during ranked. All the minions jumping in, jumping on top of the car.
Punching it.
They can't get in. Only your squad mates can get in. Beautiful. Obviously have the yellow one. Trying to get a little bit more points just to make sure I can maybe get a few more colors going in. Yeah, then we'll see.
Saga?
I'm a fan of jumping just before I get hit by one in the lobby and seeing how far I fly.
That's rough. That is rough. Yeah, it will knock you far. But as a team that is knocking everybody in the lobby, it's Northern Lights up towards the top here so far. But a little bit of catching up to be done for the rest of this lobby Avenger. And so far, FaZe has done all right in the previous game.
Yeah, FaZe jumping in within striking distance if they have a good one more good game. But still, it's a 23-point lead. And FaZe Clan has a 12-point lead down to Overpeakers. So it's very top here right now. Just a matter of the rich getting richer if we're looking at the standings right now and how many points the top have, PTC points as well. It would be rough if this was the final standings.
Well, here are the results so far for today, and it is those big names being able to get themselves the chicken dinners on the board, Saga, and I don't know if they're going to release it too soon.
Well, there is one notable absence in the big names. That would be Na'Vi, who are not really having the best of times so far. Obviously, the zones are very out there today, so they've got one more opportunity to try and bring it back. But also, we highlighted ENCE as a team. If they make the top 8 in this by the Grand Finals, that's their cutoff point for overtaking Heroic, and right now they're currently sat in 16th place.
Yeah, we'll see if they can be able to book up their ideas, because right now it's not going so well. Let's drift on over now to the casters for the final game of the day, Toby and Hypoc. Toby, do you have the McLaren?
I do.
Fantastic.
I have two.
Which color?
The orange one, obviously.
Of course, yes! You're the right answer.
Orange one.
A man of taste.
How can you not? What is your favorite McLaren color?
It was the yellow for me, unfortunately.
The yellow, fair.
Well,
it's so funny how
exposing me out here.
Yeah, I mean, just asking. Sorry. You want another Oasis ending?
Actually, no, I don't. No, I don't.
I feel like now we saw it. Now we got our Oasis ending. I'm like, you know what? That was really fun.
We can tick that off the list now.
Now we've had it. We've had it. Having said that, I'm curious to see more games go in that direction, because I feel like while Oasis proper, like once we hit phase 6 and through, played out, I don't want to say as any other city ending, but very urban in its way of going down. The whole approach to that city, how teams get there, is so different from the majority of like center. What do you call it? Like center map cities that teams tend to fight over. So a good combo of both, I feel like, when forcing teams up north like that.
It's almost an anomaly as well. You don't typically see other end games play out in that nature as well. As again, I don't think we'll be seeing another one. Definitely not with this playing pass. So
true.
Again, hoping for a little bit of normality at least for match 5 here, because a lot of teams have got to get a solid grasp here. We've talked a solid grasp. Okay, Celtic trying to share a vehicle with Chris. I mean, this is way out as well from the rest of Stardust, who are positioned to the south side of Los Leones. So, lucky to get away with that. It's Chris doesn't, opts to not punish that move.
That was a very punishable Celtic that was there, but maybe didn't quite. I mean, he was probably so focused on the vehicle itself that he didn't look to see if maybe one of the teammates landed in the compound just behind. We know that they didn't. Chris obviously doesn't. Circle goes down towards the south. A lot of different, very interesting endgame areas within this first circle here.
Yeah, there's an opportunity here for Overpeakers to feel a little bit of comfort like Game 1 and Erangel as well, with a central position. Obviously, Mexi split off down to the south side as well, so at least early access to some information, with the center just about being, I mean, less than 500 meters away from Mexi's compound. Yeah. So a good opportunity here. Did start to at least show a little more activity in the previous set, a long rotation path in, but able to navigate through a number of obstacles, and that's the sort of position that we hope to see a team like Overpeakers really excelling. Crunio
is Vasco right?
I was going to say, Crunio might be able to land the killing blow. I doubt Vasco's even got armor yet, and with that SLR tag going to confirm it.
That is I didn't really loot a whole lot yet. Vasco was crawling there. He is behind cover.
Yeah, but look at the distance. Siler's actually already in a vehicle. He's about to crop into the minimap now.
It's going to be a second. Under a second for him to get there in time.
I mean,
I like the commitment, but there's no way he gets it.
It's the right vehicle for it, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not going to happen. As I say that...
He's actually got it.
There's no way. That is 1-8. That is,
look at the reposition from Marselek, though.
Well, that's just 2 kills then. Because he's going to have to come off the rest. That is actually one tick for Vasco, and he would have been down and out. But Vasco stays? They hurt? They must have heard Marselek.
Unless this is confirmed here. I don't think Marcelec's going to have the information now. He might have the information that it's only one in the vehicle. Vascu gets himself a micro Uzi. Uh-oh.
Are they...
This could come apart at the seams here for Polish Power because it's now just Marcelek at the compound.
And there's no...
Yeah, I think he's read it now. He's read it.
There's no open door. Did he break a window going in? There's there's no window. Marcelek is scared. He's like,
I mean, you have to be, yeah.
This is not what I signed up for. I was expecting a free kill behind the building, but something's off here. I'm not liking this. And it's Uzi. He doesn't have any HP, but...
Shred versus the AK here if he gets an opportunity at a free opener.
He comes in, footsteps heard. Loots, runs out.
He's got some shotgun now, yeah.
That is win con against the no vest, no nothing, 1 HP Vasco.
Well, I mean, he's got to wait this out now, Vasco.
I'm surprised that Marcelek is staying here when there's no one else from Polish Power coming here. You know what I mean? Like, the fact that he's daring, because every single door he opens, every single angle he peeks could be him instantly headshotted. He did get a first aid off, too. The fact that he's spending so much time on this with no help has me a little worried. And I feel like it's just a matter of time before Marcelek gets the jump scare.
I want to see Marcelek leave, honestly.
That's what I'm saying. So either you stay with teammates coming, or you back off. It's just not worth the risk.
At this point, the ship has almost sailed here, as the rest of Austrian Force actually positioned down to just out of the minimap range on the southeast side.
But obviously, Crunio would have seen Silas leave and spot there's only one in the car.
Absolutely. That's what I was saying. If they were able to confirm that information, that's, I think, when the penny drops for Marcelek, where he's like, oh, he's still here somewhere.
But again, we're in a situation where is it worth it? Yes, it's 1 kill you could potentially get here, but look at the circle. I mean, again, they're going to be coming in late regardless, so it's not going to be the biggest issue. But still, it's all about kind of assessing whether it's worth the time to take the fight for potential kill up north, or to try and get at least a somewhat viable position down towards the circle.
Yeah, a little sweat. Stardust got themselves positioned up nice and early. Win or Die actually inside the compound. A couple of tags looking like they've come through here. Gedrox again actually focuses himself outside the door. Apocalypse unable to capitalize though. A little bit of chip damage done, but Stardust definitely with the upper hand in this situation if you want to try and spread and apply a little bit of pressure. Nailcop's position, the one that we ultimately have to keep our eyes on. Layoffs from range though. Again, if Stardust can read this as a wide split, that was nearly money from Xstans.
When you peek and shoot at like 400 meters, all of a sudden you just get the 3D nade lobbed out of the screen into your face. Oh my god. What do you call it? The solar solstice? Is that what it's called? When the sun goes in front of the moon or the other way around? That's what it was. Yeah, oh yeah, that's what it was. So that was the nade going in front of his entire scope there.
Well, Leo's actually done enough pressure at least to allow the retreat to come through, so no love lost at least here on this engagement. This is a look back onto, yeah, you see Crunio. Let's pick that off, but again, this is the byproduct of that. Finally, Marcelek, after looting the entire compound, it would seem.
Vasco stretches his legs.
I mean, he's left with nothing but questions in my eyes.
And FaZe Clan. He's left with FaZe Clan. Because they're now making their way down here as well. Ents rotating their way on forward. As you saw on your screens and as you heard the desk talk about just before as well, you can get yourself a McLaren in the game of PUBG. And not only that, you can convert your coupe into a McLaren. You can get fancy colors, whether it be yellow or orange or whichever other colors people like for their cars. You do you. All the colors are fine. It's what you like. Go get yourself a McLaren. They're cool.
Or get yourself a crate, like Miraku.
Or crate. Whichever you prefer.
So actually a lot of space to work with on the side of fellas. They have been playing fairly split early on. You know, almost in a, not necessarily aggressive positions, but these fact finders at least. Maybe to garner at least some early control. Actually positioned this time over to the north side of Los Leones. Again, actually look towards the northeast side of the circle, and I mean, you noted it, FaZe kind of crossing past here with Austrian Force. Polish Power wisely pulling away from the situation. Almost eating up a lot of their early game time.
there's just nothing to come for. I mean, trying to take a fight up there, might as well just wrap on down scout.
Well, you sacrifice so much as well with what you've got to expect for this circle one.
Exactly. Also, again, I mean, they know this is where this circle becomes fun, because the center is very much taken. You can pretty much like line up at least 700 meters all the way around the outskirts of this first circle. There's no one there. So wherever this circle hard shifts, sometimes you might actually be blessed by getting hard shifted away from in these scenarios, because you get like kind of the free highway around the circle, where other teams that are kind of dead in the center, in between half the server, they'll be like, great, we only have to move 500 meters, but how the hell do we get out of this compound?
We'll have to see how teams navigate their way through that. Polish Power actually do find one of the few obstacles they had to the south. Elsewhere, you got Northern Lights here, again, split early on. Batulin's still positioned over to the north side of Picardo. And actually, Spyro, the furthest western player almost in this position here. The Northern Lights have access to a lot of great information. Picardo completely unoccupied right now, with Overpeakers pulling immediately south. Actually, collapsing onto Mexi's position early on, I believe.
No one's like super hard committed to anything just yet. Seems to me like everyone's playing somewhat of a split position, either 3-1 or 2-2, or for a four-way wide split like we've seen.
Maybe catching a breather after that previous end game, to be honest.
I'm not against it. I'm all forward. And, well, 20 seconds to go until, again, I mean, unless if we full-on center up, like full donut next circle, you'd have to think that there are going to be some teams just with a massive sigh of frustration going, you've got to be, how are we supposed to make this rotation? But let's see. 7 seconds to go until we're making our way into phase number 2 in the final game of the day. Where are we going? It's, well, centering up.
Yeah, actually, with Los Leones positioned on the eastern edge here, cuts out huge opportunity for a couple of wraps, actually, but the main body of Los Leones not occupied. So you look towards phase, potentially Polish Power if they opt to wrap, but it has to come early. Obviously, this terrain plays a massive part in terms of that rotation timing.
I feel like this circle catered to the most teams possible.
Yeah, I actually tend to agree with that. Yeah, the fact that nobody has to cross a large open space, or, I mean, obviously XL trying to actually regroup here. You can see Molodok Donati over towards the north side of the road. Vard and Jeems quickly making their way over here. Whether or not any pressure going to come through from Mexi and Clib, because the sight lines don't really favor it.
Yeah, no.
Now, actually, XL have the numbers advantage at the compound.
4 men in the compound. Again, limited what you can really do from inside there. But
semi-committed, though. With Overpeakers having this 2-2 split, now actually they can hold XL inside. Unless XL go full aggro towards the south side of the road.
Yeah. We got unplayables in and around Los Leones on the west side there as well. So, I mean, it's to be expected pretty much regardless of where the next circle goes, that we just unless we get the most absurd hard shift east, it should go into the fields west of Los Leones. So honestly, I mean, doubling down on where XL are right now, where you look when you look at it in phase 2 and you go, wait, it's out towards the west, why are you staying there? It could really come to pay off 2 circles from now.
I mean, they have the benefit of this being a high traffic area, but not a lot of teams positioned to the west of them. So that's the only thing really they have to fall back on. Na'Vi, meanwhile, trying to navigate their way past Fellas. But again, we did know earlier on they were playing fairly split, so not an awful lot of pressure coming on. Na'Vi, though, pull up on the backside of Howl. And Rustamar able to put some damage in the backside.
Yeah, trying to chime in, see if he can find himself a knock in the midst of all of it. Example does go down. Schofield doing a little bit of the damage, but it's actually going to be Takes from behind. So again, Fellas being a nuisance. Alia, though, they're ready to hold the angle. Not too fussed with the shots coming from a distance. He wanted to focus on Schofield, and it takes him down.
Actually, Ruin got to be really careful here. You see the Mad desperately trying to give him some support, but able to tuck himself into the buggy, get out. Relatively unscathed, honestly. It's just going to be Schofield that's lost. There's a 1-for-1 here, with Tixu obviously being the outside factor.
And had it not been for Fellas, I mean, again, the read from Na'Vi is perfect. In such a difficult situation to make that committed push in, they only see 2. There's only so many angles you can peek from. They spot the vehicles. They see the action takes place further down towards the south as well. There's just not enough eyes running around in that compound that you would think it's a full team. So they send it. They take a casualty off of a third-party engagement, but they get themselves a center position off of it.
Fade's actually making use of that timing that I was talking about earlier, and actually get themselves towards the south side, towards the campsite outside Los Leones. Foot Esports positioned to their west. It's a little bit of time and space to work with. Meanwhile, Northern Lights here, well, at least Lou, gets himself inside Picardo. Still very split here. Batulin's actually still positioned on the outside of the circle.
I was looking
for him for a second as he's still up there.
Yeah, it's because, I mean, their team color is almost the same as the blue. It's like, where the hell is Batulin's? But then again, of course, where is their mountain? Oh, wait, obviously, that's where he is. I should have just thought. Use my brain for a second there. New circle's going to pop. Where are we headed? Who's going to get blessed with this one? Well, question mark. Smiling.
Wow.
Austrian Force, Northern Lights? Not quite so much. But there is a Western Rapid available for them, but they have to pull on that right now.
Yeah, it has to be fast, because this side of the zone is going to shrink very quickly. Overpeak is trying to make a transition now. Actually, a couple of different teams putting in some pressure. Bestalok wants to find the knock onto Mexi. The confirm comes through. Clib's still able to scrape his way through, about half HP, but that vehicle's starting to smoke now. When they get back towards Vard and James, who are already making moves, they're not stopping. They're hoping that Clib pulls through.
Running the gauntlet, trying to find some sort of cover. They're running straight into Stardust on the other side of this, though. I mean, you can see even Win or Die trying to set up here, ready for anything might be coming their way. Clip rolling through the hills, trying to make his way to safety. Not going to happen, though. Quasi finds him at a distance. Bestalok able to get the flush.
Actually, now it just leaves James and Vard. James getting a little further ahead, but not feeling an awful lot of pressure. But I do see James heading towards Ascend's compound. Yeah, you can see the damage coming through. James has to commit to this dip for the time being. It's not comfortable, but they have to call it home for the time being.
As long as no one's playing the hills on the west side, this should be all right. Let's see, Chris. He's aggro. He's peeking on over. Finds one. Doesn't get James, fortunately. The return comes through, but again, I mean, dangerous position. Ascent tries to pull up. Okay, there's actually some sort of help on the hilltop. I didn't see Brax go over there. Now the nade comes through. That's all they needed. Unfortunately, Chris does go down, but kills coming through for Ascent.
Nice proactive play from Ascent. They don't want to allow that threat to develop at all. Dealing with the nice and early Perfectix, meanwhile, continuing to lay down the law here. Vascu going to get picked off the back of this pickup.
Where is Sphero when all this happens?
I'm having a hard time just tracking where Northern Lights players are, honestly. They are so split. Again, with this point lead, you can almost play like this. Quizzy finally.
Final bullet gets the knock as well. That is fortunate. Quizzy does go down, return Ruin that to help. Fortunately able to kind of fall his way back the ridgeline as he gets knocked, so should be able to get rest. Abu, scary aggressive play there. Maybe wants to make sure they're not pushing forward on that knock. Gets the rest in the end.
Actually, seen a situation develop down on the southeast side here. These fellas have actually wrapped on the east towards where FaZe thought they had a little bit of space to work with, so I'll have to keep our eye on that. But Sila's now pulling up. Ruin was in trouble earlier, he's in even more now. Might be given the free opener here, but he makes some heal of it. Absolutely fumbles it. Silas comes through, deals the killing blow. Howl out in 15th.
That is unfortunate. A kill going to the three different
This
teams
is what I was talking about right here.
Yep. Oh no, Tig, so you don't get caught in the middle of the open like that. Vehicle upside down, not too much you can do about it. Michael sends it into the blue. Diego trying to make the wraparound now. New circle's going to pop. And HC caught in the street too.
Got to be careful with that cross, and Rustamar punishes it. Fex now looking to reinforce this hold for the time being.
Wow, this circle is...
Actually does spot one out, but SLR shot's not landing just yet. Actually can't even tap out the close ones onto Miraku.
Yep. Fex trying to lob one forward. 8 is still restable. No one's really looking this way as of right now. I'm looking towards Foot Esports and wondering why they're not trying to get a part of this, but not really wanting to overcommit anything here. Fex does get the flush onto Texu, so one down confirmed for Fellas.
See whether or not, I've seen a couple of the player indicators now from Foot Esports looking this way. Going to need a big response here from FaZe. 8's still bleeding out. Gustav unable to make use of this off angle. And Michael actually looking to maybe find sight lines back out onto him. Fellas, though, I'm surprised actually that FaZe haven't collapsed on this just yet. Fex comes out on top of that. Lyran actually from the back.
Oh my
That's
God.
all the way from the north side.
It's because he peeks over the ridge line, gets the DMR to the back of the head. Fex falls down. Now they know that there is indeed a presence on the other side of the road. Now they have to worry about everything. Polish Power in the meantime, they find a dip. They find corpses of what was Overpeaker's players. Now, Gustav knocked, 8C knocked as well. We saw Fex down just before. Diggory, it's all on you to make something of this.
Nice headshot.
Headshot confirmed. Can't find more of it.
Actually, let's try and get a little more damage onto this now. Miraku looking to backfill this space. And Diggory has to pick one of these 1v1s, and it's Miraku next up on the chopping block, but Another member of Fellas come back through. Diggory actually finds the first knock. Rust and Marlowe, good for the trade. Well played there. A phase, actually an early advantage created, and it completely collapses for them.
Amazing play there by Miracle too, to use the rock, buy himself time, kind of run him out of ammo essentially, because he knew there was going to be no time to reload and all of that. Mailman now peeking on forward. Damage done, but can't find the knock onto Scav. Gets one more shot up. Can't connect anything here. Now he's going to go down to blue.
So he does try and get the first aid, but I think it's going to be just a little bit too late.
The tick from the booster!
It was 1 HP!
The tick from the booster is what kept him up. He went down to 1, went back up, and then he stays alive through it. Now that sure as hell is fortunate, and well, for now, as I say that, he gets knocked.
Yeah,
never mind.
The bolty comes through for me. So Zoka though, way out in the open here. Aaliyah should be able to punish that. Actually, it's from elsewhere. It's Ibby to find that. Scav going to come through. Do a little more damage. Uber stays numbered. Na'Vi out in 12th now as it's just Ents and Woot.
I'm worried.
Over on the north side here, but I don't see Ents looking this way at all.
Oh, they're backing off. They're trying to make their way back inside the houses. I'm not going to lie. I'm worried for everyone tomorrow. Everyone knows what happens when Na'Vi has a blunder day. And it's, 20 points in a day, it's not... It's bad. We can say that. For Na'Vi. For Na'Vi standards, it's bad. But we always know that coming off of a bad day, Na'Vi will come out and get like 3 wins, 250 kills, and butcher everyone. So good luck tomorrow, Na'Vi. Today's not been your day.
A good circle posting up for Polish Power, though. Sen still positioned down to the southwest. Northern Lights actually on the outside of the zone now, on the far western side. Vestelok, actually, Ibby to find the blow onto Nuki. Ents just being picked apart here. And like I said, actually, they weren't looking this direction initially, which would make you think they were trying to make progress towards the zone. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. Misa now going to get picked up as well. Actually, the Blues to confirm it. Squeaky, last man standing for Ents in a day that's not been a very positive one if you're an Ents fan.
Oh, then, he does have 12 first aids.
Wow. Yeah, he's big chilling for a while, but...
Yeah, it's not looking good though, regardless of how we try and turn things. Squeaky currently running away from the circle and already outside of it. Troublesome situation for him. Velas now full speed forward. Here they come. Miracle finds one still inside the vehicle. Somehow not down, but Iroh is there to help out Odin, and Foot Esports able to stay alive through that. That was chaotic.
Actually should be able to keep 4 up as well with Weston and Myron. With that secondary position back up on the high ground. Question mark still looking to put some pressure inwards. Actually, Squeaky staying alive has kept Wu at least up on the edge of this circle for the time being. Now they have to run the gauntlet. Exalt putting pressure in towards them. Stardust as well. Polish Power actually looking to get some pressure onto Exalt. But fate to open up here onto Bestelok.
Tulins falls as well, and Skidrox finds one, but it's going to be Makeup with the kill. Now Nate's coming through. Exalt Northern within range. EB want to make space for that push to come on forward. More players going down for Northern Lights as the 4 of them try to make landfall in the circle, but there they go, Marcelik, to find the remaining few Northern Lights out in a blink of an eye.
Well, thank God they're not in another endgame, honestly.
True.
Marcelik now actually looking to really stretch his legs a little bit. A doozy will fall as well. Marcelik, the only one to post any kills for Polish Power now. And he is disconnected, so he's almost in that position that he can play a little more aggressive.
Fate finds one. Team Exalt trying to get things going here in the kind of end of the mid-game, so to speak. Win or die. Trying to fight their way out of this one, but it's not really looking to go their way here. Kedrock's the only player, I believe, left alive. Trying to stay put on the backside. Extends, goes down. Tries to shoot on forward. Not going to happen. There's just nothing to come for you for him.
Well, Dante initially going for that. Red's going to peel away now, but another kill comes through. Extents will be confirmed. Even just one left for win or die. And Exalt still got their sights set on the Wu. We've got 8 kills. Again, a very early, active early game, I should say.
Yeah.
They'll be going to post a nade here, and actually, this question mark from the backside. Going to apply a little more pressure to him. I don't think Nixie can really do much to help Ibby out here.
He's dead. That nade's good.
Yeah. Oh, maybe not. Actually, with about to tree.
That's so fortunate. Laps one more. We'll see if it bounces across. It does, but a bit too far on it too. EP is committed to this. He knows there's nothing to come for on the other side. We need to deal with these guys before we can go the opposite direction.
Wait,
now Flash is coming through as well. Molly hits one. Fate's going to go down. Yes, indeed he does.
And actually, the util spam comes through now. Ibby got himself a safety net here with this smoke. Again, still question mark putting in pressure.
Now goes on the knock. That's info given. Molotov able to peek around the backside. Spots one. Nixie solo play on the tree goes down as well. Things just not going the way of Wu that game. They did everything they could to try and stay put, but question mark shooting from behind, Molly going through, and then, yeah, the world wanted them to go down, and down they went.
Well, finally, somebody's put Marsalek down. They're starting to have an absolute game here towards the end of phase 6. Should be able to recover from this, though, as everybody from Polish Power now has made their way across to the north side of the road. Dante, though, getting curious back towards that position that Aduzi felt. I don't know if he just tried to post a nade or something into the shack. Brexco trying to open up onto Foot Esports. He just catches a glimpse inside the shack, but unable to do anything about it.
And not within Molly range either. Would be helpful. 2 freebies in that one. Should he be able to throw one in? Not quite the case, Odin. I mean, he knows that he has the send players just on the other side here. It's just a matter of how much they're really willing to commit to it. You can sit tight for now. They're on the very edge of the circle, so maybe just wait for cavalry to arrive for a little while longer. Western jumping a bit further than I think he expected to with that, and now caught in the middle of the open because of it.
I was say, Mika luckily still playing anchor back at the compound here. Western would have had a huge off angle towards Kill-Yukai and Brexco. Now, actually, you're going to see them divert their attention this direction. For Esports, still 4 strong, though.
Yeah.
Actually, now with Brexco losing another, that's just 2 standing.
Yeah, Brexco trying to make the wrap left and around. Polish Power won't have none of it. Takes him down in the middle of the road. Western does.
Western has to go huge here.
Oh, it goes down too. That's the, I mean, that's the anchor. That's the safety. That's the contain being split apart.
Yeah, Western almost on crowd control over on the edge of the circle there. So great decision making from Kill-Yukai and Mika. And actually going to reduce it to 3v3. Looks like they might even get the res on Brexco.
Well, could be possible. The full commit comes through. Odin falls down. Is that going to make Iroh hesitate? It does. Mika's peeked on over. Now they know they've lost hill control up above them. They can't fully commit to the push anymore. And as you said, that's going to be Brexco back on his feet.
The timing on that tag was so crucial. Now the nade coming through.
Oh, the nade. And it's actually Norkis.
It's actually Norkis. To actually seal the deal on Foot Esports going out in 6th place.
Stardust again. I mean, tricky situation for them. He has 0 points so far this game. Placement points, of course, going to come through, but no kills. It's been tricky for them to make any sort of footing. Really, now that they're here, they're getting torn. Exalt, 6 kills for the team. And Ascent here, I mean, they've been blessed to be able to stay alive for this long. Now,
I mean, how they've got away with this is insanity, but it was down to some really, really solid decision making. Like I said, to come through, sweep through on that southern edge. Now Brexco looking to be the tip of the spear as they push towards Polish Power, who have the opportunity this opener, but Krunio and Cappy, I think, unnoted as of yet.
Smokes. Well, Polish Power are using them for cover, but they're really working favorable for Ascended as Brexco here. Cappy must have heard something the way that he got up and instantly looked towards the left there.
I don't think, actually, we saw Brexco burning up a load of utility earlier, so if he had a nade or anything to really enable this team fight, or at least to create the opportunity for Mika and Kill-Yukai, who are still anchoring outside the zone, by the way.
Yeah. Trying to find any sort of entry point to the circle, but Filfast ain't gonna let him have it. He has been happy with the high ground position he is in right now, and he's been here for a while. Krunu, let's take a look. Boop, boop. Double headshot. Easy does it.
What's crazy, though, is that Brexco's got himself up to the shack.
Yeah.
Now actually going to draw the attention of Polish Power. A ton of util coming his way, but the nade actually missed. Now he's done for.
Yeah, you're dead. There's too many mollies on you, and down he goes. It's not confirmed, though, that he will be flushed. There are
Second
still
or third?
players.
No, it's second, I think.
Okay, so maybe he's not going to get back on his feet. Kill-Yukai's there, though, Mika, as well. Kill-Yukai still yet to cross the road. Polish Power, again, I mean, loving... It sounds weird, but I'm really loving when I'm seeing Polish Power play passive, because they always just over-aggress on everything. This time around, passive. I'm loving it.
I'd say, but almost in this situation, you want to see them become aggressive, because there's an opportunity here for Ascend to get back to 3 strong and recover from that situation. They are kind of kept in check by question mark up on the northeastern side, or at least split across the eastern side here, and actually going to concede a knock. Norkis is going to go down to Hobbits.
Yeah, but Hobbits finds him from there. Look at the angle. He has like 1 or 2 seconds to connect that double headshot. Still manages to get it through. Filfist as well. Good angle for him. No utility to work with at all. The remaining teams have been fighting their way through the open for a very long time now. Nothing to work with.
Just going to see a couple of bits of movement behind this vehicle now. Actually, the double swing from Ascend is nearly perfect. At least going to force him off this angle. A ton of damage comes through, but Dante lands the nade.
Yeah, as you were saying before, this is when Polish Power has to do something. They're getting put, like they're just getting kind of isolated in the corner now. There they go, shooting underneath the cart. Both fall down. Cabby, the young gun from Polish Power, pushes on forward. 11-kill game for Polish Power. Looking to get more. Question Mark have been aggressive. They've been in thorn in the heel for so many teams trying to make anything happen in the open. And now, again, they have the high ground. They have the circle going their way. And they have just Polish Power and Stardust holding them back from a chicken dinner here.
The Polish Power definitely able to weather the storm down on the southwest side here. Conceded a ton of damage, but navigated their way through.
Do they know that Norkis made his way to the shack? I'm not sure. Cabby spots Medibay thrown in the middle of the open. Fortunately, able to get a Mail Cup, not really in position to do a whole lot to retaliate. Now the push comes over, or as I say that, maybe just a flash drone.
Well, the problem
baited
is,
to get the rest.
anything that appears in the kill feed here is going to be the go signal for Question Mark.
You would have to think.
And that's when Norkis' reposition becomes absolutely crucial for Polish Power. Luckily, they don't over-aggress towards Stardust, allowing them to at least coexist for the time being. The position's not great for Stardust, so I think Polish Power are almost hoping, trying to bait Question Mark in.
Question Mark, again, buying their time. There's no more circles to be revealed. We know it's going to center up following this one, but Question Mark has the space to play around right now. They know that Stardust has to make a move. They know that Polish Power have to make a play of some extent, and the more time that goes by, the more they can confirm that Polish Power are indeed pushing their way up in this direction.
Opportunity now, though. And without actually confirming this reposition, I think Norkis is going to try and tuck himself into this shack. The fact that Dante and Phil first did peel away, I mean, hoping, obviously, that time is going to decide this one for them. Hobbits still playing anchor over on the north side here. Dante, a crucial jump peek here to spot out the flank coming through. And actually, the reposition could be huge for Dante.
Does he pull all the way up? There's no way he should be allowed to do that with Norkis. No, now the shots are coming through. I was just going to say, look at the open positioning from him. Jumps down!
Norkis. Thank God for that.
Last shot coming through, able to take him down. I was just going to say, that is so aggressive. You have no cover once you leave that ridgeline. Headshot comes through from Norkis too.
That's got to be the green light.
I was just going to say, is that aggression? It has to be, right?
It has to be. And actually, Crunio finds Phil first with the nade. Desperately trying to crawl forwards here to actually gather some information for Hobbits, who's got a flash in hand. Can he get anything done here?
Where's Stardust in this? Actually, Stardust going to be the butchers in the backside of all of it. Finds one, finds two. Nail Cup popping off here in the very end game. 2v2 now making it a 2v1 as Cappy and Crunio are left alive as two. Nail Cup on his own, barely any HP, lopping forward flashes. As best as he can, but finds Cappy mid-air.
He's got no meds left, though. He's got to ride this out. It's 24 HP. Does he go for... Actually going to try and reposition here with the utility. Crunio desperately dumping nades towards him here, but Crunio, it's actually coming through. Crunio's caught that flash. Oh my God, the Groza. What was that? 15 kills to come through for Polish Power here, but Nail Cop, he gave it a bloody good stab.
That was worthy attempt there in the end. The shadow boxing while pushing over the ridgeline too. Couldn't have had it any more exciting to round things off. What a game.
Yeah, insane end to the day, honestly.
Absolutely phenomenal. Let's throw it back to the desk and let them round off day number one.
No lack of energy for Polish Power. That's right, they get the victory. Why are you laughing at me? What's going on?
It's not a huge stall situation. It's amazing.
They're amazing. They are amazing. Polish Power, yes! They get the victory here. 15 kills on the board. Saga and Avenger joining me here. Saga, what do you think about the best team?
Out here on the impartial desk, where we are completely unbiased, we really did like what we saw sort of 8 minutes onwards from Polish Power. There was a bit of a shenanigan at the start of the game, but they really played it very well towards the later stages, and we even saw that wild send through the center to get them into that position where Northern Lights tried to do something similar. Marsalek had the pre-nade.
Yeah, Polish Power, the biggest hit or miss team you can have. Sometimes they have games like this, other times they will go out with 0 points. But I love it when they play like this. Aggressive, then passive, then aggressive at the right times. Well calculated. Marsalek with 5 managed to wipe most or basically all of NLT at that point as well. Super well executed by them throughout the mid towards the end game.
I guess the person who might be most surprised is Marsalek, considering you're on the desk and you haven't cursed them and they got a win.
That is true, yeah. I did not jinx him this time.
Yeah, even though he will insist Avenger does every single game of every single tournament, but that's how it crumbles. For a Polish Power, as you said, you know, that mid-send towards that dip, absolutely crucial for them to be able to get this win.
And not only that, but just avoiding all of the chaos that was going on around them as well. We saw a lot of teams, even towards the western side, Northern Lights had to make a very wide rotation to avoid a similar situation to what we saw between FaZe and Fellas coming in on the southeastern side of the zone, which really ended up being a bit of a demise cause for both teams.
Yeah, a little bit of mutual destruction there. I didn't really like it, but I like the idea that FaZe had, because they knew that there are people going to be doing big rotation, you know, from the eastern side, trying to get on to the western side after that shift. I was expecting a little bit more easy of a mob-up from FaZe Clan, but they ended up kind of extending that fight for way too long, and unfortunately they ended up, mutual destruction I was talking about.
Kind of crazy in terms of the split as well for Polish Power in terms of the 3-1. Marsalek over in the shed, that obviously became quite important later on. He was like a human Catherine wheel, scything through the lobby as he continued on. Marsalek's the kind of guy that either does something amazing or something odd.
Yeah, it's kind of like you're hosting, really, if you think about it.
That's right.
But played a crucial role as well, and the fact that Footballists weren't quite as successful in holding out Ascend as we might have expected, the fact that they got that revive was crazy, that they weren't able to spot him out. Iroh just, I don't know, playing 4-3 resolution or something, like it didn't quite spot him out on the side, but Polish Power were there to clean it up.
Yeah, and also the way that the time was, they were hoping for the time to kind of come with them because they were inside the circle. The time that they pushed with it, they just had to delay, and then eventually they would have to come in and push that. But then again, Polish Power with the nades, we saw Norcus, we saw all of them. 15 kills is a lot. Marsalek, and it was kind of well spread out throughout the team.
Yeah, well, I'm getting word that it is now time to check in on UK and Finwatch as we check in with Fellas once again.
Be careful, Yellow.
Garage is running down left away.
This guy is nice.
Yeah.
Above me?
Garage guy ran away, like by the sound
No,
of it.
he's above me again. On the electric.
There's two of them. There's two of them there.
Yeah.
Peeking above
I just
you.
flex on this. I'm healing. I'm first
Stay in the guard, Monkey.
Yeah. Don't watch over you.
One guy might be flanking you from Yellow.
It's just knocked.
He's on the road. Flushing me.
Yeah. I'm pushing off. Are they
He's
still in
big into
garage?
same spot.
He was outside of it.
There could be a car in here. I'm pushing with left with you.
I'm
trying to smoke the road
I want to
guy
get
off.
one first aid. No one's really far.
Yeah, you play for the skills.
Guy on your back ridge on the tavern bridge. I'm nading him. So we're running right.
They're probably getting the rush off, by the way.
I'm going right here. Above me on the road. Headshot. Low.
He got knocked.
Yeah, I'm healing.
Watch out for Yellow.
Yeah, Rustin Mark. Watch out for the George guy.
Yeah.
I'm pushing up to the road.
Knock one south of me.
Got one push.
Above me, next to me.
Yellow.
On the rock or?
On the road. Road.
He could be shooting me.
On the pole.
Chill. I'm stunning.
I'm pushing.
I'm pushing as well.
Literally on Yellow.
Flushed one. Chill.
Nice,
All dead or?
nice.
Get George.
I know.
Oh, you got him?
He's not dead. He's not dead.
Not dead.
On me. I'm waiting.
Dead kidding. I'm running on him.
I naded him.
He's low.
Nice, I nade.
You can get the
car
rush.
on me here.
How do they remain so calm? That's what I don't get. They're just so zen.
That we're hearing from them, such a new team as well, but then again, they are very experienced. Unfortunate, the delay, both of the team losing a lot of players, well, all of the FaZe, but only one for Fellas. The delay is what causes them to have a rough time throughout, because it takes so long, because they're being very precise of what they want to do, how they want to approach the information. You can just hear how accurate the calls are. You can hear from Russelmar, he's on this ridge, he's going to be running right. He's already pre-nading that he's running right, getting a lot of damage into it. And it's just, all this takes so long for all the steps.
All right, well, here's Polish Power from the previous game, and those are some interesting numbers.
Yeah, I mean, we looked at FaZe in the Oasis ending with 22 smokes. Polish Power have far outdone them, and on the grenades as well. 18 tossed out, and they were pretty dang effective.
They're looking for tobacco sponsors now.
I think so. Realistically, though, this is a huge game for them because not only, it's 25 points on the board here, Avenger, but this is a team that's trying to keep their PGC hopes alive. And if they get a high placement, it could very much be a reality.
Yeah, for sure. You know, with this, the morale boost, everything is going to be really good for them. They are already in the top 8, currently 7th place. So it's looking really good. And with these amount of kills and points that they're able to do. Phil first, though. 1K clubber right there. 1153 damage, guys.
I mean, question mark in this game, obviously towards the end, fanning out quite wide to be able to try and control some of these angles. And I thought maybe question mark was going to be able to clutch this towards the end, but not to be.
It did look very promising for them right up until the point where that initial knock came through and the sort of sneaky flank maneuver coming up the road just out of the line of sight along the ridge, and Stardust was not in a position to third party whatsoever from their ridge down below, but they did have a good position that could have potentially caused the downfall of Polish Power, but it was very close when it came down to it at the end. The Grows are just too strong.
Avenger?
Yeah, insane situation here. The reason why he's the player, the man of the match. Nice amount of headshots, both thriving. Also the pre-nades and everything. And then some more nades here. Unfortunately, he was in the shack here. So we're extending a little bit. Got knocked. Norcus tried to come and help. But he went down early. He got 5 kills without being alive throughout the later stages of the game where the rest of the guys got a lot of the kills. So imagine if he stuck out and actually was alive throughout the game. He could have had double digits himself.
Yeah, definitely. Great stuff coming in from Marsalek overall. Being able to hold down the position and deal with the potential threats that were coming from a few angles. I think obviously Northern Lights being dispatched the way they were was a very important one. Marsalek dismantled them.
Absolutely. It wasn't even that much of a pre-nade. It was just very calculated. He did already have the pin pulled by the time that they pulled up, but even so, perfectly timed, perfectly cooked, and the spray out through the window just did the damage.
Well, speaking of Marsalek, let's head to an interview with the man himself from Polish Power.
I am joined by the Polish grinder himself, Marsalek. Congrats on the last game.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Hello, Twitch chat.
Gotta say hi to the supporters in Twitch chat.
Of course, PP Army.
Yes. First question for you. You guys basically need a decent finish in PCS7, and then you go to PGC. In group stages, you said the pressure really got to you guys. How do you make sure that doesn't happen again in the finals?
I mean, you know, we got used already to the teams. We studied the teams a lot as well, even though we don't scrim. We started the teams well. We decided to, like, you know, we don't have to win, as you said. We are right now just focusing on the leaderboard, what's going on. Like we are focusing, for example, not to feed the teams that we don't want to gain points. So we just roll with it, and we are always a good team in the final. We proved it in the both GLLs. Unfortunately, we didn't qualify to PCS6, but we both time proved that we are a top 5 team. So we are here to prove it again.
And you're on a good track to do so. You just said you guys don't scrim. Can you walk me through that decision a little bit? Why do you think it's bad, as most other teams are scrimming?
I mean, that was a team decision that we made. Like we think that we just don't focus that much on them. Like we'd rather play together, just hang out together, vibe together on ranks even, and just spend time together, build the chemistry in the team. And then we have our coach Jam, of course. He prepares a lot of stuff for us, and we're just watching Twice, preparing for it. Most of us know how to shoot, how to play, and we don't really want to show also how we play, because people can't really prepare themselves for us. So that's a plus in my book.
Talking about rotations, you guys took a shack next to the road pretty early in this game 5. Definitely not a comfortable position to be playing. Can you walk me through that decision a little bit and how you wanted to play it from there?
The main decision was to crash the shacks where I think Stardust was, right? That was the Stardust under us. I don't remember, yeah. So that was the main spot to go. Like, we like to play that spot. I remember we learned it in NA from Sonics. We saw them play, and Norcus got it from them. So we really liked the spot. But then when we were driving, we were like, let's see if even the warehouses shoot, so we're gonna take them. But everything was taken. And then I said I'm gonna take the shack, and the boys scouted that the dip on the left is also free, so we just took it. We just took what's free, basically, because everything around was taken. So we just grabbed what was needed, and then we saw NLT pulling up when I killed them 3. And then I said to the boys that that's probably a good spot because NLT wanted to play there, so we just moved there.
Simple perfect. As simple as that. You just gotta figure out where NLT is playing. Nice.
Exactly.
All right, cool. Really good first day for you guys, Marsalek. Congrats again, and have a good rest of your evening.
Yo, thank you so much. Have a beautiful evening as well.
That is quite the answer towards the end. NLT thought they wanted that spot, and I guess we figured from that point on it's a good spot. And it did work out for the most part here, Avenger.
Yeah, especially when nothing else is available, right? We tried to make something work, and it worked out quite well. Also, the amount of kind of pressure you have from everywhere, you have to use a lot of utility. That's why we saw the amount of smokes.
Yeah.
You have to smoke your back to have this kind of soft cover, to make sure you can focus on one angle. That's what they did, and executed quite beautifully, actually.
Yeah, not easy to pull off in terms of that soft cover behind you, etc.
And that's a big part of the reason why there was 33 smokes thrown by the end of that game, was because the visual cover simply wasn't there. And with it, the hard cover, but man, the grenades were just on point. And again, like we said, it's not only that NLT wanted to take that spot, but learning it from watching Sonics is another very successful team in other regions and internationally as well. So there's much to be learned from them, and probably from their scrim VODs if they have them.
Yeah, potentially. So good stuff here. I think overall, Polish Power has done a solid for a lot of the lobby here in terms of denying so many of the big teams at the top another win.
Not just the lobby, for everyone out there watching. Slowing them down a little bit, making sure they're not going to be too far in the lead.
Second.
65 points in Polish Power, as you see here. 47 points in second, and actually the rest of the leaderboard is kind of close. It's going to be quite interesting.
Yeah, as obviously our top team has definitely sponged up a lot of those points from the previous games, but FaZe looking good as well. Question mark making their way to those later stages and circles, and as we said from the previous game, there was an opportunity there for them to be able to convert even more.
There really was. It's an opportunity that they may well regret not taking to its fullest capacity, but for the current position in the standings, it's not too bad whatsoever, but it doesn't get much better than what we're seeing from Northern Lights.
Northern Lights, man, 8 average, and then beyond that, the amount of damage coming in as well. We also saw mid-game here, Avenger, all of them basically being towards the top in terms of kills, etc. So just a massive day for Northern Lights, as is usual in Europe as a whole.
Yeah, it's crazy. 40 kills, 5 games, 8 average, as we saw. Insane performance from them. Also remember, they actually had 2 pretty bad games, so
yeah,
their points came from basically 3 games. Quite impressive performance throughout today here. Kind of scary for MRL, considering how they usually ramp up their team that goes incrementally better as the day passes.
Yes, the form, scary stuff. I think by the time we'd finished the 3rd game, they had 38 kills, whereas the closest had 15, which was FaZe, I believe. How do you deal with something like that?
And the fact that really where a lot of their lack of success on Miramar came from was initially being thrown off by an Oasis circle, but that was kind of the case for the vast majority. Obviously, I suppose numbers would say we're not going to see that again tomorrow, and that could not bode particularly well for the vast majority of teams if Northern Lights can come out swinging, find their form on Miramar, and have another dominant day.
Maybe. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for today. Of course, you guys at home can check out the new merch going on for PUBG Esports at emea.merch.pubg.com. Did I get it right, Avenger?
You did.
Oh, great. I kind of guessed because I am a blind bat. No, I didn't. I can read that. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But yeah, so exciting stuff. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in around the world. That has been day number 1 here of PCS7 Europe. It's great to be back in the studio with the guys and great to bring you these games, which, to be honest, were absolutely insane for the most part throughout day number 1. Join us tomorrow, same time, same place, where we're going to have more PUBG action.